Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. That's what you're getting at 6 in the morning right now. We're going to do a deep dive, though, as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their YouTube or getting off their graveyard shifts, Teachers, students, cops, firefighters, mini drivers, you know the drill. We're going to do a deep dive today into what went good, what went right, what went wrong, the good, the bad, the ugly of the NFC Championship game, because on the third watch here, you notice a lot of things that cannot happen against the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, we're not gonna break down the Chiefs, right away here. We got a few days. We got a few, when I say a few days, about 8 days to break down the Kansas City Chiefs, and we see what's going on here. What is this, Niners at Stadium Swim?
Well, no. I was just gonna say there's a timer. There's 12 days, 9 hours, 23 minutes.
Look at that on CBS right now. 12 days, 9 hours, 23 minutes, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. But there's a lot for the Niners to clean up now.
Oh, no doubt.
Now, but one thing we didn't really get into, and we could start wherever, but, I see a lot of people with the Brock Montana and the Joe Montana comparisons with Brock Purdy. I thought a lot of that game on Sunday. Yeah, there were some Joe elements to it. But those scrambles reminded me so much of Steve Young and the way he finished those runs. Steve Young didn't like to slide. Remember that was a big thing? Steve Young would fall head first. He would take on a hit. He would take a pile on. You think about some of those classic touchdown runs. There's a lot more Steve Young to those scrambles with Brock Purdy than Joe Montana, but I thought the footwork was elegant, especially on that final drive, the championship drive, in which they go 7 plays, 70 yards to ice the NFC title game and advance to the Super Bowl.
I think it's so unfair comparing him to the legends.
I don't like doing that,
I know.
but if we're going to do that, if the fans are going to do that, I'll play along.
Okay.
And I'll just say, you know what? I saw some elements of Steve. I saw some elements of Joe.
All right. Well, what I saw, at least in the first couple of drives, because I'm going through it, and let's start with some of the bad, right? Because I do want to get into all of the good, but starting with some of the bad, like the first couple of drives.
Are you sure people want to start their morning off with some of the bad? I'm kidding. Okay.
You tell me.
You continue.
No, it's okay. I just thought he was very hesitant. This was the second game in a row where it felt like that first read maybe wasn't there. Maybe he wasn't seeing the pocket well, or seeing the rush was coming into his face because there wasn't a big pocket. He didn't see the field well, and it felt like that first read got taken away, and he got just a little gun shy, a little hesitant early on. Now he settled in, and that's to his credit. And I thought that Deebo Samuel really helped things out in that second half. I thought CMC really helped things out. I think some of the easier throws, but I'd be lying to you if I didn't say it. Like, he made some good throws early on, but hesitant was the word that I kept coming back to. It felt like he was afraid to make a mistake. And then he did make the big interception. And then it was almost like, okay, now I'm just going to play ball. Like, I've already made the mistake.
Kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo, right? When Jimmy Garoppolo would throw a pick. Now, depending on which game you want to pick on, but most of the time when Jimmy threw a pick, he would get better after that interception. He would get the mistake out of the way. Shanahan would take the ball out of his hands, and then Jimmy would start to cook. Now, CMC, look, he's starting slow, and I mean, Brock Purdy was starting slow on, but I thought it was just a team-wide breakdown. I thought guys Detroit was just all over them.
I thought
they were ahead of Kyle Shanahan early on in this football game by taking away that first read. Everybody knows the Niners love those slants. They love those drags. And Detroit zoned it up a couple times, even on the Brendan Ayuk touchdown to tie the football game up at 24-24.
I thought that was one of his best throws of the night,
One of his best throws of the night. He kind of
slid the pocket to the left.
Right.
I mean, that was a beautiful ability of using the feet like you're talking about to kind of move things.
However, I noticed, too, on the Detroit side of things, where C.J. Gardner-Johnson was late getting to his spot. And it felt like Aaron Glenn had guys designated to their spots in that zone defense. Hey, I need you to guard this area. We see that a lot with the Baltimore Ravens, right? With that matchup zone. Hey, let's guard this patch of grass here. And at times, with Brock Purdy's feet and his eyes, he was able to manipulate that secondary, manipulate that defense, and just get them off their spots to where they are a second late, a half second late on some of those throws. And you saw that with Ayuk. I thought the championship drive, because I also want to get into Shanahan and his evolution as a play caller and as a head coach on finishing football games. That was a big talking point with Shanahan for so long. But back to Brock Purdy for a second. Look, it didn't start off pretty at all. It did. He got wacky there. When he got the Niners back into the football game, there were some things, and you listen to Greg Olsen, who, by the way, was absolutely phenomenal. By the way, Robo, Olsen, give me Greg Olsen all day. I thought Robo was a little out of touch in that ASU championship game. I listened to it thoroughly last night, watching the second half back between the Ravens and
the
Chiefs. Mahomes is good, but I'm like, Robo, you got to capture the moment here. Greg Olsen captured everything in that NFC title game and broke it all down well, but Purdy was breaking so many rules as a quarterback.
Well, I'm glad you brought this up, because to me, one of the plays that's going to get lost, and it's more of like a highlight play, but I don't think people understand the magnitude of the play. It's third down, and they're kind of in no man's land, and it's too deep to kick a field goal. They're down 2 touchdowns at the time, and they're down 17 points at the time, and he scrambles out to the left, and I don't think he's going to get a first down. And I don't think they're going to be able to hit a field goal from that far. No. They're like at the 42, 3. Like they're in a really tough spot.
First drive in the third quarter.
Yes. And it feels to me like
they're at the Detroit 35-yard line, 3rd and 4. So if you don't get a completion there, if you don't get any yards, it's a 52-yard kick.
After the guys already missed one earlier in the game, wide right. So I don't know. I thought that was a crucial play. And yes, it's a goofy, Juwan Jennings is one of the best catches of his career. It's a goofy play where he's rolling left. I thought he's going to run for the first down. He turns back around and does the cardinal sin of throwing back to the middle of the field, which you talked about. And just getting that drive to be extended gave them what I believe to be a much more comfortable field goal attempt, which to me was kind of like, okay, all right, we got some points on the board. Even though in my seats at the time, I was like, God, I needed 7. Right. Yeah. They just needed points.
Well, Shanahan said that in his post-game locker room speech. It was like, boy, I thought we were going to get a touchdown. We got a field goal, and I thought, boy, this is going to be a little hard.
That's what I thought too, though. Didn't you?
And Shanahan told his team, well, to get the field goal there, it's like you had to get a stop. You had to get a stop, right? The defense is going to have to buck up and get a stop at some point. And that next possession where Detroit goes for it on 4th and 2, we didn't talk about the third down play. Now, the 49ers get the 3 points, right? They kind of calm the waters down. Yes. You're down 2 scores. I'm thinking to myself, boy, would have been nice to have that Jake Moody field goal in the first half, but you don't. You're down 2 touchdowns. So Detroit's going for it. Now, I found this out, just kind of doing some research yesterday and watching the game back. Detroit, going into that football game, they were 20 of 25 on 4th downs in which it was 4th and 3 and less. Think about that. They converted 80% of their 4th downs when it was 4th and 3 or less. That's what they do.
But I want to pause right here because I've been thinking about this for literally 24 hours. We're not the Chicago Bears, and it's not Week 11. You know what I mean? Like, I get your point of view.
They did it against Kansas City. They do it against anybody. It's not just the Chicago Bears.
But this isn't just anybody. Like, I don't wear gym clothes to church.
You could say by the end of the season, Chicago Bears defense was better than the 49ers defense. You can say that.
The point that I'm getting at is that just because those data points are all there doesn't mean that you do that no matter what, and it's a hard, that's my biggest beef with analytics.
But that's what you... When you get to that point, and you see a lot of teams when they get to a championship point, and they get to a World Series, or they get to this championship series, they start switching up things that got them there. Do what you do that got you to that point. What got Detroit to that point, they were 20 and 25 on 4th and 3s or less. That's what they've been doing since Dan Campbell has arrived. And why stop the aggressiveness? And when you think about that 4th and 2, and we can get to the play itself, Josh Reynolds flat out dropped the pass.
Yeah, but Goff was pressured on that play.
But he threw a dime, though. You're going to face pressure. We're not going to have clean pockets at this stage. It hit Josh Reynolds in the head. You don't get the first down. Josh Reynolds dropped two massive third downs. But I want to go back to the third down play. And this is where Detroit may have blew that sequence. The third down play. It's 3rd and 4 at the Niners' 30-yard line.
Yeah, and they were running the ball.
They were averaging seven yards a carry.
Totally agree.
They were running the ball. And 3rd and 4, we talked about this leading up to the football game. Detroit loves to throw it on first down. They threw it 60% of the time on first down to set up second and manageable. Third manageable. That was one of my keys going into the game. Can you keep Detroit out of 2nd and 4, 2nd and 3, 3rd and 4? And for the most part, you didn't do that. The Niners giving up yards left and right on first down. But 3rd and 4, they line up Amon-Ra St. Brown in the backfield. Now, David Montgomery was running hard. Jahmyr Gibbs at that point was running hard. And they line up Amon-Ra St. Brown in the backfield. And to me, that was a sign of Detroit just getting a little too cute, running your wide receiver in the backfield. Now, if that's David Montgomery on 3rd and 4, they headed the ball off and he got 2 yards. If it's David Montgomery, it's probably a first down.
I think that third down play absolutely was terrible. And Fred Warner made a great play on that play.
Fred Warner made a great play. I thought Javon Kinlaw made a great play.
Yes.
But Fred Warner made an unbelievable play. But you're running that with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Which was a little...
With 3 wide. And then you had... I don't know if it was Gibbs or Montgomery out left.
Right.
And the other 2 wide receivers to the right. It was a very questionable call. I don't know, B. I hear you on we did this all year. I just think there are certain situations that are just different. And that's the way I am. Like, when I watch Bumgarner come out of the bullpen in Game 7, it's Game 7. It's different. When I watch Mariano Rivera come out for a 5-out save, it's a playoff moment. It's different. It's not what we normally do throughout the regular season. When I see, the Warriors, for example, allowing Steph Curry, this is one of the things that drove me nuts, even though he's got a hurt knee, taking normal rest in Game 7 of 2016, where he's waiting till the 6.5-minute mark to check in, that was wrong. This is not a regular season game. I don't just do what I did all year. I get the mentality. I understand it. But I also believe there's a time and a place. We just disagree on this one.
The play was executed correctly. Goff fouled pressure. He felt pressure. And he threw an absolute dime to Josh Reynolds. It hit Josh Reynolds in the hand. Can my receiver make a play and catch the pass? He flat out dropped it. Now, on the flip side, Michael Basley, who was a kicker for the Detroit Lions, he only had 4 field goal attempts for the Lions. Obviously, their kicker...
Which is crazy.
Their regular kicker was hurt. So, what was his name? Was it Blankenship? Who am I thinking about? Blankenship?
Yes, Blankenship.
So, Basley, 4 for 4 on the season. He only attempted 1 field goal for 40 yards on the season for the Detroit Lions. That's a 47-yarder if they do decide, hey, we're going to go for it. We're not going to go for it. Let's elect to kick the 3 and go up 3 possessions. All right. It's on the float. What if he misses that? What if he misses that? You know what I'm saying? I hear you say, go kick. This guy had 1 kick over 40 yards at Levi Stadium. And again, you are 20 of 25 from 4th and 3 and
but this
less.
Isn't the regular season. This is the playoffs. This is the NFC Championship game.
Well, you guys told me when it was leading up to the Green Bay Packers, they lost to the New York Giants. And I'm like, this ain't the regular season. They're a better team.
I was wrong.
No, but it's not about you being wrong or right. It's about what a team's doing. This is what their coach should do.
But if that's your identity.
But I love what Jared Goff did. He said, you know what? This is what we do. We wanted to go for it. Reynolds is my guy on 3rd down. He's my guy on 2nd down. The guy flat out dropped the pass.
But see, this is the problem. Part of why they were on the road and not at home was this is what we do. We're going to be aggressive late in the game when they're playing the Dallas Cowboys, when they should have taken the tie, and they had 3 opportunities at the 1, and they kept throwing it, even though they got penalized.
Well, they got robbed for that. They should have won that football game. The referees blew that game.
We were all watching that game, and I said, take the points, go to overtime.
But they scored the 2-point conversion, and the guy, they said, he didn't report to the referee what he obviously did.
But that's what
that
happened.
Was a blunder by the officials.
But then you have the opportunity to make an adjustment and take the points. See, this to me is ego. This is the same thing when I saw Sirianni go for 2 when it had nothing to do with points when they're playing Tampa Bay. It was, to me, just because that is your organizational philosophy doesn't mean it fits the moment. And I think
I thought it fit that moment.
I don't know. Well, listen, but if you're going to be aggressive there, why are you running the ball on second down before the end of half and calling a timeout? Like if you're going to stay aggressive all the time, then they should have gone for the aggressive gusto and thrown the ball into the end zone right before halftime, because taking the field goal right before halftime for Dan Campbell was a very weak-minded move in that situation. They're up 21-7. They get the field goal 24. I don't know. They didn't even try to be aggressive.
No,
in that
they
situation.
did. No, Dan Campbell, they actually threw a screen pass there.
On the third
down. They threw a screen pass there on the third down, and they got to the 2.5-yard line. And Dan Campbell sat there long and hard and thought over and over and over. And you could tell it was late when he finally said, all right, let's kick the field goal, go up 3 scores before halftime, because I get into that situation. You don't get the 4th down there. All of a sudden, the Niners go into the locker room, down 2 scores with big-time life going into the locker room. You kick the field goal there, you go up 17. You're like, all right, we're up 3 scores. I don't like the way we finished that half. And by the way, Jared Goff missed a wide-open Jahmyr Gibbs in the back of the end zone early in that sequence.
Throws.
He missed some big throws and go to Dak. So I get why Dan Campbell said, you know what? Let's end this game right here. I got a chance to put a stranglehold on the 49ers, and if the field goal presents itself later in the possession, let's do that. 4th and 2, we can agree to disagree. I know a lot of people disagree, but again, this is what Detroit does. They were 20-25 on 4th and 3s and less, and at that point, think about what they were doing. I had a bigger problem with them passing the ball personally. I would have just ran the ball because they were gashing the Niners at the line of scrimmage. They were averaging 7 yards a carry. At that point, the rushing yards tilted so far in Detroit's favor.
Dominant.
It was 168-45 at that point. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, they passed it. Not only did they pass it, Reynolds flat out dropped it. Your players at some point got to make a play.
No,
I thought the Lions put them in position. Campbell and Ben Johnson put their players in a position to succeed, and Detroit just didn't make plays in the second half.
No, well, that is undeniable. I don't know. Any play where you're going to get Goff to move his feet, you feel good as a defense. You're like, all right, we did something well, and on that play, they got him to move his feet. I'm with you on the run game. It took the Niners 4 possessions to make a play on the edges in the run game, Bonte. Gibson is still missing tackles on the outside right now. That is my number one takeaway watching the game back is what are they going to do to adjust on the edges in the run game? Gibson missed over. Now, he made a great strip play, and that's the play that everyone's going to remember, but missed tackle after missed tackle, and Oren Burks getting wiped out, and Chase Young, questionable effort across the board, and even Nick Bosa getting plastered by wide receivers. I want to know how they're going to fix this in the next 2 weeks. Because that is clearly a huge hole. When you watch that game back, why Detroit went away from the run is beyond me.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Beyond me.
And so the second 4th down that they attempted, down 27-24. Now that was just flat out dumb to me. And the Niners did a good job of disguising their defense on the play. They zoned up the underneath stuff.
The Greenlaw.
The drags. Yes. Warner, Greenlaw, they zoned it up underneath. And they confused Jared Goff there underneath and they flushed him out to his right. They flushed him out of the pocket to where he had to run. There was a guy coming in on the left. I don't know if it was Amon-Ra St. Brown, who it was there on the drag. He had him initially, but he got flushed out to the right, throws an incompletion. At that moment, I have to try the field goal to at least tie the football game up. But Detroit has had erratic kicking all season long. They've had erratic kicking under Dan Campbell whatsoever. So that's on them. But that was the bad with the 49ers. There was a lot of bad there with the defense. You talk about the effort of Chase Young. Go look at the touchdown play with Jahmyr Gibbs.
It was really, it's hard to defend that.
It's embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
Even the biggest Chase Young fan, it's really, but he's not the only one. I saw some questionable effort from a lot of guys. Right now, safety play is a huge question mark. The Niners' safety play is...
Well, they miss Hufanga. They miss Hufanga tremendously, and they're going to miss him in this Kansas City Chiefs game in the Super Bowl. I mean, Travis Kelce, I don't think people realize, well, maybe people didn't realize, but watching it back yesterday in the second half, 11 catches on 11 targets.
He looked amazing.
11 catches on 11 targets.
After looking very subpar for his standards all year.
I mean, so, yeah, we got a long way to go, but the Niners are going to have to clean, or maybe the Niners are just going to have to score, and maximize every single possession. And you got to get off to a faster start. If you don't get off to a fast start against Kansas City, it could be lights out very, very early. I don't care how mediocre their offense was during the regular season. But there's a lot of bad in this game that the Niners have to clean up, and then there's a lot of good. And that's where I want to get into Kyle Shanahan in that championship drive when they were up 27-24 to put that game away. We've seen examples under Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers in which they fell in that situation to put a team away, to go for that throat, to go for the gusto, to go seal a football game. That's what they did on Sunday, and I want to get into that drive coming up on a Morning Roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and
You in or out on Elvis?
How should I answer this? Heard Elvis was a thief.
Well, yes, that's well known.
Oh, I didn't. I mean,
yeah, it's well
I knew
known.
It was well known. I don't know how I feel about saying that, but I heard he was a thief when it came to music. So I don't know how I feel about him. Seemed like a good showman. I heard the movie was good. I've been meaning to watch the movie. It's on my bucket list.
I'm not the biggest Elvis fan, but he does have hitters. Big catalog.
I never got, like, growing up, how you had everybody impersonate Elvis, like in Vegas and Halloween, and everybody's dressing up in Elvis. It's like a very popular costume.
That's
Everybody wants to be Elvis. Like, it's kind of weird to me. It's kind of strange. But who am I to judge? How about this? Spinone.
I won't come back with any more Elvis rejoins. Sorry.
No,
you can. He asked me my thoughts. I give him my
favorite
opinion.
Elvis song is "Caught in a Trap." I think that's my favorite one. So I'd like to hear that at some point today. I'm caught in a trap.
Yeah.
I like the older stuff as opposed to the early '60s stuff.
And he was like, they call him the king because he was that popular. That's why everyone dressed as him. He was just such a cultural icon. That's why.
Oh, thanks.
I'm just saying, you guys are wondering why people dress as him because he was one of the most famous people in the world.
Right.
No, I know.
I know.
And he was a movie star.
Yeah, I just thought, I've seen movies, woke up, and, Elvis is fine, I guess. By the way, how would you like to have breakfast with the Morning Roast? How would you like to have breakfast with the boys from the Morning Roast? Well, you have a chance to do just that. Starting tomorrow morning at 7:30 and 8:30, we will be offering you a chance to have eggs and toast with the roast. I see what you guys did there.
I kind of like that.
Tune in tomorrow morning to learn how you can win breakfast with the roast. This contest will start tomorrow and go through next Tuesday. 2 winners each day, and each winner gets to bring a +1. Breakfast with the roast. Come on, guys. Anybody want to have salty eggs with Shasky? Anybody want to have some burnt toast with Bonte? I'm kidding. But no, seriously.
Bonte.
Why do I scare you? The Kings should scare you.
Serious?
Let's go to James real quick in Santa Rosa. James, what's happening, man?
What's up, James?
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate you guys.
No problem.
So I just want to talk about Brock Purdy, and I think he's the most underpaid athlete in all of sports. And also, my son just loves him so much. Like, he's his favorite player, and I feel like he's got the Steph Curry effect where, like, kids know they can't throw the ball like Patrick Mahomes 100 yards down the field, but they feel like the underdog, like they could be Brock Purdy.
Absolutely. A lot of kids probably feel that way. I mean, that's part of the appeal of Steph Curry is, most people aren't going to be able to physically appear like LeBron or Shaquille O'Neal and dunk and jam the way they do. But with Steph, you feel like you can go into a basketball gym and see a bunch of 8 and 9-year-olds who are scrawny chucking up 3-pointers, right? Even though in real life, Steph Curry's usually the tallest guy in the room.
Right.
At 6'3".
6'3", 6'4", yep.
But, Purdy made some plays in this one, man. He did. He made some plays.
Him just, with the way he walks into the stadium, he's got just a basic jacket on, some jeans. It's like he's wearing his hard hat, like he's a manager at a construction site or something. I don't know. It is kind of cool to see him make only $900,000 and lead a team to a Super Bowl. Like, he wins his Super Bowl. Brock Purdy won't have to worry about making $900,000 in a season ever again at the quarterback position. I can tell you that much.
Well, he's already making more off the field because he's in Toyota commercials. I've seen him in a variety of different Levi's commercials. He's made a little bit of cash in his back pocket, but clearly not the amount of generational wealth the other quarterbacks who were in the Final Four were making.
Right. So Brock Purdy, I mean, look, I thought watching that game back, especially in the fourth quarter, especially with those scrambles in the second half, I said, man, forget Joe Montana for a second. Now, the footwork was excellent. Footwork in the pocket by Brock was just next level. It was elite. Some of the throws he made, nice little sail route to George Kittle there.
That was really nice. He waited on it just a second. Yeah.
Nice touch.
Yeah, I
Didn't
agree.
rush it. One of his best throws outside the numbers he's had all season long. But some of those scrambles and the way he finished those scrambles, I saw number 8. I didn't see number 16. And when I say number 8, I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Steve Young. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to disrespect Steve Young as a Hall of Famer, nor am I going to disrespect Joe Montana. But if you want to compare those guys, go ahead. I really don't care. But the way he finished those runs were more Steve Young-esque. And I think when Steve Young used to finish those scrambles, and he wouldn't go down, and he would try to bowl over a defender. Look, we all thought, man, you're crazy. You're a quarterback. You may get hurt here. But I understand what it does to a sideline.
Yes.
When the sideline and your teammates see you, the quarterback, refusing to go down and going shoulder first, head first, and I'm not sliding. I'm getting every single inch of grass I can possibly get on this play. I thought, whoa, that's Steve Young. That's not Joe Montana. That's a little bit of Steve.
You know, you wanted to get into the final drive, like the drive that put him up 10, correct? That's the one you wanted to get into? Yep. The 3rd and 4 is the one that's going to stick out for me. You've got Shanahan kind of slowing things down. He's got a couple of CMC tosses. There's a little Debo play-action play to kind of calm Purdy down. It's just a simple little rollout, boom, let me hit the guy in the flat. But it's 3rd and 4, and they go shotgun, and they've got CMC on one side of Purdy, and they got Debo on the other side of him. And Purdy recognizes that, like, and I don't know if he told them at halftime, hey, use your legs a little more, but it just felt like something got inside Purdy's head to use his legs. That run, that 3rd and 4 scramble, I don't even know how many total yards he got on that play, and then he wouldn't go down, and then he dove forward. It's one of the great plays of his young career.
21
and he's had
yards,
many of them.
21-yard scramble right there. 21-yard scramble. And him extending plays, I thought was so underrated in his game against Detroit. Extending those plays and just making things happen, whether it was passing, whether it was running, whether it was getting extra yards. That could be a key against Kansas City because Kansas City blitzed the heck out of Lamar Jackson. But listening to the broadcast, Tony Romo and Boomer Esiason, all the panel there at CBS, they were discussing how Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for Kansas City, who's really, really good. We've seen this guy for way too long, even with the New York Giants back in 2011. He is good at his job, maybe one of the best defense coordinators all of football, and he doesn't get talked about enough. But they totally flipped their game plan against Buffalo to Baltimore. Against Buffalo, they said, we're not going to allow explosives. You can have all the little dink and dunk stuff. We're going to bend, but we're not going to break. Baltimore, they came after Lamar Jackson. Every other play they were blitzing Lamar Jackson. So I have no idea what they have in store for Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy's ability to extend some of these plays is going to be very key in that Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. And I thought that was the difference in that second half against Detroit. Sure, he made a lot of throws, made some great throws, but extending those plays and then using his legs, that was big time, man. That was the difference between him and Goff in that 4th quarter.
Well, there's no doubt. And I thought the way Shanahan was calling plays in the entire second half, to me, we haven't given enough credit to in the last 48 hours. I thought he did a great job of, number one, getting CMC and Debo just acclimated to and getting them easy touches, whether it's everybody go deep, let's check down to CMC, or here's a toss to CMC on the edge and let him use his legs and his vision and his jukes, and then getting Debo involved. I thought it galvanized the stadium. The stadium was reacting to Debo Samuel, and then Purdy clearly felt calm after he had a couple of little screen passes to Debo. The best pass, like in terms of like getting momentum, was that deep one on the first drive of the 3rd quarter. Even though they didn't score a touchdown, he threw a laser downfield to Debo Samuel in traffic. That was just a dart, absolute dart.
That was on the second play of the drive. First play, they go run over to the right side. McCaffrey gets 8, and they go no huddle. Quick stuff, right? Quick game. Let's go. Let's get on the line of scrimmage. Let's make sure Detroit doesn't change their personnel. And then boom, he hits Debo Samuel, and that was a laser. That was a great game. That felt like that throw was 150 miles an hour. He hit it right in the heads. Debo's able to run with it. It's a 26-yard gain, and all of a sudden the stadium's got some juice there. So when you get into Detroit territory a minute into the 3rd quarter, you're like, okay, you're cooking with something here. So that drive right there, but the championship drive by Shanahan. And we see it at SoFi Stadium. We've seen it at Jerry's World with Jimmy Garoppolo. We see this in situations with Kyle Shanahan when it's time to ice a football game up. He gets a little conservative. He gets a little tight. He leads on the defense. There's 7:32 left in the 4th quarter. Stadium's buzzing. You have 27-24. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? When is Detroit going to get the ball back? And when they do get the ball back, what's the score going to be? It's going to be 30-24. It's going to be 34-24. What are you going to do? I thought Shanahan was brilliant on that final drive. McCaffrey 7 yards, Boom. Let's go to Debo for a little quick gator. Let's get the first down, move the sticks. Let's take our time. Here you go, McCaffrey. Let's run the ball again. Let's take our time. Short little pass to McCaffrey. And now you're setting up third and manageables, and he gets a scramble there. And then McCaffrey follows it up with a big 25-yard run. And so that championship drive, the 5-minute offense, I thought was excellent by Shanahan. He didn't get out of sorts. He allowed Purdy to do what he did, and that showed the trust between Shanahan and Purdy. And so by the time Purdy with the victory formation, who's the first guy he hugs off the field? Kyle Shanahan to celebrate a trip to the Super Bowl.
Let's examine that 3rd and 4 just for a second. Debo on one side, CMC on the other side. They're in shotgun. I'm sorry. Like, I was thinking in my mind, is he going to run this ball right here? Is he going to try to run this? Like yep. I think in years past he does run it with Jimmy G. And I'm not ripping Jimmy G. I'm just saying, like, I'm going off the history. Like, go back to all the big plays on 3rd and 4 that they had in that SoFi matchup, or the week before against Green Bay, or the week before that against Dallas in that 2021 playoff. He ran the ball on every one of those plays. And in this one, he was going to throw. And Purdy ends up scrambling. I think that's the differentiator right there. He trusts his quarterback, and then his quarterback, comes back and says, "Oh, you trust me? Let me make a play because there's nothing else out there, and let me scramble for a big one." And then the CMC run. Charlie Warner, that might have been the best block of his career.
Yeah, no, that was a big-time run by CMC. We'll get to Georgia. The coach in Los Altos. That's coming up on the other side. Plus, Brian Baldinger, you know what time it is. It's Appointment Radio, Baldy's Breakdowns, 7:30 here on the Roseville Breakdown Championship Sunday between the Niners and the Lions. And, of course, we'll touch on the Chiefs a little bit. And we'll have next week to break down the Chiefs as well as we get deeper and deeper into the Super Bowl breakdown here on the Morning Roast. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto rates and super simple application process. It's a Warriors game day. That's right. They're taking on the 76ers, who lost to Portland last night, but they had nobody playing. No Embiid, no Maxey. I expect those guys to go tonight against the Golden State Warriors. Is brought to you by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports was coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. Your phone calls. 888-957-9570 as we're breaking down the good, the bad, the ugly of that win on Sunday.
No. Winning should be easy. Why do you have to make everything so complicated?
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, this segment sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. I got to read this because it just came across my timeline. Okay. I have to, about the whole 4th down fiasco. And it's not about being right or wrong. It's just I'm just trying to explain the situation Detroit was in and what they do. And everybody can disagree with it. Whether, that's the beauty of football. That's the beauty of these football games. In hindsight, we could always question what you do. Greg Olsen, who, of course, joined us on the Morning Roast a couple weeks ago. I thought he was fantastic with Kevin Burkhardt on Sunday. Greg Olsen, he did not miss on Sunday. One of the best performances I've seen from a color analyst or heard from a color analyst in quite some time. And that's saying a lot because I think Troy Aikman's been pretty good. But he just tweeted this. At about 6 in the morning. The biggest criticism used against analytics is that it doesn't take into account the team or the situation. Michael Badgley, who is the Lions kicker, career from 48 yards plus, that field goal would have been 47, 48. Career from 48 plus, he makes 45% of those kicks. 45%. So they also later tweets, why doesn't the Take the Points crowd include these pieces of info? Early in game, SF elected to attempt the field goal on 4th down. Some people question that decision by Shanahan. Moody missed the kick, obviously. So Badgley, and I was explaining this, he only had one kick of 40. He was 4 for 4 on the season. Hadn't really kicked all year. 45% conversion rate from 48 plus. Does that change anybody's thought process?
But if you're going to do that, the historical data in the playoffs is different than the regular season. Regular season, 51% for NFL conversion on 4th down. But in the playoffs, it dips down into the high 30s. So we could play that analytics game. I'm just going the field.
He's not playing the analytics game. He basically what Greg Olsen is saying is that the biggest criticism used against analytics that it doesn't take into account the team, the player, the situation, the coaching. It's basically robotic.
And the momentum.
And the player, Michael Badgley, has only made 45% of his 48-plus yard field goals.
But see, when we were talking yesterday, I actually brought up all of the data regarding the NFL average, Bagley's average from those distances, the average on 4th and third, what the average conversion rate is. Right. But also in the playoffs, you're playing better defenses.
Right.
I don't know.
No doubt.
Look,
but 4th and 3, no, we're not. But I don't care about that. I'm just saying Detroit was 20 of 25 on 4th and 3s or less all season long. That's 80% conversion rate. The numbers tell you, wow, they convert 80% of the time when it's 4th and 3 or less. That was a 4th and 2. On the flip side, the kicker, who's you have on your roster, has only made 45% of his kicks from 48 plus. The data tells you right there, the facts tell you, go for it. I mean, the numbers are telling everybody that, whether it's analytics or not.
But if you're going to be, again, so my whole thing is, if you say, I'm aggressive and this is what we do, well, then why don't you throw the ball into the end zone when it's 38 seconds to go and you've got multiple timeouts and it's 21-7 and it's 1st and goal after Amra St. Brown first down.
They did throw the ball into the end zone.
One time it was a lob throw to throw away. It was a throwaway.
Jameer Gibbs was wide open. Wide open in the back of the end zone.
It looked like a throwaway. And then the second one was a run play. And then the third one was a screen pass.
The Jameer Gibbs play wasn't no throwaway.
That's what it looked like to me.
He missed him. He flat out missed him. Greg Olsen said it. Kevin Burkhardt said it. He had Jameer Gibbs behind Fred Warner on that little, I don't know if it was an angle route or a C route, whatever it was. He flat out missed him.
Look, at their offseason, whether we like it or not, he will always be remembered for what happened in that game because of the aggression and going for it, and it's going to live with him. It's the same way it lives with Shanahan. It's the same way it lives with LaFleur after not going for it on that 4th down when they kicked the field goal and gave the ball back to Tom Brady in the Tampa Bay-Green Bay game. That's just what happens. I mean, it's different. It's not the regular season. This is the playoffs.
But they've been going for it all playoffs. Nobody had a problem with it.
Well, it cost them the number 1 seed.
Well, the referees cost them the number 1 seed.
All right.
Did the officiating not make the ball?
Well, but after you get a second opportunity and then a third opportunity, you have to take the points.
That's holding offense number 76.
They blew it. Let's go to Coach Los Altos. Coach, what's happening?
Oh, my God, Bonte, Shasky.
Your voice is
I don't
still
even
hurting.
know what to say. Dude, I had four of my, I had my wife and three of my four kids. My one kid's up in Seattle, and he couldn't come down. But I had five of us there, friends, everything. We were about 5 rows from the field down by the Lions Tunnel. And it was easily my favorite sporting event ever.
Wow.
I still am blown away by so many things. My quick points on the comeback, the no huddle, Purdy, Debo, CMC running angry, the electricity from Debo right after halftime where he's saying, let's go. And he's got, he's reminded me of Friday Night Lights where the coach is, spinning his hand saying, let's go. The second one is whether you call it the BA ricochet, the immaculate, deflection, the IU fluke. I don't care what you call it. It happened right in front of us. I will never forget that. It was our Lynn Swan Super Bowl moment. It was, I'll just never forget it. I think the second point, the fumble. Yeah, Gip was grasping at shadows the first half, but that rip, when he reached in there and pulled that, and then to have Eric Armstead, who's just a warrior, an awesome dude with this, plantar fasciitis sucks. I've had it. And the fact that he's in there and he gets the fumble, that was game changing. At that moment, we had put our hats on backwards, put the rally towels under our hats. The rows in front of us and behind us said, you can't move. You can't take those off. Everybody's jumping, dancing, screaming. You couldn't hear yourself think. The energy in the stadium, the security guy I was talking with afterwards as I was just lying there, just dead tired. He grew up in Candlestick. He said, this is the first time it felt like Candlestick in the day. So the question I have for you guys, and I really want to hear your answer, is Wilkes has vowed to address the defensive issues before the Super Bowl. How's he going to do it?
That's the million-dollar question.
And with that, I will see you in Vegas, baby. Let's go Niners.
See you in Vegas, Coach. There was a play in the second half, and I noticed a couple times because I was talking to Lubman last night. Chase Young was asked to drop in coverage. Chase Young in coverage, and watching him drop in coverage, the guy had no idea what he was doing. Now, again, Steve Wilkes loves to blitz, right? He told us midway through the year, I'm still trying to learn this scheme. His defense was not good on Sunday. They bit. They didn't break. And if you make the mistakes this defense made against Green Bay and the Detroit Lions, you would get your ass blown out in the Super Bowl by Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. The screen game for Detroit worked. What does Andy Reid do? Andy Reid may be the best screen game coordinator, best screen game constructor, play caller in the history of the NFL. All right? That's a problem. If you want to run a lot of zone, what Steve Wilkes did against Detroit, well, Patrick Mahomes and company are going to destroy that zone. You see what they did to Baltimore's zone defense?
And he always has creativity for you. Remember in the last Super Bowl, he had that trick play where everybody moved.
At the goal line,
yeah, like he always brings that to the table, though, when you give him a couple of weeks, right, B?
So Steve Wilkes, listen, I'm just praying that Nick Bosa has an all-time performance. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw do what they do, and they're going to have their hands full with Travis Kelce. And if you match up Dre Greenlaw, as much as I love him, if you match up Dre Greenlaw and Travis Kelce, it's going to be a long day for the 49ers defense. And then you got Jair Brown and Jashon Gibson in the back end. Kansas City gets deep with you. McCall Hartman last season. How many jet sweeps did he rush? Did he have 3 touchdowns against the 49ers at Levi's?
Almost the same play, it felt like, all at the goal line.
So, yeah, Steve Wilkes is going to have his hands full. I have no idea what he does. Well, no idea how he defends Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid in the Super Bowl.
Like, what about the personnel adjustments? Because like Oren Burks was getting wiped out, and I know that one linebacker on those like toss plays and those sweep plays. I mean, you're just, it's really difficult. You got 2 people blocking you, and you're gonna have to make a play. It just feels like he gets washed out, and then it's Gibson coming up, or the other safety, Jair Brown, having to come up and make a tackle in space. And more times than not, they're eating grass.
They're eating
and
grass.
like, I know we want to blame Wilkes, so I'm asking, like, do they even have the personnel to be able to make that adjustment on those toss plays?
Yeah, I think
Like, I'm being fair. I'm trying to be fair here.
Personnel, maybe we've overrated the personnel around Warner and Greenlaw and Bosa. Maybe the personnel's just not that good. Now, Kansas City's offensive line, is it the same as Detroit's? I think Detroit has one of the better, if not the best offensive line in all of football. Penei Sewell, I'm telling you guys, man, he's an all-timer. That guy is nasty. And he does everything. He's pulling. Yeah, he's nice. Down blocking. He's running routes. He was open for a little route. He leaked out. I mean, this guy is nasty. Does Kansas City have anybody like that? Their offensive line is good, and Mahomes got plenty of protection against Baltimore, especially in that first half.
I mean, Mahomes, let's just call it what it is. I mean, he's infinitely more mobile and pocket-aware than Jared Goff.
Yep.
You know, like, you get him off his platform, he'll still make a ridiculous throw downfield. You get Goff to move around, and your percentages of him completing the pass go way down. I mean, that is like a fact. On that play where the fumble happened, the Jahmyr Gibbs, either he went to the wrong side, Goff went to the wrong. Clearly, there was some sort of miscommunication. Your boy Olsen was talking about it. Like, he went to the wrong side. They think.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
And he never
he had his left arm up instead of his right arm. Yep.
Yeah, and he never really got the ball tucked away. And Gibson came in and punched it out. And Armstead, who's kind of like trailing on the play, it just falls into his lap. They were so fortunate to have that happen in that moment. I mean, so fortunate. It was like, boom. And the first play of all plays, like right away. So, yeah, the momentum was that was a killer play. I don't know if that's a rookie making a mistake. I don't know if I feel like it's not on Goff. It had to be on the rookie running back.
Yeah, it was. But Jahmyr Gibbs kept telling everybody, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad.
That was a functional mistake. Like, you lined up improperly or whatever, went to the wrong side improperly. Like, That's a mental mistake.
No, it was a huge mistake. It's a blunder. It's a championship mistake.
The kid's going to have to live with it. He was awesome all game, and he's going to have to live with that all offseason.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Zay Flowers going to have to live with it in Baltimore. These young rookies here.
He was so good in that game, too.
So, yeah, no doubt. And Detroit, we'll think about that. Like, Detroit.
I lost. I'm out.
Considering how Detroit may never, ever have an opportunity like that. Oh, my gosh. That city's got to be sick right now.
And you brought up, Kelsey. When you watch it back now, you could say, Joe, it was a byproduct of how they were scheming him or whatever. Laporta was destroying the Niners, and he would catch the ball underneath the sticks and then plow through 2 and 3 guys. If you don't think Travis Kelsey can do similar things, you're tripping.
Well, he's the best tight end to ever live, right?
It's him and Gronk, I feel like.
I mean, Travis Kelce, the best receiving tight end, just broke a postseason record for most catches in postseason history. I mean, Travis Kelce had 11 targets on Sunday against Baltimore. He caught all 11 passes, all 11 targets. Kelce brought down for a catch. Let's go to Live in Antioch. Live, what's happening?
What's up, Live?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Just want to hit on a couple things real quick. I mean, I encourage all 49er fans, don't listen to the outside noise. You got, the Nick Wrights of the world, the people on ESPN. We know what we got in Brock Purdy, and that's really, all that matters. Whatever happens February 11th, I hope we obviously come out on the winning end, but it's been a hell of a season, and, this is what you want. This is what we wanted, and we're here. We just got to take advantage. Just a couple things real quick. Special teams. We really, Moody, I'm hoping that, he can get a couple kicks in early, some makeable kicks just to give him any extra confidence if he has any nerves. Hopefully the turf in Vegas is looking right and looking good for us. And then on the defensive end, Chase Young, I mean, obviously, you guys have Baldy on every week. He'd be, a guy to tell you guys if he's quitting or, not up to performance. But, I mean, honestly, I don't mind it being out there in the media right now, especially with Nick Bosa. And obviously he put up and he performed on Sunday. But, the prior 5-6 playoff games, there were no sacks. So we need all hands on deck. If Chase Young is going to have a chip on his hands, so be it. And then another thing, stopping Patrick Mahomes. I don't really think it's going to happen. I think the outlier is Christian McCaffrey. I don't think if Christian McCaffrey doesn't rush for, 150, between 150 and 165 with 2 touchdowns, it's going to be. I know it's going to be. It's going to be. But I think they can be had. I think they can be had in the run game. And also, I think a lot of the short dump offs to kind of get McCaffrey and get Debo going, get Purdy some confidence. The longer we're on the offenses on the field, the better I like our chances. Time of possession is going to be huge.
Let me address that. We'll peel like an onion some of your points. The Jake Moody thing, I don't know. I'm not as I thought I was at one point worried about him. And yes, he missed a field goal early in the game, but he hit a big one later. I mean, a big time
back-to-back weeks. We all forget the field goal he made in the fourth quarter against the Green Bay Packers.
Totally agree. So, I'm not as going crazy on the kicking game as others. What about you, B?
I mean, it's a problem. I need you to make them. I mean, it may alter my decision. If there's a 4th and 3 in the Super Bowl, and I'll go 4th and 2 just for since we're on the subject. 4th and 2, and I'm at the 30-yard line. What am I going to do? Kick a 47-yarder with Jake Moody in a place that he's already missed a kick, or am I going to go for it? You got to remember, man, these 4th and 2s and 4th and 3s, and forget all the analytics for a second. This is just a new NFL. Andy Reid went for 4th and 1, 4th and 2 on the first drive of the game, and they were around midfield. And Patrick Mahomes had to make a miraculous throw to Travis Kelce. How many times we talk about the Philadelphia Eagles? Boy, you want to keep them on a 3rd and 2 or 4th and 2 because the tush push is coming. The new NFL tells you to go for it on 4th and 2, 4th and 3. What does Sean McVay do? One of the biggest plays of the game in the 2021 NFC Championship game, where the Niners are at the Rams, 43, 44-yard line, and it's a 4th and 2? What did we all watch Shanahan to do?
I wanted him to go for it in that situation.
He punted.
Also considering that the kicker at the time, because this goes into it, didn't have the greatest leg.
Right.
And where they were on the field, to me, it was depreciating return to kick the ball down. And they pinned the Rams, and it didn't even matter.
And you kind of make my point with Michael Badgley, 45%. From 48+. So this is the new NFL when you get to those situations. So Moody, I think Shanahan is worried about Jake Moody. He may alter his sneaking now. We see him have him kicking, and he made a big kick at SoFi Stadium in week 2 when he nailed the 57-yarder. I'm like, wow, you're not going to punt it here? Kicks it, makes it, go on to win that game. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the Super Bowl. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you could watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. It is a Warriors game day, too. They got the Sixers in town.
Returner Kate Scott.
She's going to join us on NBC Sports Bay Area today. She's coming into the Gatehouse.
Very nice.
Call Kate Scott. Get her on the roast. I would love to talk to Kate Scott, actually. I would. Maybe I'll text her. Look, she's an Eagles fan now.
Come on.
Yes. So, Eagles fly.
Okay, last thing here. Chase Young, for those that aren't maybe on social media, there are lots and lots of videos that are circulating around, whether it's YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, X, whatever the hell they're calling it now, of showcasing the effort level of Chase Young, and it's not great. It doesn't look good. I feel like the lowest form of disrespect for fans, when they see a player that looks like they're dogging it, I feel like fans lose their mind, right? Fair or not. Just like when you see somebody and you're like questioning their effort level, that's like the lowest form of disrespect for fans. Yeah. It feels like you're questioning that person's heart, And I cannot defend any of the videos that I'm seeing from Chase Young. He's like, it's not even jogging. It's like walking. And then he sticks a hand out like, I don't even know what he's doing.
You're playing for a trip to the Super Bowl. That's my problem. You're playing for a trip to the Super Bowl, and you got to be flying around. Like Detroit, they were borderline dirty on Sunday with a couple tackles, but they were not leaving anything on that football field. They were going to die trying to get into that Super Bowl. Some of the effort, so what I saw on field from Chase Young, it now makes sense on why he was traded for a compensatory pick. A third-round pick.
They'll be getting that pick. He ain't getting no money. I don't know what kind of money he's getting, but it's not going to be here.
It's not going to be from us. And, the whole Jacksonville game where he came in and made a splash, it's all good. What do you do later down the line when nobody's watching? Well, we're all watching now, and Chase Young ain't doing much. It's actually disappointing how poorly he's playing on the edge and not setting the edge.
He's not playing good at all. And he's not the only one. Like, Armstead didn't look right. He looked thinner, slow. He didn't get great push. Now, he did make a really nice play on a third down, or maybe it was the fourth down play, to push Jared Goff out of the pocket. But he didn't look good either, and he's making a ton of money right now. He's missed a ton of time. That foot is not right. And I feel bad for him, dude. This is like the biggest point in his career. I know he's been to the Super Bowl with this team before. The guy looks like he's physically unable to play right now at a high level.
Let's get the Danker in the city real quick. And then we got Baldy 7:30. We got Nick in Berkeley, Amir in Dublin. Danker, long time no talk. What's going on, man?
What's up, Danker?
Top of the morning, gents. My only concern with KC would be because I think a lot of the receivers are like redundant physically. I like our matchup size-wise. Speed's always going to be a question, but I think we go nickel a lot of the time. I would like to just man up Ward on Kelsey and just take him out Belichick style, just take him off the table and let our linebackers kind of read and react and chip those tight ends. Because the second tight end, those two tight ends, we can really mess up their timing, right? So a lot of twists, things like that with the linebackers, because Andy reads about misdirection, revolving doors. If we can't allow him to count on what we're doing, I think that really messes them up. So, and of course, you can't stop him, but you can only try to contain Mahomes. But I think if we can take Kelsey out and force Patrick to try to read the rest of the field, I think that's one of our better chances.
That's a good point, Decker. That's a good point, Decker. Hey, look, we got a break here. We got Baldy coming up in 19 minutes. Jimmy, to win this football game against Kansas City, and we'll pill it as we get deeper and deeper into the week. And next week, of course, this may just be one of those situations where, yes, we need the offense to win us a football game. And they've done that a lot. In Brock, I trust. I truly do. McCaffrey, I trust. I truly do. You may just have to outscore Kansas City. You may just have to win a shootout. Philadelphia failed to do it last year. They got called for defensive holding. Couldn't get a stop. You may just have to outscore Mahomes and company because this defense right now is leaking oil. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. As I just mentioned, Baldy in 18 minutes. Brian Baldinger, you know what time it is with him. Baldy's Breakdowns plus Nick and Amir. We're going to get to you on the other side here on the Morning Roast.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold hotline is up.
B, I can't argue with you.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Some people can't argue with me because they can't win arguments against me. I'm undefeated, never lost.
You're the Brandon Staley of the show.
Shout out LeVar Ball. Nah, I'm not getting fired anytime soon. I win games, big games. I don't lose games.
Big game tonight, Bonte. Let me give a quick shout out. Bruce Mahoney, women's game tonight at USF. I know that there's a basketball game, a Warrior game that you're going to be at, and I've got a little something for you in a second on that. But I went out to Sacred Heart for the crab feed on Saturday. Lots of love from a lot of people out there. They're big Bonte Hill fans. Me, not so much. You, they love you. Sacred Heart's beautiful. Campus, gorgeous. I hadn't been in there.
Don't start sucking up to Sacred Heart now because you're wearing all the Reardon gear.
Well, I told you.
Start sucking up to Sacred Heart. That's my school.
I did the world tour. I went everywhere except St. Ignatius, but my wife went there. So, yeah, SI versus SH tonight. And I went to that SH new, I guess it's the cafeteria and the new gym or whatever. Just absolutely gorgeous. The facility is beautiful in there.
One of the best
really
gyms
nice time for the crab feed.
Yeah, one of the best gyms in the city. There's a lot of crab feeds going on, right?
Yeah, there is. And then tonight at the Warrior game, I don't know if you know this, there's going to be Irish dancing as we go Sacred Heart here on you.
Really?
Irish dancing at the Warrior game tonight. The Boyle Irish Dance Academy. And my boy Jimbo, his daughter Emma's going to be out there dancing.
Oh, congratulations, Emma. Congratulations, Jimbo. Warriors need to win in the worst way, man. They need to win. Embiid's probably going to play. He didn't play last night. He didn't play Saturday against Denver. Tyrese Maxey didn't play last night. Philadelphia, one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. Warriors, back-to-back one-point losses at home. The Fighting Kate Scotts are in town.
Oh, boy.
The Fighting Kate Scotts. Kate's going to join us on Warriors pregame live today at the Gatehouse. I can't wait to see her. I really can't. Ask her, I'm a grill her about the Eagles.
Incredible.
I will grill her about the Eagles, on how we destroyed Philadelphia. Not the 49ers, but the Morning Roast.
Do you think she puts on her, like, because now the Niners are in the Super Bowl. Do you think she dares put anything on social media?
Absolutely not.
With the Niners?
Absolutely not. She's not dumb. Kay Scott, we know Kay Scott's no dummy. That's why she got away from us.
Yeah.
The
best career move of all time.
Best decision of her life.
She trampolined right into way more fame and money.
By the way, you want to hear from our boys from Dallas?
Why is that?
And Sean. They refused to do a simulcast with us. So I guess they're going to Radio Row.
Oh.
105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
Good for them.
RJ and Sean, listen to this. We're living rent-free inside their domes.
Francisco comes back, and we're going to have to deal with this for 2 weeks straight, including a week with them and others in Vegas at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because
painful.
We're finally going to meet. What's their names? They'll be there, I'm
What's
sure.
her name?
Finally meet them.
You think?
Oh, well, we only go there. Why don't we go there? We're going to go there. If the Niners go to the Super Bowl, we'll go there.
Yeah, I don't know that they generate enough revenue for the budget for that, but I guess we'll see.
San Francisco.
It's a drive.
The San Fran radio team.
They could probably make the drive like we did in New Orleans that one year. They take a bus. It's going to be annoying. We're going to see them.
This felt like a 30 for 30 with the meltdown. It really, literally, like every play, every drive.
This is why I don't respect those clowns. You know, in today's society, cancel culture, we're going to have to see those girls, basically. Oh, basically called us some girls. That's so original. Remember he had the mama joke right away, 2 minutes in. I was like, oh, this guy's dead. This guy's right on. I got him in my pocket.
I just, you know what? We're going to go to the game. We got credentialed, thank God. We'll be at the actual game. They'll be flying out on Friday. Good for them.
Yeah,
I hope they have fun interviewing, a parade of people selling, erectile dysfunction pills or whatever the heck they're selling.
It's the closest Dallas will ever get to the Super Bowl is Radio Row. They haven't been to a title game. They haven't been to a title game since 1995, and that's all they're thinking about. Oh, we're going to have to meet those guys. Oh, my God, we're going to have to see those guys. Trust me, we don't have to say a goddamn thing to each other. I will walk right past you. I got no problem doing that.
Hey, we've got Leon Lett coming on the show, and he's going to sell us some Gillette. We've got Terrell Davis coming on in 3 minutes, and he is selling soap, Head and Shoulders.
We have Nate Newton coming on, and he's going to sell us his life story of how he got caught with 4 pounds of weed.
Terrell Davis selling Head and Shoulders, and he bald.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking like that. But, no, for me, I'm a diehard radio listener. Radio Row, to me, is not good radio. Just for me. And again, I'm the creator of Not Good Radio, so I know one when I see one, and it's just I don't get much value as a listener out of it. It's like all these names, and they're just selling products.
Right.
I don't know. I don't care much for it.
So we'll reveal our plans for the Super Bowl next week. We'll let everybody know what we're doing for the Super Bowl, the morning roast that is. But I want to get to the calls. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick in Berkeley before we get the Baldy at 7:30. Nick, what's happening? Good morning.
Man, what's up, y'all? Hey, man, straight BUM status for Jackson, man. I don't even know what you was doing, dog. I have no idea what you were doing. I guess you forgot how to play football. The moment got too big for you, bro. So I don't even know why they signed you for all that money. You should be ashamed of yourself, man. Dude, what were you doing, dude? Like, Andy Reid's defense was that good, dude. You were just out there panicking, bro. Let me tell you something about Detroit fan. Detroit fan is the worst, most smug, contrite fan I've ever had the displeasure of sitting next to in a game. They were actually turning around saying, I thought your defense was good, blah, blah, blah. And then they were up, 24 or whatever, and talking that smack. I said, well, bet. Y'all, anyone y'all want to bet? I'll give you even money right now. Like, come on. Y'all scared? Like, why you don't run from the hip? Because our defense is about to put the clampers on you. And slowly but surely, I was, these guys like, oh, field goals don't win playoff games. So I said it earlier in the day, right? And so, man, we was going back and forth for a minute. They all quit and got quiet. Every last one of those fans, midway through the third, sat down and didn't have nothing to say. They stopped cheering. I couldn't believe it. They don't ever say, you guys are a bunch of front runners, bro. The worst ever, worse than Dodgers fans.
I refuse to believe that.
Come on, Nick. I got to call Cap
I love
on that
you, Nick.
one.
Come on.
Listen, I got one more thing, man. Go ahead. There's this little kid. He was about a foot tall, right? He was stomping on a Niner flag. I went up to his pops. I said, man, take it. I said, your son just jinxed you. You know that, right? He's like, oh, no, come on. It's like a circle of people filming this little kid stomping on a Niner rag. So I'm like, if we lose this game, that's going to be like viral, complete for thousands of years. But hey, little kid, don't cry. You know what I'm saying? Your daddy and your mom need to be there for you. Back to Detroit, losers for the retake next year. We'll see you back out here. Check it out, Mahomes. We're coming for you, Punk.
Hey,
We're coming for you, Mahomes.
You've had some great calls.
Nick,
that might not have been one of them.
Nick, oh yeah, I didn't mean a bad Detroit fan. They were cool. And I didn't talk any trash to them, especially after the game, because I had too much respect for that football team. Detroit should be getting ready for Las Vegas. And now I'm not going to complain. The Niners did what they had to do to come back, and they made all the plays to the second half. So it's a 60-minute game. But boy, watching that back last night, I said, we cannot play like that against Kansas City. Let's go to Amir Dublin real quick. Amir Dublin, we got Baldy in 4 minutes. Baldy's going to join us. You don't want to go anywhere, folks. Brian Baldinger in 4 minutes. But let's get to Amir Dublin. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I'll make it quick before I get to my point. Just to let you know, Philly and Dallas, they're always going to hate because they always get hyped up and they always fall short. I mean, they fall short bad, and this year was the worst I've ever seen. So let them talk. My point is I'm worried about the corners. This defense is built to get pressure on the quarterback, and when they can't, I don't know if Ambry Thomas and DeAndre Lenore can hold up against these case receivers. Travarius Ward, I think he'll be fine. I think one caller said put him on Travis Kelce. What about the other guys? If they don't get pressure, can Lenore and Ambry Thomas step up? And I'm kind of worried because they were getting burned against Detroit and against Green Bay. So thanks, guys. Take care. Appreciate your time.
How about this? I want to play this for you, Shasta. I want your thoughts on this real quick before you answer that. Shanahan are bringing in a consultant before the Super Bowl. Check this out.
Well, I know some teams bring in consultants heading into the Super Bowl. I think the Eagles did with Vic last year. Would you bring in a defensive consultant like one of these ex-head coaches that are out of work, like Belichick or Carroll or Vrabel or Rivera?
No, I haven't really thought about that yet, so I wouldn't say never, but not right now. I'm not thinking about it.
Possibly.
Did Vic Fangio, wasn't he brought in to help the Eagles last year, or am I misremembering that?
That's what he said. That's what he alluded to in the beginning.
Yeah, but that was last year.
That was last year.
And, and they gave up 35 points, 40 points.
Mahomes carved him up.
I mean, I get the question, and I understand where he would be. I don't know. I don't think you bring someone in this late in the process to, get their hands on something when they haven't been there all year. Steve Wilkes, for whatever people think about him, he did, adjust in that second half, and they did, clamp things down. I think they've got more personnel issues than scheme issues. But I would love to ask Baldy. I'm staring at his Zoom right now, looking at him. I want to hear what
he's got.
Thinks.
The white button up, and he's showing the taco meat. Baldy is ready to go here on our morning roast. And he joins us now on the Boxer and Girls and Guest line. Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and win a championship weekend. And as we get ready to roll with Baldy here on the morning roast for the next 20-plus minutes, I just kept thinking as I was driving in, Baldy, when we first talked to him back in early August, he said, folks, it's going to be the wildest ride in the NFL we've seen in quite some time. And boy, was he telling the truth. It has been a wild ride, including championship weekend, where both road teams had a chance to steal it, but the Niners rally in the second half. And, Baldy, let's just start here. The difference between the first and second half. I didn't recognize that team in the first half. Detroit did whatever they wanted, but Uncle Mo came and played in the second half with the Ladybug catch, and Brendan Ayuk and the Niners steal it there. Give me your thoughts on that second half and the Niners turnaround.
Well, I mean, it literally started on the first play of the second half. Like they said, Kyle Shanahan came out and said after the game, like, our goal was to go down and score a touchdown. And they didn't score a touchdown. He was ticked because they had a chance to, and they didn't. They kicked a field goal. And then it kind of snowballed from there. I mean, then for whatever reason, Detroit doesn't go for it, doesn't kick the field goal on 4th and 2 at the 28 to match, to go back up 17, to go up 3 scores. And they get the ball back, and the first play, they go to Ayuk down the field. I mean, they just attacked. It was completely different. They said, okay. It's almost like they had to get so far behind to play their best football. And to lock in, just to, to use a Brady phrase, just to get laser focused. And I felt like, okay, that's what that locker room speech was all about. Whatever they said, it's time to get laser focused right now. There's no room for error. A lot of things went their way. They made a lot of things happen. But that's what happens. Bonte, you see basketball games turn all the time, where it looks like, they're getting blown out of the gym, and all of a sudden, here comes the full court press, here comes the slam dunks, here comes the free throw, and all of a sudden, they turn it. And that's what happened in that second half.
Now, you slipped in the 4th and 2. Shasky and I have been kind of dissecting that all week long. Dan Campbell going for it on 4th and 2. And I understand the Lions they converted 80% of their 4th and 3s and less. And I thought the third down play was very vital because they, for whatever reason, they're rolling with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, and Amon-Ra St. Brown lines up in the backfield on third down. Warner makes a great play. I thought Kinlaw made a good play there to hold up his block there and shed that block and make a play on Amon-Ra St. Brown, but then they go for it on 4th and 2. And I get that Michael Badgley has converted only 45% of his field goals from 48 yards plus, and that's a long field goal there. I had no problem with the decision, Baldy, that decision. But later on in the game, I was like, all right, Dan Campbell, you're getting a little wacky here. But that decision right there up 24-10, did you have an issue with that? Because at the end of the day, Josh Reynolds just flat out drops it.
Well, it's not a great play on 4th and 2, to be honest with you. It's not a gimme. It's not where, okay, we're going to roll right and there's going to be a pick right here and I got an open receiver. I mean, you still got it. Throw the ball. I mean, there was vertical routes down the field. There was really, I don't understand the route, but look, if you kick the field goal there from 45 yards, you're up 17, you're up 3 scores. Does it make a difference if you're up 3 scores, 17 or 21?
Right.
Like, to me, you just go match the 49ers score, their field goal. And now the 49ers are still down 3 scores, and now halfway through the third period is over. So you're at 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, and you're up 3 scores. I felt a lot better. I just felt like, and then I felt like on 4th and 3 and halfway through the fourth quarter, where he could have tied it up with a 48-yarder, I thought he was just chasing points at that point, Bonte.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right, we didn't get the first one. But our analytics say we're 80%. We'll get this one. And, we'll go down and we'll score a touchdown. We'll take the lead. I felt like the critical one was the first 4th and 2 halfway through that third quarter.
So you didn't like that decision. I'm a little surprised, Baldy, because they were averaging 7 yards a carry with the ground. I had no problem with that one. that one, I honestly, but it's very interesting to hear from you. Very interesting. I didn't like the play call either, but again, the receiver's got to make a play. Riddles flat out drops it.
Yeah, it's not. Look, it's not an easy catch. It's not like it's hitting him, at the number 8. I mean, it's off his body. It's away from him. Yes, it goes through his hands.
Right.
Yes, he's got to catch it. But at the same time, it's not an easy catch. It's not a gimme. He's got a defender on his inside. He's reaching around to the outside, and he drops it. Now, if he catches it, maybe we're not even talking right now. We're discussing, what went wrong. But, that was a big part of their comeback was the fourth down stops.
Yeah, and I think getting Goff to move up in the pocket because the burst of pressure, like you saw, anytime he didn't have a clean pocket to throw from and he had to move, he was struggling. Like he just was. And I look at Brock, I don't know what happened. In the first half, he hit a couple of big throws, like the one to Ayuk on the outside on the first drive was a beautifully timed throw. But he was just like a step slow and like a little hesitant to rip it. I don't know if he didn't see the field or whatever, but the difference for me in the second half, it wasn't just like seeing the field. The legs, that 3rd and 4 where they had the shotgun and you have Debo on one side and McCaffrey on the other, even the touchdown pass where he moved slightly to the left and threw to Ayuk, he used his legs to either scramble and make a play or to create a passing lane for himself. I thought the difference in this game for Brock Purdy was the feet. What did you see from first half to second half?
No, look, they the 2 first drives of the game, they went right down the field. They missed a field goal. All right, they don't convert on 3rd down. Missed a field goal, go right down the field. Second drive and scored a touchdown. He had a couple balls batted down by Hutchinson, and so those kind of affect you. But he was channeling his inner Steve Young, in that game. Like that was classic Steve Young right there. And we've seen him scramble, but every one of those 3 scrambles for 52 yards was so critical. So critical, getting a chunk, converting, just keeping the drive on schedule. And you can't practice that. That's just got to be a feel. That's an instinct. I mean, we see it from Mahomes all the time, which is great. That's Patrick Mahomes. He's been doing this for 7 years. This is a kid that, hasn't completed 2 years of playing yet, and now he's in the biggest game he's ever played in. And he's pulling a ball down and finding lanes, and not just. But I mean, that's a talented, fast defense, and he's getting those chunks. And so 2 20+ yard scrambles like that it's incredible.
He had a great throw to Debo on the first drive of the 3rd quarter. It was just ripped right into the middle of the field.
That throw though, Joe, people, I don't know, I'm so tired of the whole game manager or whatever they're trying to say.
That was a dime, Baldy.
That throw, you drop back 5 steps, you hitch, and you rip it. And it's right into the thick of a 4-man zone. And Debo's catching it on the dead run.
Yep.
He's not jumping up for it. He's not reaching back for it. He's not going down low and catching it off his shoestrings. He's catching it, literally, it's playing T-ball. It's like going out there with your kid that's 5 years old and you're playing T-ball. You put it right there on the tee for him. You can't throw it any better than that.
Yeah, he showed toughness when he got drilled on the Debo pass.
He got drilled, man.
I mean, just right underneath the chin, and he gets drilled. But I want to talk about the Ayuk throw. When you look at it from the wide angle, Ayuk clearly gets penalized by getting hit by the cornerback, and he rips it down. I mean, he ripped that ball downfield, but the catch, the dexterity, the athleticism, the hand-eye coordination. I mean, break down the Ayuk catch, the whole play. I want to hear it from you, Baldy.
Well, it's play action, max protection. They pull Aaron Banks and Kittle to go seal the edge on Hutchinson right there. So because it's a design shot play. And I think I said it right here last week. I said they're going to go after Kindle Vildor. I don't know when they're going to go after him. They're going to go after him because he just struggles down the field playing the ball in the air. I've seen too many when he was in Chicago. He did. I thought he did in Detroit. They were down corners. He had to play. I just thought it was a matter of time before they went after him, and they did it in a way where the free safety wasn't there. So the ball's in the air, 50 yards. Vildor interferes. The back judge throws the flag. The ball's tipped. It's the modern day Lynn Swann catch.
Yep.
It's an acrobat. He's an I don't even know how he tracked the ball after it was tipped like that, and then to see how he secured the catch, made sure that he rolled that. Honestly, in this day and age, the way that you catch a ball and go to the ground, you have to in every way because of all the cameras and replay and
Right.
everything. You can't give them any reason to think that it's not a catch. That ball tips, it hits the ground, it moves. Is it a catch? Isn't it a catch? You don't know.
Right.
You have to make sure that when you go to the ground with the ball, that you're showing them that the ball never touched the ground. You have it secured all the way through the catch. And you see these receivers now going out of the way to make sure that they show any official the ball, and he did that.
Oh, unbelievable catch, a ladybug catch. We'll be talking about that for many, many years here in the Bay Area, especially if the Niners beat the Kansas City Chiefs in a couple weeks in Las Vegas. Brian Baldinger here on the Boxer
Give
Girls
me
and
that
Cats
real
line.
quick, though, Bonte, because I
What's that?
didn't hear the whole interview.
Oh, well, here's
he's saying he saw a ladybug.
Yeah. Here's Brendan Ayuk with
So
Aaron
good,
Andrews at the game. Listen to this, Baldy.
All right, come on.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe. And y'all know what that means. So that's all I can say, because other than that, I don't know. Just great luck. God was with us today. Great win. Bang, bang, Niner game. It's crazy.
It's crazy. The ladybug catch,
that's
Baldy.
hilarious.
That is hilarious, man. It is hilarious, man. What a game that was in Levi Stadium. Niners make the largest comeback in the title game history after being down 17+ at the half, down 24-7 against the Detroit Lions. And then you get Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy. I thought Shanahan's 5-minute drill there, but I do want to get to the defense. And this run defense does concern me. Because at that 4th and 2, at that moment, Detroit had 168 rushing yards to the Niners 45. Now, Detroit didn't run the ball more. After that, they got a little behind. They got a little out of their game plan. But this run defense, Baldy, is very, very concerning. And look, we text over the weekend, Chase Young. What did you think of his performance? Because a lot of 49er fans right now, Baldy, are down on Chase Young. They believe the effort is a little down, not championship effort. You look at the play by Jahmyr Gibbs, the 3rd touchdown. That's not championship effort. We're trying to get to a Super Bowl here. You got to go balls to the wall here, and I didn't see that from Chase Young on Sunday, Baldy.
He plays too high. He likes to see everything that's going on, and, guys are hitting him in the chest. They're getting underneath him. Tight ends are blocking him. But I didn't think, outside of Bosa, I didn't think any of the defense linemen played well. I didn't think Armstead did. I didn't think Hargrave did. Definitely not Kinlaw or Givens. I didn't think they got good performances from that front. They got blocked up. I didn't think the run fits with the linebackers was good. I thought Fred was off. I thought Burks was off. I didn't think the run fits looked like a championship-level defense. Like, honestly, if Fred Warner was on the show right now, I'd go, Fred, on that, Montgomery run 15 yards right up the middle. It's a basic inside zone. Everybody runs that play. The 49ers run as well as anybody. They're double teaming the tackles. The linebackers got to go. They got to go fit that. Burks went one way. Warner went the other way. I don't know what they're like. Whether it was the tight end in motion that threw him off or whatever, but they just opened up the middle right to Tig to make the tackle. I didn't think they I would get back to the basics of taking on double teams, getting off blocks. Walking through your run fits. You should get these run fits down where literally you put a blindfold on and you know exactly where you're going. And that was out of sorts, and it didn't look right, and it didn't look like a championship-level performance to me.
Is that on scheme? Is that on the players? Is that a combination of both?
Well, some of it is Detroit. They're excellent up front.
Okay.
But, regardless, doesn't matter. You just have to have this mentality that you're not going to be blocked. You're going to get off blocks. And I don't think they had that mentality. They played too high. Their pad level was too high. They got underneath them. They got driven. I see guys on the ground. You can't play football on the ground. So, I could pick apart 8 runs where you go, they have to be better than that because Pacheco will do the same thing to him.
Yeah.
Well, on those outside tosses, right? They kept going to the outside. It's like one-on-one. Either it's Burks getting plastered by a wide receiver, or then you got Gibbs or Tig Brown coming up, and it's one-on-one. You got to make a play. And they're eating grass. And, no one's coming up to make a play. I'm very concerned about the safety play right now because teams are getting to that 2nd and 3rd level in the run game. So I guess my question is do they have just a personnel issue at this point in the year, or is this on Steve Wilks?
I think it's more personnel than Steve.
Gotcha.
Honestly, everybody runs toss crack. Everybody runs outside zone. It's been a weakness of the 49ers all year. They haven't been particularly good at it. And so, I was talking to Rod Woodson. I was in Baltimore on Sunday. I was talking to Rod Woodson about, communication. Because if my defensive end is getting cracked back by a tight end or wide receiver, first of all, I can't get blocked by either one of those guys.
Right.
If I'm Chase, Nick, if I'm Gregory, whoever it is. I can't get blocked by any of those guys. But it also helps if somebody's telling you there's a crack coming. Somebody's got to be yelling that out. You at least have to look at the splits of these guys and go, it's a possibility. Like they could be coming down on me. It's 1st and 10. This is an indicator that from this formation, like they could run this play. I mean, he's got to be high alert here, and it didn't look like that, especially in that first half.
No, it didn't. And I'm worried about Andy Reid in the screen game. He's one of the best screen callers. When he calls a screen, whether it was Westbrook out in Philadelphia and all the backs he had in Philadelphia, and now with Kansas City, Andy Reid knows how to run a screen. The Detroit screen game was on point against the Niners. I'm very concerned with this defense, but that flips to the offense here. How can the Niners start faster against Kansas City? Back-to-back weeks in which they've scored just 7 points. It's one of the most prolific, explosive offenses all regular season, yet they've gotten off to slow starts. Not something you want to do against Mahomes, Baldy, but how can they what is going on? What is contributing to the slow starts here for the 49ers in back-to-back playoff games?
Well, I mean, I don't agree with that, though. I mean, I saw them take the ball right down the field the first 2 drives. So, they missed a field goal. They went all the way down to the 30 in the first drive, no problem, made all the throws, just didn't convert. And then, they went right down. They went 75 yards in the next drive. I mean, they moved the ball, and then they threw an interception.
Yeah.
Whether, Brock's hand got, hit on that play and affected the throw or not, regardless, Malcolm Rodriguez came down with it. So they got off. They moved the ball. They'd like to run it a little bit better. They got stuffed a couple of times, but McCaffrey had the 25-yarder. I mean, he had some good plays early on. So, I mean, there were, and look, the longer you stay on the field, the more you can get into your game plan.
Right.
The longer you can get to some of your play action, especially if you get into some kind of a rhythm. So, I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily agree. I know Green Bay, it was definitely a slow start.
Right.
I know they only had 7 points at halftime, but they didn't have that many possessions. They had, 4 possessions in the first half. One of them is interception and one's a missed field goal. So, you're just not going to score touchdowns in every drive.
No, you're not. We got Kansas City. We got 2 weeks. Next week, we'll really break them down. But I'm looking at Deebo Samuel, and he's just such a different player than the last time they played in the Super Bowl against him. He brought a jolt to that stadium. I don't know if you saw it on the film. I'm not sure if you saw it during the first time watching it, but it just felt like he brings a calmness to the team, and the guy just refuses to be tackled. There's like a screenplay, which is one-on-one, just, get off me. I'm going for 8-9 yards. He brings so much to the table, and I don't know if people can really quantify his impact. And I underrated at times, but I just thought Deebo was special in this game.
Well, I always think he is, especially in front of that home crowd because, as soon as he touches the ball, it makes everybody, it's like Barry Bonds up at the plate. Like there's going to be a home run's going to get hit here. But I think, like I've said this many times, and I've said it on your show, he gives his team a toughness that nobody else gives. Obviously, McCaffrey is what he is, and Fred is who he is. And they have those players, and Kittle, obviously. But he just gives a total different level of toughness. Like, he challenges every single tackler. He runs through Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He was stopped, behind the line of scrimmage a couple times, looked like he was, and still has the quickness to get back inside and pick up 7 yards when it looks like there's going to be nothing there. He doesn't slow down to catch a ball. Like, one of the things, there's a quality about receivers that, yes, are they fluid? Are they Jerry Rice fluid? Okay, we can see that when the guys are running. Ayuk has that.
Right.
But are your hands as fast as your feet? So, I believe, Deebo's eyes, hands, and feet all work together. Mm-hmm. And he has this amazing speed that he can play with. Some guys have to slow down to catch a ball.
Right.
They got to body catch it. They got to jump. They got to secure the catch first. He just has this ability to have fast hands and eyes, like on that throw in the middle of the field, that Brock ripped. Yep. There's no slowdown in him, taking that ball out of the air and snatch it and keep going.
Yeah, that was the second play of the third quarter there, Baldy, where the Niners go a little quick game, up-tempo, down 24-7. That was a hell of a throw by Brock and a hell of a catch by Deebo Samuel. 8 catches, 89 yards for Deebo, who, by the way, was 50-50 at the start of the week. Baldy, I didn't think he was going to miss this game. He's Deebo Samuel. You have a name like Deebo, and you're 50-50. You're playing in the championship game. Come on, Baldy here on the Morning Roast on the Boxer Gerson guest line here. I want to ask you about Shanahan, because I thought Shanahan in the second half really called a good game. In the championship drive, I call it the 5-minute offense, up 27-24. He took what the defense gave him. We're going to run the ball. We're going to run the clock. We're going to hit quick throws. Brock Purdy with the scramble. But I thought Shanahan really grew up in this situation. What we've seen at times in the past, 2021, against the Rams, where I thought his offense bogged down there. He got a little conservative. Same thing with Super Bowl 54. Now that we're here at the Super Bowl 4 years later, where's Shanahan grown the most since that Super Bowl loss to the Kansas City Chiefs as a coach, Baldy?
Well, they found Brock Purdy. I mean, he trusts his quarterback. And so I think that's the difference. And it's not a knock on anybody else, Jimmy, anybody else that's been here. He trusts his quarterback. And that's what it comes down to. And so you can be aggressive up, 3 points and to go, try to put a nail in the coffin right there and take some shots and, trust that he's going to either, if he doesn't make the play that's called, he's going to make his own play and create a play like he did a couple of times. So I think that's the difference. Like there's always that relationship, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. There's a relationship between the head coach or play caller and a quarterback. And we have seen it throughout time. Josh McDaniels, Tom Brady, whatever. There's a kinship that exists between those two guys. And, I know this, like anybody will tell you this, Kyle is hard on his quarterbacks. Some guys aren't. Some guy, Bill Parcells is hard on Phil Simms. Some coaches don't want to be like that with their guy. They want to just keep building their confidence. I feel like Kyle can be hard on him on Wednesday at practice. He could be hard on him in the locker room. He could be hard on him on the sideline, like he's demanding. But, some guys you could do that with because they know exactly what you want. They know that it's inside of you, and this is what we need. And I just feel like that toughness that Kyle likes to coach with, he can do that with Brock.
Well, and I look at it this way, Baldy. Like when I hear, and these guys aren't champions, but I consider them championship level players. Trent Williams, Fred Warner, George Kittle. I know they haven't won the big one, but come on, these guys are all world players. These are generational type guys. They swear by Brock, and they'll stand at their locker room and wax poetically for 10 minutes about the guy. And it doesn't feel fake. It feels genuine. That matters to me. And when I see him scrambling the way he did and not going down and like in the way Bonte was describing Steve Young, shoulder forward, I don't know, man. I listen to the elite players talk about him, and that hits me in the soul.
Yeah, well, I mean, all you have to do is, take a look at, Ali McNeil just blasting him. He makes the throw over the middle. And, so they see the toughness. They know how tough he is. But I just remember, his first start out there last year against Tampa. Yeah. And I was asking Debo, I was just going through the checklist. Can he extend plays? Does he have vision? Does he? It's like, check. What else, Baldy? These guys believed in him before he even got on the field against Miami last year. Just his study habits, what he was like, quiet rookie, studying all the time, digesting the playbook, carving him up, when he's the scout team quarterback. They saw it early on. Now they're seeing it every day. Now they're they're tongue-in-cheek now. Yeah, my game manager, he knows how to, they're playing it up, and they'll play it up for 2 weeks here. But I don't think there's any question when you ask Nick Bosa, when you ask Fred, that's their quarterback, and they don't want anybody else.
No, I mean, you talk about that Tampa Bay game. The first play of the game, he gets rocked. Now, they call it questionable flag, but he got rocked by Tampa Bay DB. I forget the name. The name is eluding me here, Baldy. But then he goes and leads a touchdown drive, and the rest is history against Tom Brady and company. Real quick, on the AFC, you said you were in Baltimore. That was a great environment. What a championship game. The weather, the hitting, the defenses. Baltimore comes up short. Zay Flowers with the fumble at the goal line. That Chiefs defense stole the show. What's your big takeaway from that AFC championship game there, Baldy?
I don't know if there's a better big game defensive coordinator in the history of the NFL than Steve Spagnuolo.
Wow.
Then Belichick?
He just keeps doing it.
Yeah,
in the history of the game, you look at him taking down the 18-0,
Patriots.
Patriots. You look at him most recently in Kansas City and what he's doing, what he just did. If you just look at the three quarterbacks, they just went up against Tua in Miami. Tua had a quarterback rating of 64. They went up against Josh Allen, the great Josh Allen, who had 44 touchdowns this year, had a quarterback rating of 86. Lamar might win the MVP. He looked pedestrian. He challenged his corners to go take on Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar. We're going to put you guys on an island. Show me what you can do. and he trusts everyone. Joshua Williams, Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, L'Jarius Sneed.
Yep.
And they just said, we're going to stack the box and stop the best running football team in the league, and we're going to discourage them from running. They had an unbelievable game plan. Yep. Totally different. Heck, the game plan against Josh Allen the week before was completely different than 4 weeks before that.
Yep.
Like his ability to put the pieces together and then design the game plan and get the players to execute. In fact, he hates this, but I'm going to say it about him anyways. All the defensive backs in Kansas City wear these T-shirts underneath their pads, and it says, "In Spags we trust." And so I texted Spags after the game. I'm like, "Spags, I need some of these T-shirts, man. I want to wear them." He's like, "I want to get rid of those T-shirts, Baldy." He doesn't want any attention, but like they believe in what he does. And, look, I mean, Drew Tranquil was picked off the scrap heap, and you look at the guys that they have. They had 4 rookies start last year in the Super Bowl game. Mm-hmm. 6 rookies played. Like, he gets guys ready to play and designs these plans, and you never know what it's going to be until the game actually unfolds.
That's funny, Baldy. We were discussing this earlier with Spagnuolo. Like, we got to deal with this joker again, like in Super Bowl 54 in that game plan against Buffalo and Baltimore. He's blitzing every other play. And then, of course, on the other side, you got Mahomes and Kelsey. Kelsey, 11 targets, 11 catches. I mean, we'll break it down in depth next week, but I already have a headache thinking about the Kansas City Chiefs right now, Baldy. Mahomes on 3rd and 9. This Cat Berkeley back foot throws it deep to MVS, who hasn't caught a damn deep pass all year, and he comes up with the biggest play to send him to the Super Bowl. Oh, Baldy, why do we have to deal with Mahomes again?
Well, it's a true dynasty. Just like, Golden State Warriors, like Chicago Bulls, like the Patriots. This is a living, real-life dynasty. And they would like nothing more than to add, another trophy into their bank, and just keep, stockpiling these things and have another parade and another miserable day in Kansas City, and the entire city will be. That's how they think. I mean, it was unbelievable what Mahomes just did to that defense.
Unbelievable. They didn't score in the second half. They win 17-10 in Baltimore. And now we have the Super Bowl set up, and we'll break it down all next Tuesday, Baldy. We'll get into it. I know you're in the film room right now already thinking about Super Bowl 58 Las Vegas. We'll see you out there in Las Vegas, Baldy. Can't wait for that. Thanks so much for the time today breaking down these games.
My pleasure, guys.
Anytime. Brian Baldinger here on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. We'll see him in Vegas next week in Sin City as the Niners get ready for the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm already thinking about the Chiefs, already thinking about what we're going to have to do, Spagnolia company. But let's continue to break down the NFC title game. By the way, we'll replay this Baldy interview at 9:20 today on the Morning Roast. Injury report right now, Spadoni.
Ow!
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
All right, few injuries for the 49ers as Shanahan met with the media yesterday for a conference call. Cornerback Ambry Thomas is day-to-day as he deals with an ankle injury. Tight end George Kittle's dealing with a minor toe issue, and he's also day-to-day. Neither injury considered serious. Come on, Kittle's played. Debo's played. This is the Super Bowl. Ambry Thomas, need him to play. Don't have many options there. Injury report brought to you by Baldinger and Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What's the biggest takeaway? What was the turning point of that NFC title game? Also, what were you thinking at halftime? What did you do yourself to kind of flip the game and flip your own mojo? I prayed. Shasky prayed. Deli Boy took a walk. What did you do? Some people just smoked some tree. That's what they did. We can say that, right, Shasky? I think we can. Let's break.
The San Francisco 49ers are headed to the Super Bowl. And now is your chance to own a piece of the game. The Highland Men is produced.
get it, Bay Area. Oh, baby.
What? It's like you ejected.
I threw you guys for a curveball.
Oh, yeah.
Throw a curveball there. Oh, baby. Oh,
That's
baby.
tough. That's tough.
That's tough. That's tough. Good morning to everybody. To getting off the graveyard shift when it's happening. Overnight Dancers, YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. It's a Tuesday morning. We're kind of decompressing from the NFC title game, but we're diving deeper into the game. What was your turning point? What'd you like? What you didn't like? What can't the Niners do in the Super Bowl? What can they carry over into the Super Bowl? A lot of calls here. 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy's performance. Shanahan is a play caller. This defense, where Baldy says the only D lineman who played worth the damn was Nick Bosa. That's a problem.
Were you surprised by that comment? Because I was not.
No, we watched the game. We know how bad it was. You know how bad the defense, the front seven was against Detroit.
I mean, like, my big takeaway at halftime was, and again, halftime, I know you got to play the whole game, but I was like, all right, complete scheme change in the offseason. We need to scrap this D-line. I need a whole new personnel upgrade. They're just paying way too much money on that line to get that type of output.
Yeah. No,
it's a very simple math equation for me.
They're going to have to retool that entire defensive line. You got to get faster. You got to get stronger.
Speed is important.
They just don't look quick or athletic at all. And, it could be, I don't know, man. I'm looking at the Super Bowl, and we'll get into it. And I'm just thinking, man, Purdy and company are just going to have to be on point. They're going to have to score, and score some more. You can't settle for three. You can't throw interceptions. You can't turn the ball over against Mahomes. That's what Baltimore did. They turned the ball over against Mahomes. 3 turnovers. Lamar Jackson fumble. Lamar Jackson interception in the triple coverage. Zay Flowers fumble at the goal line. Those are the differences in a big-time game. Troy Aikman always says it. When I play these games, and he said in 2021, I'll never forget it, Joe, these games come down to not who's going to make a play, but who's not going to make the mistake. Defensively, we're making mistakes left and right. And I'm glad you asked him, who is it on? Is it on Steve Wilks or the personnel?
Well,
it's personnel.
I think if you were to gauge the, and I know Twitter isn't everything, but fans and Twitter, in the stands, it was Steve Wilks, Steve Wilks. People were screaming about Steve Wilks at halftime. And then I looked on the phone and I'm on X or whatever it's called, and everyone's like, Steve Wilks. I look on Instagram, people are direct messaging me, oh, Steve Wilks gotta go. And I'm thinking, I'm sitting here watching, and I'm like, look, I hear you. I don't think he's the greatest DC on the planet. Do I think he's Belichick? No. But I also, don't think they have great personnel right now.
Yeah.
Their safeties are taking poor angles. They've got a third linebacker, Oren Burks, who I don't know how many teams he's playing on.
Yeah.
I just being real. Their D-line is getting zero push. They're winning no one-on-one battles outside of Bosa. So, and in their cornerback situation, they have a third corner who's not very good, and it's tough to play DB in the NFL in general. Yeah. But I look at their personnel and I'm like, I don't think they're anywhere near what they were in 2019, for example. This matchup that they're facing with the Chiefs, the defense we saw in 2019, though not as elite maybe in terms of accolades as this defense, I think they were in better form and a better defense in 2019 than what they are currently.
They're a completely better defense. The secondary is better. You had the wisdom of Richard Sherman. Emmanuel Mosley was very underrated, a very good corner. The safeties, I thought, were better. Jimmy Ward was a very good player. Yeah. Tart was good that season, even though he didn't create any turnovers. Hell, I thought last year's defense was a lot better than this year's defense, even though the sack numbers didn't show up. But I thought the secondary was a lot better. You dropped Jimmy Ward into the nickel. Very, very good. Diablo Lenore was surging. He was ascending last season. Charvarius Ward, of course, had a solid season. But that 2019 defense with the NASCAR, the Gold Rush pass rush there with D Ford and the Tall Furs, the Oregon Tall Furs with Eric Armstead and DeForest Buck. That defense is so much better than this one. It's not even close. Now, we thought, and this is something that I figured out in September with this football team, we kind of talked about this, that this could be the year that the offense carried the defense in terms of, hey, if you give up 15 to 17 points a game, it's not the end of the world because we're going to blow teams out. We're going to be explosive. We're going to average 30 a game. So this offense has been able to carry the defense, and in their last game of the season, they're going to have to probably do the same thing. Carry the defense and hope the defense could just get a couple key stops and hold Kansas City down offensively because they're going to try to explode and exploit some of the mismatches here. But This defense, man, I've always believed it was personnel, Shasky. Guys got to make, think about Minnesota. Trevor Swerve before they get into half. Okay, it was a dumb blitz idea. Cover zero blitz.
But you got to make
idiotic. A play. But your players got to make plays at the end of the day as well.
No, they go hand in hand. No, there's no doubt about that. But I do believe when you miss one-on-one tackles, we could scream and point at the DC all we want. Sometimes you got to wrap up. You know what I mean? And be in a position to make plays. Tig Brown, there was a play. He was 2 steps slow on a play that he should have broken the pass up at minimum. Minimum. Maybe at best he picks it off. But if he just reacts a little quicker and drives into the ground a little quicker, bang, he breaks it up. Instead, Amon-Ra St. Brown catches it and gets a first down on a key third down. How about the 3rd and 12 run by the gunplay?
Jameer Gibbs. I thought it was a great audible by
It was a beautiful audible.
He motions, he gets everybody situated. He
Can we get off the block, though?
Yeah, he realized that his man defense, Penei Sewell pulled to the left and just creamed Jair Brown on the edge there. And it was an easy 13-yard run for Gibbs. Their wide receivers, we talk about our wide receivers making blocks downfield. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Josh Reynolds, those jokers could block in Detroit.
I agree with that. You bring up last year, forget 2019, but just last year's defense. I understand every year you're not going to keep anyone, every single player. You got to let some guys go. That's the nature of the sport. That's the nature of business. But when you invested what you did into Armstead years ago and you paid him DN money and now he slid back into D tackle, I've been saying for a while, it's not great money, even though he's been a good player. And then you sacrifice. You had a choice. You could bring back some combination of Al-Shaair, Jimmy Ward, Amenahue, and those were very important depth pieces. You didn't, and then you used that money and you went out and got Javon Hargrave. And he has not been as good as I wanted him to be, considering the money.
The first month of the season, we're like, wow, Javon Hargrave, right? Look at him. And then it's tapered off. But then we all get excited about the trade for Randy Gregory. We get excited about the trade for Chase Young.
And neither has done much. Actually, I would say Gregory's been better than Chase Young.
Yeah, if that. I mean, not by much.
And then they brought in Cleveland Farrell as well. And
Cleveland Farrell was playing well.
He was.
Probably was playing better than Gregory and Chase Young.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean,
but do you see where I'm going with this? And I know Amenahue's out for the year. You sacrificed some of the depth and you brought in a higher end player. Well, that higher end player has to have impact. Otherwise, you're going to feel the loss of all the depth.
One guy we haven't talked about.
What's that?
He had 3 sacks in Pittsburgh. We haven't seen him since. Drake Jackson. How about Drake Jackson? This guy was a second round pick. Second round pick out of USC.
The highest pick they had the year before.
Faded last season in the postseason, was basically inactive the last few weeks of the season, doesn't play in the playoffs. That's another guy that you were counting on. Drake Jackson. If Drake Jackson is performing at a high level, or if he's giving the Niners anything, maybe they don't trade for Chase Young. They don't trade for Randy Gregory, but they made that trade because Drake Jackson couldn't hold up his end of the bargain. And now these picks, like we talk about the Warriors all the time with their picks.
Yes, me.
Wiseman not panning out. Poole's gone. Those are the depth pieces that the Warriors are lacking right now. Well, the 49ers are in the same boat.
I underrated Charles Amenahue in terms of depth. The guy always got to the quarterback. And then I underrated Al-Shaair. I've noticed this year, and I just think that Oren Burks might be a better special teams player. Al-Shaair is a better defensive, base down player for this team. And we miss him. We miss his impact. He was very reliable. Not a perfect player, but an upgrade over what they have. And then I look at the safety position. When you lose Talanoa Hufanga, I don't know. Gibson doesn't look as good. Maybe he's getting a little up there in age. And I think there's a drop-off between Logan Ryan and Jair Brown and Hufanga. He's a good player.
No, he is. He is. And so this defense, man, they got to count their lucky stars because Detroit did anything that they wanted in this football game. But Detroit's going to look at the film.
Yeah.
And I'm not apologizing. I'm taking a win. It's surviving events. It's not always going to be pretty. But Josh Reynolds dropping the 4th down and then dropping the 3rd down, that hit him right in the hands. Momentum plays. And then 49ers, I'll give them credit I'll give them credit here.
What's that?
They did tackle a lot better in the second half.
Agreed.
They tackled. The tackling in the first half, Fred Warner whiffed on so many tackles. Chase Young, the effort play on Jameer Gibbs, touchdown run to Sean Gibson. Their tackling in these playoffs have been subpar. Although in the final 2 quarters, it did get a little bit better there when it came to tackling on some key 3rd downs there. But overall, the tackling in the playoffs, maybe they need to do some Oklahoma drills getting ready for the Super Bowl. I don't know. Hey, Baldy was talking about maybe getting back to fundamentals with the defensive line and learning how to shed blocks and beat double teams. Well, maybe they need to tackle a little bit.
Yeah, this is a very poor shedding block team, which is like crazy.
And tackling. The tackling's been porous in the playoffs.
Yeah, my favorite part of the game is when Ambry Thomas has nothing to do with why a guy drops a ball or why a ball is overthrown and is celebrating like on the group project, like he's the one who did everything. Poor guy, just, I get it. We're all fired up. Run back to the sideline.
Right.
And just, come on, man.
No doubt.
It was driving me kind of crazy watching it back. I'm not going to lie to you. He does like this.
Yeah, it's like, no, Josh Reynolds dropped the pass. like stop.
Flat out.
Jameson Williams basically dropped the pass in the end zone and beat both Jair Brown and Ambry Thomas.
Jameson Williams, by the way, I could see why for Lions fans he's maddening. You could see the raw speed.
Oh, my gosh.
And the guy just can't put it all together.
Yeah, no, the talent is there. The talent is there for him. We saw it at Alabama. By the way, he was at Ohio State at first. Can you believe Ohio State had Jameson Williams, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then they were recruiting Marvin Harrison Jr.? Yeah, no daddies. We know that. But that is a stacked wide receiver room. Let's go to Mole in Detroit. Mole, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bonte, Shasky, good morning.
What's up, Mole? Good morning, man.
I went to the game. I flew from Detroit to Vegas, then Vegas to San Fran to Santa Clara. That was the best game I've ever been to in my life.
It's one of them games.
I can't tell you the emotion. Oh, man. But listen, man, I looked at it differently. I think the difference in this game was experience versus inexperience. It showed it finally paid off for us. But you've seen those Lions guys at halftime, before the half, they're waving bye to the crowd. You got to act like you've been there before. We acted like we've been there before, and we showed it. And that was the difference in the game to me. We wanted it more. We had the experience, and we knew how to play in their hands in the second half. And that was the difference in the game, in my opinion.
Good call, Detroit. Good call, Bowl in Detroit. What do you think, Shasky?
Yeah, I do believe that there was an experience level to this game. Like the Niners have been in how many tight playoff games in the last couple of years with this core?
Yeah.
There's something to that. I think the coaching staff has learned. One thing we kind of never talk about is coaching staffs panic sometimes. And I think being in this many high-pressured environments, it has helped Shanahan. You could see he's a different coach now than when 2019, for example, when all that stuff happened.
Yep.
In the Super Bowl.
No, you're right. You're right. He has grown there, the experience factor. I thought he was really good in the second half. And to Mole's point, the experience. You even look at it in the AFC Championship game with Baltimore, Kansas City. Kansas City looked like they've been there before, right? Mm-hmm. Baltimore hadn't been there, really never hosted an AFC Championship game before in that city's history. And that's, Baltimore comes out in the game. The crowd is fired up at MT&T Bank Stadium, and they go 3-and-out. Meanwhile, Kansas City gets the ball. They go right down the field and eat a bunch of clock. They end up with a Travis Kelce touchdown catch. And in the second half, they didn't get tight. They said, okay, we're not moving the ball. We're not scoring, but we're going to continue to play sound defense. We'll continue to make Baltimore try to put together 12 to 15 play drives as opposed to 7 to 8 play drives. And Baltimore got tight. So it's a good point. Detroit, we saw in the second half, whether you agree with the fourth down decisions, they did get a bit tight.
Yes, they did. They did get tight. I thought Dan Campbell's situational play calling from Ben Johnson and just their timeout allocation, it was just all over the map.
Let's go to Crazy Taco in Montana. Crazy Taco.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How we doing today?
Good, Crazy Taco. Good.
Hey, right on, guys. So you were asking for stories about what I did at halftime. So I'm at a youth football, and I'm catering that event. And all these kids, 10, 12, 13, 14-year-olds, they're all Detroit Lions fans. It's proximity. We're close to them here in Montana. And all of them were talking so much smack going through the first two quarters. And then at halftime, I told them a joke. And I told them, hey, what do the Detroit Lions and Chick-fil-A have in common? And no one could answer. And I told them, no one shows up on Sundays.
Oh. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Everything turned at that point, and I dunked tacos and tamales all over those kids at the end of the night. It was great.
There it is. We got some sound here from Alex Smith that we're going to flip in just a second. He believes the Niners defense is in trouble in the Super Bowl. Alex Smith, of course, played with the Chiefs and the 49ers. He had his best years at Kansas City.
It did. This defense just doesn't feel anywhere near as good as what it was, at least what I thought it was in the middle of the season. I feel like there are a lot of cracks, and maybe that's just because you get exposed by better teams in the playoffs. But I'm not feeling really good about them right now. Like, what do they do really well? What does this defense do really well?
Nothing.
Nah, you don't
Nothing.
You don't think
look,
good linebacker play?
Good. The linebacker play was spotty. That wasn't Fred Warner's best game.
No, I agree.
Baldy, and I agree with Baldy. I saw Warner miss a lot of plays. Look, when I watched that game back in that end of the, we were hanging out for dear life at the end of the first half, right? And Jahmyr Gibbs runs that route. And I know Fred Warner was in zone, but Gibbs was behind him in his zone, and there was nobody there in the deep middle. Goff just missed him. Goff missed him. Go back and watch that play, Shasky. He was wide. And you hear Kevin Burke going, oh, he missed him. Just put a little too much on it. And even on the play to Laporta, he beats Drake Greenlaw at the line of scrimmage. Oh, Goff just missed it. They were that, this defense right now is not playing well. They're not playing in situations here and there. They're making some plays against the run. But overall, I'm scratching my head thinking, boy, how did they win that game? This defense, it's a miracle they shut out the Lions for most of the second half.
I hear you. I just think Laporta is so damn good, and their wide receivers are so damn good, and the linebackers. They put an unbelievable amount of stress on any defense. And I don't know. I would still say that their linebackers are good, even if they didn't have great games.
I'm not saying that they're not good. I'm not saying that Warner.
Because that's the strength of their team.
I'm not saying that Warner's not good or Greenlaw's not good.
But they're not playing well.
But they didn't play at a high level Sunday against Detroit.
What about
that? Is a subpar game. So
what about Bosa overall?
Bosa stepped up. Pardon me. Bosa stepped up, but he's the only one who stepped up. He's the only one who stepped up. This defense collectively had a subpar game against the Detroit Lions.
Like when I think about years past, 2021, suffocating defensive line, right? They were a suffocating defensive line. 2022, suffocating defensive line with the defensive player of the year in Nick Bosa. I don't see that same level of impact from the D line. I just don't see it.
Let's go to.
Ibukam was better than Chase Young.
Yeah, Seb said Ebukam. Here's Baldy on the defense.
Put that down for next year.
He plays too high. He likes to see everything that's going on. And, guys are hitting him in the chest. They're getting underneath him. Tight ends are blocking him. But I didn't think, outside of Bosa, I didn't think any of the defense linemen played well. I didn't think Armstead did. I didn't think Hargrave did. Definitely not Kinlaw or Givens. I didn't think they got good performances from that front. They got blocked up. I didn't think the run fits with the linebackers was good. I thought Fred was off. I thought Burks was off. I didn't think the run fits looked like a championship-level defense. Honestly, if Fred Warner was on the show right now, I'd go, Fred, on that, Montgomery run 15 yards right up the middle. It's a basic inside zone. Everybody runs that play. The 49ers run as well as anybody. They're double teaming the tackles. The linebackers got to go fit that. Burks went one way, Warner went the other way. I don't know what whether it was the tight end in motion that threw him off or whatever, but they just opened up the middle right to, Tig to make the tackle. I didn't think they I would get back to the basics of taking on double teams, getting off blocks, walking through your run fits. You should get these run fits down where literally you put a blindfold on and you know exactly where you're going.
So again,
that was out of sorts, and it didn't look right.
All right, there's Baldy there. And sorry to cut that off on Baldy. But he's right, and that's why I'm not saying that Warner and Greenlaw are not great linebackers. They're all-time linebackers. And I don't know if it has to do with the defensive line not getting off their blocks, not filling in the gaps, the A gap, B gap, whatever it is. But that front seven got destroyed by Detroit. They really did. What they put on film,
no doubt.
And Andy Reid's got 2 weeks to digest that. Patrick Mahomes has 2 weeks to digest that. This defense has got to step up. And
the strength of Kansas City for the whole year has been Pacheco. He's been their most reliable entity. Wouldn't you agree? In terms of their impact?
Yep, no doubt. Pacheco runs. Somebody said he runs like somebody stole something from him, or he runs like he hates the grass or something like that.
He's just physical. I worry about him, and part of why they lost that game against Kansas City 5 years ago was the run game killed them at the end.
So everybody's pointing the finger at Wilkes, and
it's not on just Wilkes. Guys are getting premium money across the board.
Is it on Wilkes or the personnel? Here's Baldy.
I think it's more personnel than Steve.
Gotcha.
I mean, honestly, everybody runs toss crack. Everybody runs outside zone. It's been a weakness of the 49ers all year. Like I was talking to Rod Woodson. I was in Baltimore on Sunday. I was talking to Rod Woodson about, communication. Because if my defensive end is getting cracked back by a tight end or wide receiver, first of all, I can't get blocked by either one of those guys.
Right.
If I'm Chase, Nick, if I'm Gregory, whoever it is. Like I can't get blocked by any of those guys. But it also helps if somebody's telling you there's a crack coming. Like somebody's got to be yelling that out. Like you at least have to look at the splits of these guys and go, it's a possibility. Like they could be coming down on me. It's 1st and 10. This is an indicator that from this formation, like they could run this play. I mean, he's got to be high alert here. And it didn't look like that, especially in that first half.
So the scheme may not be working, but I don't want to confuse people with the facts. This is Kyle Shanahan's scheme. We could go back and find an Eric Crocker cut where Crocker says, I believe Shanahan is the defensive coordinator of this team. He's always in the defensive meetings. He said that, hey, he wants the wide eye, which is why Chris Kosaric, the defensive line coach, is here in San Francisco. Shanahan wants this scheme. Steve Wilkes told us midway through the year, hey, I'm still trying to learn the scheme. Which is laughable now.
Crazy.
Right? It's like it's crazy for a defense coordinator saying that because everybody was coming down on him saying that, hey, it's all Steve Wilkes. He needs to come down from the booth to the sideline. And Wilkes said, that's all fine and dandy, but I'm still learning the scheme. So this is Shanahan's scheme, but the players still got to make plays. And they were getting pushed off the line of scrimmage. They were getting bullied here. So I don't know how much scheme has to do with not tackling. Does scheme impact your effort that Chase Young gave on Sunday?
No.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Zero.
So
Zero
this is not his scheme. This is not scheme. Steve Wilkes likes to blitz. He likes to blitz.
I just feel like he's been an easy fall guy. And I think that takes all the pressure off the guys who are getting highly paid. Like Armstead's a highly paid player. And he might be hurt right now. And that just might be what it is, right? And Hargrave is a highly paid player. He needs to play better. All these other guys on the D ends, Chase, what's his face? Randy Gregory, they want to get another contract next year. Well, they need to make plays. Oren Burks, you want to stay in the NFL? You got to make plays. Safeties, Gibson, you want to keep playing in the NFL? You got to make plays. Tig Brown, you were a 3rd-round draft pick.
Right.
We value you highly. You were our 1st draft pick this year.
Right.
Like, you got to make plays.
Also, it's kind of like the Warriors where we always talk about Kuminga and all these guys trying to fit in the read and react system. Well, maybe you need to adjust your personnel to your players.
You see, that
maybe
could
Chase
be
Young is not a wide eye guy. Maybe he's not a 4-3 guy. Maybe he's not. I don't know. Maybe Randy Gregory. I don't know what Chase Young is. Chase Young needs to figure out who he is, and he needs to figure out the heartbeat here. Got the Super Bowl on deck with Patrick Mahomes, so we'll continue to roll on this. We'll replay Baldy at 9:20. We'll get to your phone calls, 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
For too long, I've waited around on medical.
Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Well, replay the Baldy interview at 9:20. Don't want to miss that. He said a lot of good things, broke down the title games, the NFC title game more so, speaking about the 49ers. But however, the roast, if you need more roast, how would you like to have breakfast with the Morning Roast? That's right. Joe Canoni, Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky the Butcher, and yours truly. Starting tomorrow at 7:30 and 8:30, we will be offering you a chance to have eggs and toast with the roast. Tune in tomorrow morning and learn how you can win. This contest will start tomorrow and go through next Tuesday. 2 winners each day, and each winner gets to bring a +1. That's right, you get to have roast or toast with the roast, or you could roast.
How do you like your eggs?
I like all type. It doesn't matter to me.
No, I mean I will eat any kind of egg.
Yeah, me too. That's why I don't have.
Like when you go to a restaurant, let's just say you're going to go to Millbrae Pancake House.
Always get an omelet.
An omelet.
I always get an omelet.
Okay.
I love scrambled, but I love sunny side up. I love eggs Benedict. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
They're all my favorite. I love eggs. Absolutely incredible.
When I go to Squat and Gobble, every now and then on West Portal, I will get myself the poached eggs. I like poached eggs. I don't know what it is. I like a medium poached egg. That's the way I like my eggs these days. Is that me being too snobby?
No.
Do you like sausage with your eggs?
Wait.
Gotta have sausage.
Hold on. Why would you having...
Because scrambled tends to be more blue collar, right?
Really?
That's
you
what
guys
I feel
label
like.
these things?
What?
I've literally never thought about eggs as a class.
Yeah, I never thought about eggs like that.
Because it's a little more difficult. You have to boil the water, and you got to do it just right, and it's finicky to pull up out. I don't know. I'm just
I think the hollandaise sauce is harder than the actual poached egg when you're doing.
Well, I don't love. I don't love the hollandaise stuff. I just do poached eggs by themselves.
I just eat eggs. I mean, I go all. I don't care.
Hard boiled underrated in this conversation.
You just go the Rocky style and crack them and drink them out of the cup.
Like, no, we classify like blue collar. If you eat scramble, you're blue collar.
Well, no,
if you go over easy, you're not blue collar.
If you go
poached eggs, high class, like it's on the menu.
Like egg whites, for example. Like if you said egg whites, I'm gonna assume that you are someone who pretends to think that they eat healthier than I do.
Pretends to think they might just be healthy.
That might be
people who judge people off what type of eggs they. Oh,
we're always making judgments on people.
I know. That's
I love the
embarrassing.
psychoanalysis of this. Like Sigmund Freud, sit down in my chair. What kind of eggs do you like?
Oh my
like
gosh.
an ink blot.
Poached eggs. I'm eating with my pinky up because I'm bougie. Like Robin Leach. What's I was watching the most expensivest.
That's a name I haven't heard.
Most expensivest. Robin Leach from the Lifestyles and the Rich and Famous.
Yeah.
Most expensivest, right? 2 Chainz is hosting that show, and he's with Robin Leach in his mansion. And Robin Leach goes, they're talking about deviled eggs, and Robin Leach goes, one deviled egg is enough.
I agree with that.
That's classy. If you eat 2 deviled eggs, that's being greedy. What?
Yeah, I don't know about being greedy, but two is one too many. For me, 1 is the perfect amount.
For a deviled egg?
Yeah.
Half an egg is too much?
Well, no, it's a whole egg. It's a whole egg because usually they piece them together.
Yeah, but no, deviled egg, you slice them in half and then you put the yolk in there.
Yeah, I know. Well, my mom always puts them back like the 2 halves together.
Well, okay.
That's how my mom makes deviled eggs all the time. It's like one of her things with little bacon bits on it.
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying they usually half an egg.
Okay, well, then in that case, then it would be 2.
Right. I'll eat 6 deviled eggs in a heartbeat. I'll eat 3 eggs. Like, what?
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know. We're judging people if I have
unlimited possibilities.
So you're telling me somebody will walk into, I don't know, Eddie's Cafe, and I'm eating some poached eggs, or I'm at Brenda's and I got the poached eggs. I got the fried chicken.
I like poached eggs.
The fried chicken Benedict or something. And somebody's going to look at me and say, "Oh, that boy's bougie over there, man. Look at the eggs he just ordered." What? Like, that's crazy.
So if you were to classify the 49ers defense as a style of egg right now, what would they be?
Well, that's a great term. Just a great
You know what they wouldn't
be? That's really art.
The egg frittata, which is the most underrated of the egg dishes that never gets recommended. Great for a big group setting. If I'm cooking for more than, let's say, 8 people in the breakfast setting, the frittata, and my wife was the one who alerted me to this, is the way to go.
Shout out Nelly Frittata.
They'd be scrambled egg because they're all over the place. They're scrambling for dear life. They're scrambling to stop a run. They're scrambling to stop a pass play. They're scrambling to stop a 4th down. They'd be scrambled. But then that would be calling the Niners defense blue collar. Right now they're playing like a blue collar defense, right?
What was the old commercial? This is your brain. It's the egg, and then they crack it and they fry it and they go, "This is your egg. This is your brain on drugs." You guys don't remember that commercial?
Oh,
I remember that commercial.
So Kate Rudy's chiming in. I saw Kate Rudy on the sideline from Cron 4.
What's she saying?
Sports reporter. Poached eggs is giving Sausalito Shasky vibes.
Exactly. See, I told you.
I don't agree with that, Kate.
And I love my poached eggs.
Poached eggs is fine. You just want to be a little, you want to be a little different. Just being different.
Can I go to a local diner and get a poached egg, though?
Yeah, most places are going to have it because most places are going to have the Benedict.
But is that on the senior menu if I go to the poached eggs? I don't think it's on the regular menu.
Taker. Wilkes D equals soft boiled. I mean,
we're all over the place.
Now we get egg talk here.
I got dinosaur eggs. We're getting
egg talk here.
Don't ask Guru about it because he does hate eggs. He doesn't eat them at all.
What?
Does he eat eggs?
He does not eat eggs.
Why not?
I lost. I'm out. I'm out.
Maybe today, not, but at some point this week, we will get into the toast part of the eggs and toast with the morning roast. And at that point, I'm taking rye off the table. Number 1.
Wheat toast. Give me wheat toast. Give me just basic wheat toast. You guys, what? We're talking about eggs. Why were we talking about eggs?
Because you can have a meet and greet with us. You get to come into the studio.
Yeah, that's right.
Eggs and toast with the morning roast.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. That's right. I was like, wait, how did we get on egg talk? I don't even remember what I said 5 minutes ago. I'm just so flustered right now because I didn't know people were judging people off eating eggs. Now I got to look over my shoulder let me whisper to the waiter, "Hey, I'm really a blue collar guy. Like, I'm tough, but I kind of want the eggs Benedict, or I want my eggs poached. Can you just kind of keep it down, please?"
I don't love the Benedict anymore. I used
to do it to the waiter.
Now it's the fried egg over the pizza. That is the way to go.
Hey, Carlos, man, or Ed, Eddie, poached eggs, please. Just keep it down. Or, hey, I want the scrambled. Yep, scrambled. See me. I roll my sleeves up.
I'll eat them
get
all.
Down and dirty. Scrambled eggs over here for Monte. I'm a tough guy.
You know what's really scrambled right now is the 49ers defense.
It's 100%.
I said that 5 minutes ago. Way to recycle my joke. They are scrambled.
Well, then why were we talking about it?
Are they scrambled or fried?
Sunny side up. We're going to the Super Bowl.
You got that Alex Smith soundbite from Adam Schefter? Let me know when you guys have it, because I want to play that in a second. Let's get to David and San Mateo. What's the 49ers Super Bowl strategy? Can you tie it in, David? Can you tie it into the egg talk?
Absolutely, man. You guys got me hungry, man. I like mine. I'd rather take an omelet instead, but man, you guys got me hungry this morning. Hey, yeah, I'm so glad to be in the Super Bowl. Looks like our ground game, CMC, neutralized the ground game. Hopefully, in that against these Chiefs, man, we can neutralize them with that run game. because I have a feeling that Patrick Mahomes, man, they're going to try to spread us out like last time and try to pick us apart. So big concern for our secondary. But just proud to be in this moment, man. I just love you guys' show, man. Go Niners.
Niners.
We're very lucky to be in this moment.
No, we are. And if we are lucky to be in this moment because the defense did not play well. Here's Baldy on the defensive line's performance against the Detroit Lions.
Outside of Bosa, I didn't think any of the defense linemen played well. I didn't think Armstead did. I didn't think Hargrave did. Definitely not Kinlaw or Gibbons. I didn't think they got good performances from that front. They got blocked up. I didn't think the run fits with the linebackers was good. I thought Fred was off. I thought Burks was off. I mean, I didn't think the run fits looked like a championship-level defense. Like, honestly, I mean, if Fred Warner was on the show right now, I'd go, Fred. On that, Montgomery run 15 yards right up the middle. I mean, it's a basic inside zone. Everybody runs that play. The 49ers run as well as anybody. I would get back to the basics. Taking on double teams, getting off blocks, like walking through your run fits. You should get these run fits down where literally you put a blindfold on and you know exactly where you're going. That was out of sorts, and it didn't look right. And it didn't look like a championship-level performance to me.
Did not look like a championship performance to him, to us, to any 49er fan out there, Chasky.
I am really surprised to hear him go at Fred Warner like that. But that's why I love Baldy, because he loves Fred Warner. And the fact that he is basically questioning, like, what are you doing on this? Like, where are we going on that one? That's the kind of unfiltered, unbiased stuff that I expect from him.
Yep.
And it's something that I think Niner fans need to hear. You need to know your own team's flaws every now and then and acknowledge when your team isn't playing great. Not everything is going to be perfect. The other team gets paid too.
They do. And Kansas City gets paid. The Lions get paid. They got paid to win that football game. And they believed early on they could win that football game. And it turned out to be a shootout. The Niners had to score some more. They had to get above that 30-point per game average, right? Well, Alex Smith, former quarterback of both the Niners and the Chiefs, and he played under Andy Reid. Here's his initial thought on the Super Bowl as we continue to break down the NFC Championship game and recap the Niners' dramatic victory. Here's Alex Smith.
Like this 49er defense doesn't do a lot. They don't present a lot of volume. I think they're going to be in for it. The only chance I think the Niners have to win is a little bit of a shootout. And again, this Chiefs defense just continues to elevate their game.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't, because my computer completely crashed over here. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll play the game for you.
I apologize.
No, you're all good. I can recap it for you, but Alex Smith, and they will recap it.
Like this 49er defense doesn't do a lot. They don't present a lot of volume. I think they're going to be in for it. The only chance I think the Niners have to win is a little bit of a shootout. And again, this Chiefs defense just continues to elevate their game.
So he's picking the route you're picking, which is offense is going to have to carry the defense.
Yes. Which they've done for most of the season, and that's fine. Look, if the offense needs to win the shootout, then you know what? I got Debo, Ayuk, Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Juszczyk, and we got to do what we got to do offensively. And you hope you just get a couple stops. Whether it's not punts, maybe you hold them 3 a couple times. Maybe you force them to kick a lot of field goals instead of touchdowns. It's not like Kansas City's offense has been lighting the world on fire.
No.
They've been opportunistic. Now they are getting better. Rice is getting better, right? Kelsey is Kelsey. I think MVS has had a very good postseason, considering where he was at the end of the regular season. He's caught some major league passes from Mahomes in these back-to-back playoff games against Buffalo and Baltimore. So, look, their offense is not that great. I think the Niners' defense can create some problems here for Mahomes. He's not going to turn the ball over, but I do believe you can hold him out of the end zone at times. Now, offensively, you got to score. This Chiefs defense is very, very good. They're fast, they're athletic, they're hungry, they're strong. I think they're really good at every single level. But pass rushing-wise, I do think Purdy can exist and plays against that defense. But again, we'll get to the Super Bowl when we get to it next week. Going back to the Detroit game, I thought the offense did pick up this defense in the second half by converting on third downs, by creating mismatches for their wide receivers outside. And then, again, Purdy extending plays, man, looking a lot more like Steve Young than Joe Montana in this football game in the fourth quarter.
Don't you think that for as much as we rag and bash Steve Wilkes as a fan base, they have been way more like ball hawkish than you would think, considering how much like the fans are just losing their minds on this defense. Like, I know there weren't a lot of pass breakups in this game, but they did get the big strip fumble. I think this whole game changes on that play right there. And they were crashing. They knew that play was coming. They've had a lot of turnovers this year. They were like, top 5 interceptions?
They have created some turnovers.
I mean, they haven't been perfect.
Key stops.
Yes.
Key stops. When you stop a team on fourth down, that is a turnover, basically.
Yeah.
It's a turnover on downs. And so, yes, did Josh Reynolds help you out with the first fourth down drop? Absolutely. But the second fourth down decision by Detroit there, where it was 27-24, and I'm thinking, boy, Dan Campbell's really going to elect to pass on the field goal here. Again, Michael Badgley, 45% on kicks on 48-plus yards. That would have been a long field goal as well. That pass rush to move Goff off his spot.
Yes.
And to flush him out of the pocket and make him throw inaccurately to Sam Laporta, you have to give the defense credit there. They have been very opportunistic in those situations. Bid, don't break. We talk about the Green Bay game.
Mm-hmm.
The first half, Green Bay goes right down to the red zone. You force them to 3. Next possession, Green Bay's on the 4th and 1. They try to old tush push with Jordan Love. Doesn't work. You hold them out of the end zone. You keep them scoreless on that possession. And instead of being down 10-0 or 14-0, you're only down 3-0. So the defense is bit. And that's today's NFL, Shasky.
That's
how do you think Kansas City got to the Super Bowl?
Belichick's talked about it forever. Like, I don't care how many yards I give up. What's the score?
Yep.
Points. You know, what's your scoring defensive numbers? Like the whole league is set up so that you can move the ball. I think part of why we viewed, and Baldy kept saying, like, well, they did move the ball in the first half, talking about the Niners offense. But we looked up when you only scored 7 points. Right? And so we're like, oh, the offense. And I disagree with Baldy on that one. I thought the offense was a little sketch.
Yeah, I did too.
It looked a little shakier than I think he was giving it credit for.
No, I did too. I do too. So the Niners here, when it comes to takeaways, you're asking that. They're 28 takeaways this season. That's the top 5. You see the New York Giants. Yeah. New York Giants had 31 takeaways. The Ravens with 31, the Bills. You see the Kansas City Chiefs. They don't really turn the ball over. In the regular season, only 18 takeaways. Bottom five in the league there when it comes to takeaways for the Kansas City Chiefs. But they've turned it up in the playoffs, no doubt.
Yeah, when I watch that team, they find a way to move Chris Jones along the defensive line to find the matchup on crucial third down passing situations, and he just heats up dudes. I mean, that's what he does. He speeds up the entire play. Chris Jones is an all-time player.
No, he is an all-time. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yes. I'm late to the party on Chris Jones.
He will be a free agent, too, after the season.
I would love to get him.
Now, do you want to invest in him, Hargrave, and Bosa?
No.
Somebody's going to go.
Also, the Chargers situation, Joey or Mac is going to get cut.
I don't want Joey. I know everybody wants Joey to pair him up with his brother. Joey hasn't been on the field much.
And he fits right in.
That's not good. Let's go to Chris in Virginia. Chris, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? The whole world is saying Kansas City. I smell a 49ers blowout. See, if we would have got the Ravens to play, we would have just had to say, oh, we need to clean up the turnovers, a few turnovers. With Kansas City, the 49ers know that we have to play our best football. And I think after the NFC Championship game, the way we came back, the way the players responded to Brock Purdy when he was taking off with his leg, I think they're saying, hey, Brock, we got you this time. We got you, buddy. We're going to go out there and blow these dudes out the water.
Oh,
what y'all think?
Yeah,
I'm not going to predict any blowouts for the 49ers.
Yeah, and I'm not ready to predict a Super Bowl yet. I want to get into the lab a little bit more. I watched the second half of the Baltimore Kansas City game yesterday, just kind of watching, seeing how it played out in their scheme. Look, what Baldy said about Spagnuolo, their defensive coordinator, he's right. He's switching up game plans left and right. It's like Belichick in a way, offensively and defensively. The Patriots for so long, you never knew what was coming. No. Was it a run-heavy scheme? Was it a pass-heavy scheme? Is Brady going to come out in 5 wide, empty gun? Or is he going to be under center with a fullback and a tailback and 2 tight ends? What the hell are they going to bring to the table? You just don't know. Well, that Kansas City Chiefs defense against Buffalo, yeah, they allowed them to get the underneath stuff, but no explosives. Mm-hmm. Baltimore, they blitzed Lamar Jackson relentlessly. And as Baldy said, hey, DBs, make a play. You're going to be on the island, man up. It's Snead. L'Jarius Snead's one of the best quarterbacks in football. So who's he going to shadow? Will he shadow Ayuk? Will he just play aside? How are they going to play George Kittle? I don't know what's coming from Spagnuolo in that Kansas City Chiefs defense.
Was he the one who did the punch on Zay Flowers?
Snead. God, and Zay Flowers.
As great as the Ayuk play was,
right,
as equally as impressive was that punch out.
Well, think about it.
That was incredible.
On that drive, Zay Flowers gets deep, right, 54 yards. but he gets caught for unsportsmanlike conduct because he's standing over Snead and he's spinning the ball in his face. And a few plays later, L'Jarius Snead says, "Karma's a you-know-what, huh?" Punches the ball out the goal line. You got to take care of the football. Boom.
And Zay, I don't know, he punched he slammed his helmet down and punched the bench and then cut his hand. I mean, the young man, he had a great year.
Even Lamar lost his cool.
He threw the helmet?
Lamar threw into triple coverage. Go watch the game back.
Yeah.
Triple coverage, he throws a pick. Lamar goes to the sideline, rips his helmet off, slams it on the turf. They lost their composure.
Yeah.
They lost their composure. And that's the one thing you have to give the 49ers credit for. Their defense didn't play well at all. Steve Wilkes didn't have a good game plan. Ben Johnson was a couple steps ahead of him all day long. But composure. In a situation like that, down 17, what allows you to make the greatest comeback in title game history, being down 17 at the half? You got to keep your composure. That's one thing Shanahan, Wilkes, the defense, and the offense, we need to give them a lot more credit for that NFC title game, Shasky. They kept their composure, and when it was nutcracking time, up 27-24, you got the ball with 7 minutes left. Let's go to a 5-minute championship drive. Let's seal the deal here. And the Niners kept the composure with Brock and company by going on that championship drive. I thought it was beautiful, man. Everything, and with that defense getting the fourth down stop there, and of course the offense getting the ball 7 plays and going 70 yards.
You know, you're referencing Steve Spagnuolo, and it's very interesting as all these jobs are opening, and you're looking around the league and who's going to get what job. Andy Reid is so lucky. Like, he does the offense, right? No one's questioning that. Even though they had Bellamy.
Nagy and Bieniemy.
Excuse me, I had Bellamy. You're right. Nagy was there.
You're 100% Bellamy? How to be a player?
I was way wrong.
How to be a player, Shasky?
But he's the one who's the architect of that offense, right?
Yep.
Okay, then you look at defense. When you have a guy who's kind of been there, done that, and has been fired as a head coach, and he is 64, he's not going anywhere. Nobody's hiring him. Like as a head coach. That's a luxury to be in that situation. You're not losing your DC. They've had the same continuity for a long time over there. He's been there since 2019.
Yeah, he's been there a while after taking a couple seasons off. He went to Baltimore, was a consultant, kind of learned some things, and he said, I was listening to Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, and even before the game with Boomer and who was it? J.J. Watt, Nate Burleson,
J.J. Watt's
Bill
good.
Cowher. J.J. Watt's good.
I actually really like
that pregame set is really good.
It's better than Fox's.
Bill Cowher, Phil Simms. Phil Simms feels like the loud man out. Let's try to get Uncle Phil on the show before the Super Bowl.
Was Boomer wearing the black pinstripe? He looked like he was straight out of Goodfellas.
Yeah, he's the only one who picked the Chiefs to win the game. He's the only one to pick them.
I think you and I both picked the Chiefs last week.
Did we pick the Chiefs?
I said I'm never betting against Mahomes.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against Mahomes either.
Spadoni and I have had this conversation for a long time.
You bet against Mahomes at the Super Bowl? We'll get there next week.
That's in part of why I'm looking at it as a Niner fan. If you wanted to write the most storybook version of it, and I know it's real life, it never plays out like a storybook, beating Mahomes and getting that redemption, it's a hell of a way to end a 29-year drought.
Oh, that'd be great. That would be great.
Right?
Oh, I thought they were clapping for us out there for that take.
What a take.
Sales rooms erupted. But Spagnuolo, he's been there for 2019, and we saw him in the Super Bowl. I thought Shanahan was it. Look, Shanahan had a good game plan for the Super Bowl.
He got away from the jet sweeps.
Well, he got away from the jet sweeps. He got away from the run at times.
Kittle?
We don't. But you know what? Shanahan did scheme up some plays for Kittle. Chris Jones made some things happen.
The blind
throw? He pushed
throw?
the pocket. Well, not the blind throw. That was in the second quarter, of course. He closed his eyes and throws an
Every time I bring that up, you smile.
No, I mean, listen, I don't want to bring back flashbacks, but we're going to have to bring back the flashbacks because these same two teams met in Super Bowl 54.
They feel so different, though.
They are different, but Shanahan had plays open. Chris Jones pushing the pocket and dominating the interior of that offensive line. Now, it wasn't Jake Brindle playing center.
No.
Who was playing center that year for
Wes
the Niners?
Risberg was hurt.
Wes Risberg got hurt against New Orleans. We'll get there in a second. But look, Chris Jones took it over, and Jimmy was just off. Got some passes batted down, and the Niners got away from the run game. That was unfortunate. But Chris Jones is the guy you got to identify in this football game. Let's go to Frank as we figure out who the center was in that game. My memory's shot right now. Frank in Fort Worth, Texas. What's happening?
Hey, buddies, what's happening?
What's going on?
Trying to get through yesterday, man, but the phone lines were jammed up. This game had me, man, emotionally wrecked. I didn't even make it to the gym the next morning. But, hey, check it out. The one thing I noticed about the defense on the second half, man, they came out firing. They were, they mentioned in their halftime talk that, hey, just do your job. And, once they started doing that and firing and hitting, you can notice the difference in the, audio between the first half and the second half. And I think if they just, make their tackles, stay in their gaps, I think we'll be fine, man. I think we'll be able to disrupt this offense. And so I think, if there's any adjustment to be made, I think that's that. Just tackling. I've seen so many missed tackles the last couple games that if we just clean that up, man, I think it changes the game for us.
No, I'm with you there. They tackled a lot better in the second half. Some good gang tackling. I thought the Fred Warner tackle on Amon-Ra St. Brown on 3rd and 4 before the 4th and 2, the first 4th and 2 for Detroit there, up 24-10. I thought that was a great tackle by Fred Warner. I thought it was a great tackle by the defense before the 4th and 3. Later in the game, when the Niners were up 27-24, Amon-Ra St. Brown catches an out route for 7 yards. You see 3 49ers right there, pursuits of the ball. Make sure to collision wrap, drive your legs, and make the tackle there to keep Detroit. Because in the first half, they were breaking all kind of tackles, getting those extra yards, that extra yard, extra 2 yards there to get the first downs. Back in Super Bowl 54, Shasky. You know who the starting center was?
Yes.
I just looked at here.
Ben Garland.
And Michael Person was playing guard. Next to Ben Garland, right guard. Laken Tomlinson at left guard. Ben Garland was not good in that football game whatsoever, especially in the fourth quarter.
It's like looking at this offensive line, how they made it to the Super Bowl is kind of crazy. McGlinchey, Michael Person, and Ben Garland.
Well, they ran the ball down the Packers' throats. But Chris Jones, and you know what's funny with Chris Jones batting those balls in the fourth quarter? I'm sick of the visual, but that preseason game, the Niners met the Chiefs in the preseason at Arrowhead Stadium. There's a key 4th down there with Jimmy Garoppolo early in that football game. Chris Jones with a tip pass at the line of scrimmage in that preseason game.
Why
That's what he does. That's what he does. What am I doing to you?
I don't want to be triggered by that Super Bowl.
No, we're being pros here. It is what it is. You got to face your fears. It is what it is. It happened.
How many times you watched that Super Bowl back?
I watched it in Cabo. Remember, I was texting you guys, and then you decided to do a side chat with Lubin and Spinoni that you still get. No wonder our show thread is dead.
You guys got your
own
time.
You guys got your own thread going on.
I had a hot take no one touched yesterday in the chat.
What was that?
Well, if you saw it, you would. It's all right. I said hot take. Niners could roll Kansas City.
This is me setting you up.
It's all right. It's all right. No.
And you know what I say to that? Don't even bring that into that chat. Don't even do that.
That's why it's a hot take.
I have watched that game back, honest to God, at least a dozen times. It's hard.
Oh, I watch them all back. It's not. It actually gets easier.
Damian Williams destroyed us.
Well,
late in that game.
Well, the formations of the Chiefs. A.D. Reed coming off a bye week. We know how sick he is. But it's just.
I know. And then the Quan Alexander drop off the shoulder pads. It's just.
But you know what, though? This is where Shanahan has grown. Super Bowl 54.
3rd and 15.
You got
Somebody's
the ball.
Got to make a stop.
Troy Aikman, we need to get that audio for next week.
Please do.
Troy Aikman was just, I wish he was.
God.
You know what? I'm a little disappointed this game's on CBS because I'm not the biggest fan of Tony Romo right now. I used to love Tony Romo. But I'm so much of a fan of Greg Olsen, not only because he came on the Morning Roast and then I saw him on the sidelines. He goes, I'll come on anytime you guys are good. He goes, yeah, that was awesome, dude. But Greg Olsen's performance, Burkhardt and Olsen in an NC title game, letting the game breathe, knowing when to break it down, talk about some of the stunts, geeking out, knowing when to nerd out, knowing when to talk about the momentum, knowing when to talk about the play call. Greg Olsen was on fire. But in that Super Bowl 54, Shasky, watching that game back, I get more and more triggered by Shanahan's play calls.
I know.
1st and 10, 49-yard line, 3 timeouts in the minute 49.
Throw this at
and
you.
Nobody ever talks about it, though. Why? Everybody was, and yes, Jimmy Garoppolo overthrew Emmanuel Sanders. Hell, Brock Purdy overthrew Brandon Ayuk, and Brandon Ayuk made the greatest play ever.
He did get PI'd, but keep going.
It's all good. Shanahan has grown as a play caller since that game.
I agree with.
Because if you had to go back, wait a minute, why am I throwing the ball 4 straight times? Let me run the ball. Mahomes can't touch the football the rest of the game. We're not going to allow him to touch the football. We're either going to win or lose, but we're going to have the last possession of the game. Win that championship game, 27-24. And we're all thinking, boy, this game isn't over. What are the 49ers going to do? We've seen it in NFC title games against the Rams where Shanahan gets a little conservative and he runs and say, you know what, defense, go win the game. But he sits it. You know what? My defense is tired. They just gave up a ton of yards here. Let's run the ball and let's just really bleed this clock. And I thought, just look at the play sheet here, Shasky. 1st and 10. McCaffrey, 7 yards. Boom. You get the clock rolling. You get positive yards on first down for the first time in a long time in that football game. You get 7 yards. All right, 2nd down, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to throw to Deebo Samuel. Make a play, Deebo. Get me a first down. What Deebo does, 8 yards. Boom. Short pass to the left flat. Boom. Deebo gets 8 yards. Clock's moving. You get a first down. You move the sticks. Okay, let's get back to the run game. Now, you only gained 2 yards on first down, but you run the ball, and you run another 40 seconds off the clock, and then you hit Christian McCaffrey again in the flat, taking what the defense giving you, knowing that, hey, this is a 5-minute offense right now. Let me get the little short pass play to McCaffrey, keep the clock rolling, and then it sets up the dramatic 3rd and 4 play, Shasky, where Brock Purdy scrambles for a big-time first down.
Yeah, and then obviously after that you have the CMC, and man, has anyone said anything about CMC's head? Did they say anything? Because the final possession, obviously Eli scores the touchdown after the CMC run, and then the Niners have to ice the game with 3 straight runs.
Yeah, he's not on the injury report.
But there was no injury report.
Yeah, he's going to be. He was on the podium.
I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
He got his turf. He's like, hey, I need a blow here. And Greg Olsen on the play call when they showed McCaffrey after that big run down to the 3-yard line. Greg Olsen's like, McCaffrey's like, I need one. And Greg Olsen's like, you know what? He deserves it because he's been carrying this offense on this drive. But I thought that's where Shanahan was brilliant on that drive. And give Purdy his credit. To extend that play
he did a great job.
And scramble there. Again, that was more Steve Young than Joe Montana to be Brock Purdy right there.
Okay.
In that second half, it was more Steve Young to be.
I thought so, too.
What do you got? The legal? I got the clock right in front of me, kid.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Because I wanted to ask you about Greg Olsen, because I listened to a podcast regarding Fox's point of view and then them bringing in Tom Brady, and I want your opinion on this, because like you and I are alike. Yeah. I think Greg Olsen is phenomenal.
Yeah, I got a clock on my laptop that says 9:02. I got a clock on my phone that says 9:02. I got a clock on the computer that says 9:03. We got another clock right here that says 9:03. We got clocks right here on the screens that say 9:03, 9:02 in the corner right there. So you know what? I know it's time for the legal.
You should just wear a clock like Flavor Flav.
Why not?
2 watches.
Clock. And you know what?
That was an era of the morning roast.
And you know what? I understand that we have a big buffer when it comes to the legal. We have a 10-minute window in which we could read the legal. Some hosts, they like to read it right at 9 o'clock. I like to let it breathe a little bit. We'll converse. We'll get our dialogue. When you take a breath, I'll read the legal.
That's tough.
Yeah, we have from 8:55 to 9:05 to read the legal for everybody out there. Because I even see text, hey, Bonte, read the legal, 9 o'clock. I don't have to do it straight at 9 o'clock.
All right.
That's not what we do. That's why we're different.
Fox executives were looking at how their slate of games were this year, and they were like, the AFC's got all the good quarterbacks. Like, that's what they thought, because the Fox obviously carries the NFC, and they were very worried about television viewers. They've already paid the money to the NFL, so it doesn't matter necessarily, but they want to be able to go back to their advertisers at year's end and be like, here's how many millions of people were watching this and how many millions of people were watching that.
Now let me read the legal before we get into that. I thought we're setting up to read the legal.
Just all that time spent talking about the legal.
Well, I mean, he said go, and then I said, all right.
No, I mean, you're listening to 95.7 KTNC FM San Francisco. Always live on Free Odyssey. Don't forget, you could also watch us every single day that you're doing right now. Over 800 people on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch as well. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates. It's super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business text line as well. Warriors or Sixers, a little bit later today at Chase Center. The great Kate Scott's going to join us on NBC Sports Bay Area. Cannot wait for that.
Yay!
And we're going to replay Baldy at 9:20. Going to replay Baldy's interview from earlier today. It was really, really good.
So NFC officials, Fox officials that were, having the NFC games, they're just a little worried about like, hey, what are the viewership going to look like? We don't have a lot of the marquee matchups. Now Amazon gets, X amount of good games, and Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football gets X amount of good games. They were worried. They got the Green Bay game. Obviously, Niners-Green Bay last week was a monumental game for television ratings. But this week, on Fox, 58 million people watched that game. It's one of the largest viewing audiences of the year. You know, I think it was 96 of 100 episodes. The hottest things on television were NFL related, football related this year, and that's going to be one of them. It's one of the largest audiences you're going to have all year. And I was reading just about how the NFC really was so happy that you had a huge brand. They're the Yankees of the West Coast in the Niners, and Detroit being the plucky team that hasn't won at all. And nobody had any ill will toward them. Everyone wanted to see them do well. And so it was like an ideal matchup for Fox, given the time window, and they just crushed it.
I mean,
they crushed it.
I think Fox would have crushed it no matter who was on. Honestly.
Tampa?
Baker Mayfield's a national brand.
Yeah.
You know?
He is.
He's a national brand.
You're right.
He's a national brand.
But the Niner brand, like they were talking about, it is one of the, they call it the Yankees of the West Coast for football because you get the whole state of California locked in. And that's a huge state for them to own.
I just hope Olsen doesn't have to take a step back and be with the B team. Him and Burkhardt.
Did you see the money?
Alongside Aaron Andrews. Oh, with Tom Brady?
So Tom's getting $400 million.
Yeah.
The number one analyst, it's locked in. He's getting $10 million on Fox right now.
Right.
If he goes down to number 2, he gets $3 million.
Yeah, that's a joke.
And Greg Olsen's been excellent.
And you know what? Maybe make Greg Olsen one of the voices for Thursday Night Football or Sunday Night Football.
You didn't hear the rumor?
What?
Belichick for Thursday Night Football.
In the booth?
If you've seen him geek out about football,
he's really good.
He's got to have the right co-host.
I want him on the panel. You know what? If Greg Olsen's going to get bumped to the number 2 team on Fox, and we're going to get to the calls,
wouldn't him and Belichick be fun?
No.
What?
Let's go Mike Tirico, Greg Olsen, Sunday Night Football.
Oh, I'm
now
totally
you can replace
with you.
Chris Collinsworth.
Totally with you.
So if Brady wants to go to Fox, give me Olsen for Sunday Night Football next to Mike Tirico. I think that's a perfect replacement for Chris Collinsworth.
But Burkhardt and him have great chemistry.
They do have great chemistry.
And I think that we underrate chemistry.
No, we do.
The fits matter. Like, clearly, Herb Street and Al Michaels doesn't work.
That doesn't work at all.
Like, Aikman and Buck works.
Who's replacing Al Michaels, by the way?
He says he's defiantly coming back.
Well, that's great if he thinks that. Amazon might say otherwise.
Iron Eagle, maybe?
That's a good one.
He is with Charles Davis. I don't know.
I think Belichick, if you get the right person with him, I think he could be great because if you've seen him on that Football Life, if you saw him with Saban, he can be unbelievably knowledgeable.
I like him better in the studio. I like Saban. I like him on that game day panel. I think he'll be good.
There were rumors with that too, with Belichick and Gronk on the panel for Fox potentially.
That would be good. I would rather that instead of the booth. 510. Comcast business text line. Do you guys know why the hell the Chiefs are considered a home team? Because the AFC, it alternates every single year. Last year, the NFC was a home team, which is why the Eagles wore their green uniforms. The year before that, when the Niners were in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, they were considered a home team as well. Now, some teams will elect to wear their white jerseys because teams that wore white in the Super Bowl had these long winning streaks, like Super Bowl 50. The Broncos were technically the home team at Levi Stadium, but they elected to wear all white uniforms because the white jerseys were winning a lot of Super Bowls. It was a little superstitious there. But the Chiefs this year, the AFC, gets to be the home team, so the Chiefs can wear white or red. It's their pick on the jersey. Let's go to Vio in Texas, and then we'll get to Clark the Shark before we break. Vio, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, I'm going to give y'all some reason for optimism. Remember last time I called, I told you, we played a bad game, but yet we still pulled it out, right? Give me a minute. I'm going to give you some points why you guys can be confident until we win the Super Bowl. Look.
All right, turn your radio down for me.
Okay, sorry about that, Mark. Sorry, let me turn it off.
You're okay.
Look. Okay, number one, Cardinals beating the Eagles. Highly unlikely, right? That's just something that worked out in your favor, right? And we always talk about championship teams, things have to fall in place, right? Nobody expected that, right? Get the number 1 seed. Packers game, guy missed the kick, right? Missed the easy kick, should have made it. Gives us a chance. We go down there, we pull it out, right? The Detroit collapse, right? Biggest comeback in NFC Championship game history, right?
Yep.
That's on your side. You have the Ayuk catch, which everybody said is lucky. Who cares? When it's destiny, things happen, right? The catch happened, right? And of all the teams you get to see again, right, you get to see the Chiefs. Destiny, right? And all you need is Brock Purdy to win this game. You know what it does? It silences the critics. You end the Chiefs dynasty, and you start your own, and you have the most playoff wins ever. Dude, it's set up for us to be champions.
Well, I can make a case for Kansas City as well. So I hear you with the Team of Destiny stuff. I don't really play that game. The whole team of destiny or whatever. You can't hear about it. You can't hear it. It's felt like it's been our year. But you know what, Kansas City's probably feel like, you know what? It's our year, too. We're going back to back.
They're in a dynastic run. It would be the first back-to-back since the Patriots, right?
Yep, in over 20 years. Over 20 years. Real quick, Clark the Shark before the break, and we'll get to the Baldy replay here on the Morning Roast. Clark the Shark, what's going on out there in South Carolina?
Bonte, Belafonte, and Cup of Joes. How are you guys doing? God bless you guys.
Not half as good as you, my friend.
Ah, man, hey, it's really nice out here. It's the sun's out and all that stuff. Hey, but let's get right down to it here. I don't have much time. You told me. So, hey, what a great game. I'd rather see him blow people out. My heart would rather see him blow people out. But, man, my Filipino wife, Joe, she has to leave the room because she couldn't stand. She's a big Niner fan now. I turned her into one. She's going to turn her whole family into the Niner fans on the Super Bowl. But, man, what a game. Hey, this is what I'm thinking. Is I don't have any good reason to think they could beat Kansas City and slow down Mahomes. But there seems to be this destiny thing going on here. I don't know what it is, but I feel like they just are getting it done. And it just seems like there's a destiny going on. And Purdy's talking about God. Hey, maybe something's going on here. What do you guys think?
Maybe there's a higher power, Clark the Shark. Maybe, just maybe.
Remember Destiny?
I do remember
Dusty
that.
Baker? It was Destiny. You don't even, Joe had never heard that.
I was like 7 or 8.
Destiny. That's what they called it.
How did that work out?
It did not go
Worked out in Houston.
Well, I mean, it took 30 years.
All right. Destiny. Manuel Rodriguez.
You don't believe in Destiny.
Oh, Destiny's a stripper name, according to Manuel Rodriguez.
Las Vegas, so it's perfect.
A team of destiny. We're a team of destiny. This is one of the most overused cliches in the history of America, especially when it comes to sports. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Brian Baldinger. We're going to replay that interview coming up on the Morning Roast and then take your calls on the other side as we end the show. Don't forget, Warriors and Sixers tonight at Chase Center. You want to get there. Warriors need a victory before they go out on this road trip, man. I need a victory. I'm also ready to take a break from the 40. Not a big break, but, you know, we do have basketball. We do have sports going on, folks. Baldy coming up on the other side. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
From better poops to more energy.
All right, welcome back to the roast. As you heard, Draymond Green, they'll be on the floor with the 76ers. But how would you like to have breakfast with the roast? We'll give you a chance to do just that. Starting tomorrow at 7:30 and 8:30, we will be offering you a chance to have eggs and toast with the roast. Tune in tomorrow morning to learn how you can win. This contest will start tomorrow and go through next Tuesday. 2 winners each day, and each winner gets to bring a +1. And sure, we'll break down how you like to eat your eggs. Maybe we'll have a little scramble, a little sunny side up, a little poached, eggs Benedict, maybe some omelets. We'll see how that works out. That's coming up. We'll start that tomorrow. But earlier this morning, we had Brian Baldinger on the morning roast to talk about the Niners' performance against the Lions on Sunday. And we started out by asking him his thoughts on how the Niners bounced back in the second half after a lackluster first half.
Well, I mean, it literally started on the first play of the second half. Like they said, Kyle Shanahan came out and said after the game, like, our goal was to go down and score a touchdown. And they didn't score a touchdown. He was ticked because they had a chance to, and they didn't. They kicked a field goal. And then it kind of snowballed from there. I mean, then for whatever reason, Detroit doesn't go for it, doesn't kick the field goal on 4th and 2 at the 28 to match, to go back up 17, you go up 3 scores. And they get the ball back, and the first play, they go to Ayuk down the field. I mean, they just attacked. It was completely different. They said, okay. It's almost like they had to get so far behind to play their best football. And to lock in, just to, to use a Brady phrase, just to get laser focused. And I felt like, okay, that's what that locker room speech was all about. Whatever they said, it's time to get laser focused right now. There's no room for error. A lot of things went their way. They made a lot of things happen. But that's what happens. And, Bonte, you see basketball games turn all the time, where it looks like, they're getting blown out of the gym, and all of a sudden, here comes the full court press. Here comes the slam dunks. Here comes the free throw. And all of a sudden, they turn it. And that's what happened in that second half.
Now, you slipped into 4th and 2. Shasky and I have been kind of dissecting that all week long. Dan Campbell going for it on 4th and 2. And I understand the Lions they converted 80% of their 4th and 3s and less. And I thought the third down play was very vital because they, for whatever reason, they're rolling with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, and Amon-Ra St. Brown lines up in the backfield on 3rd down. Warner makes a great play. I thought Kinlaw made a good play there to hold up his block there and shed that block and make a play on Amon-Ra St. Brown, but then they go for it on 4th and 2. And I get that Michael Badgley has converted only 45% of his field goals from 48 yards plus, and that's a long field goal there. I had no problem with the decision, Baldy, that decision. But later on in the game, I was like, all right, Dan Campbell, you're getting a little wacky here. But that decision right there of 24-10, did you have an issue with that? Because at the end of the day, Josh Reynolds just flat out drops it.
Well, it's not a great play on 4th and 2, to be honest with you. It's not a gimme. It's not where, okay, we're going to roll right and there's going to be a pick right here and I got an open receiver. I mean, you still got it. Throw the ball. I mean, there's vertical routes down the field. There was really... I don't understand the route, but look, if you kick the field goal there from 45 yards, you're up 17, you're up 3 scores. Does it make a difference if you're up 3 scores, 17 or 21?
Right.
Like, to me, you just go match the 49ers score, their field goal. And now the 49ers are still down 3 scores, and now halfway through the third period is over. So you're at 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, and you're up 3 scores. I felt a lot better. I just felt like, and then I felt like on 4th and 3 and halfway through the fourth quarter, where he could have tied it up with a 48-yarder. I thought he was just chasing points at that point, Bonte.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right, we didn't get the first one. But our analytics say we're 80%. We'll get this one. And, we'll go down and we'll score a touchdown. We'll take the lead. I felt like the critical one was the first 4th and 2 halfway through that third quarter.
So you didn't like that decision. I'm a little surprised, Baldy, because they were averaging 7 yards a carry with the ground. I had no problem with that one. That one, I honestly, but it's very interesting to hear from you. Very interesting. I didn't like the play call either, but again, the receiver's got to make a play. Reynolds flat out drops it.
Yeah, it's not. It's not an easy catch. It's not like it's hitting him, at the number 8. I mean, it's off his body. It's away from him. Yes, it goes through his hands.
Right.
Yes, he's got to catch it. But at the same time, it's not an easy catch. It's not a gimme. He's got a defender on his inside. He's reaching around to the outside, and he drops it. Now, if he catches it, maybe we're not even talking right now. We're discussing, what went wrong. But, that was a big part of their comeback was the fourth down stops.
Yeah, and I think getting Goff to move up in the pocket because the Bosa pressure, like you saw, anytime he didn't have a clean pocket to throw from and he had to move, he was struggling. Like he just was. And I look at Brock, I don't know what happened. In the first half, he hit a couple of big throws, like the one to Ayuk on the outside on the first drive was a beautifully timed throw. But he was just like a step slow and like a little hesitant to rip it. I don't know if he didn't see the field or whatever, but the difference for me in the second half, it wasn't just like seeing the field. The legs, that 3rd and 4 where they had the shotgun and you have Debo on one side and McCaffrey on the other, even the touchdown pass where he moved slightly to the left and threw to Ayuk, he used his legs to either scramble and make a play or to create a passing lane for himself. I thought the difference in this game for Brock Purdy was the feet. What did you see from first half to second half?
No, I mean, look, they did the 2 first drives of the game. They went right down the field. They missed a field goal. All right, they don't convert on 3rd down. Missed a field goal, go right down the field. Second drive and scored a touchdown. He had a couple balls batted down by Hutchinson, and so those kind of affect you. But he was channeling his inner Steve Young, in that game. Like that was classic Steve Young right there. And we've seen him scramble, but every one of those 3 scrambles for 52 yards was so critical. So critical, getting a chunk, converting, just keeping the drive on schedule. And you can't practice that. That's just got to be a feel. That's an instinct. I mean, we see it from Mahomes all the time, which is great. That's Patrick Mahomes. He's been doing this for 7 years. This is a kid that, hasn't completed 2 years of playing yet, and now he's in the biggest game he's ever played in. And he's pulling a ball down and finding lane. And not just, but I mean, that's a talented, fast defense. Yeah. And he's getting those chunks. And so 2 20-plus yard scrambles like that it's incredible.
He had a great throw to Debo on the first drive of the 3rd quarter. It was just ripped right into the middle of the field.
That throw, though, Joe, people, I don't know, I'm so tired of the whole game manager or whatever they're trying to say.
That was a dime, Baldy.
That throw, you drop back 5 steps, you hitch, and you rip it. And it's right into the thick of a 4-man zone. And Debo's catching it on the dead run.
Yep.
He's not jumping up for it. He's not reaching back for it. He's not going down low and catching it off his shoestrings. He's catching it, literally, it's playing T-ball. It's like going out there with your kid that's 5 years old and you're playing T-ball. You put it right there on the tee for him. You can't throw it any better than that.
Yeah, he showed toughness when he got drilled on the Debo pass.
Drilled, man.
I mean, just right underneath the chin, and he gets drilled. But I want to talk about the Ayuk throw. When you look at it from the wide angle, Ayuk clearly gets penalized by getting hit by the cornerback, and he rips it down. I mean, he ripped that ball downfield, but the catch, the dexterity, the athleticism, the hand-eye coordination. I mean, break down the Ayuk catch, the whole play. I want to hear it from you, Baldy.
Well, it's play action, max protection. They pull Aaron Banks and Kittle to go seal the edge on Hutchinson right there. So because it's a design shot play. And I think I said it right here last week. I said they're going to go after Kindle Vildor. I don't know when they're going to go after him. They're going to go after him because he just struggles down the field playing the ball in the air. I've seen too many when he was in Chicago. He did. I thought he did in Detroit. They were down corners. He had to play. I just thought it was a matter of time before they went after him, and they did it in a way where the free safety wasn't there. So the ball's in the air, 50 yards. Vildor interferes. The back judge throws the flag. The ball's tipped. It's the modern day Lynn Swann catch.
Yep.
It's an acrobat. He's an I don't even know how he tracked the ball after it was tipped like that, and then to see how he secured the catch, made sure that he rolled that. Honestly, in this day and age, the way that you catch a ball and go to the ground, you have to in every way because of all the cameras and replay and everything. You can't give them any reason to think that it's not a catch. That ball tips, it hits the ground, it moves. Is it a catch? Isn't it a catch? You don't know. Right. You have to make sure that when you go to the ground with the ball, that you're showing them that the ball never touched the ground. You have it secured all the way through the catch. And you see these receivers now going out of the way to make sure that they show any official the ball, and he did that.
Unbelievable catch, a ladybug catch. We'll be talking about it for many, many years here in the Bay Area, especially if the Niners beat the Kansas City Chiefs in a couple of weeks in Las Vegas. Brian Baldinger here on the Boxer Girls.
Give me that
real
quick, though, Bonte, because I didn't hear the whole interview.
Oh, well, he's
saying he saw a ladybug.
Yeah. Here's Brendan Ayuk with Aaron Andrews at the game. Listen to this, Baldy.
All right, come on.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe. And y'all know what that means. So that's all I can say, because other than that, I don't know. Just great luck. God was with us today. Great win. Bang, bang, Niner game. It's crazy.
It's crazy. The ladybug catch,
that's hilarious.
That is hilarious, man. It is hilarious, man. What a game that was in Levi Stadium. Niners make the largest comeback in the title game history after being down 17+ at the half, down 24-7 against the Detroit Lions. And then you get Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy. I thought Shanahan's 5-minute drill there, but I do want to get to the defense. And this run defense does concern me. Because at that 4th and 2, at that moment, Detroit had 168 rushing yards to the Niners 45. Now, Detroit didn't run the ball more after that. They got a little behind. They got a little out of their game plan. But this run defense, Baldy, is very, very concerning. And look, we text over the weekend, Chase Young. What did you think of his performance? Because a lot of 49er fans right now, Baldy, are down on Chase Young. They believe the effort is a little down, not championship effort. You look at the play by Jahmyr Gibbs, the 3rd touchdown. That's not championship effort. We're trying to get to a Super Bowl here. You got to go balls to the wall here, and I didn't see that from Chase Young on Sunday, Baldy.
He plays too high. He likes to see everything that's going on, and, guys are hitting him in the chest. They're getting underneath him. Tight ends are blocking him. But I didn't think, outside of Bosa, I didn't think any of the defense linemen played well. I didn't think Armstead did. I didn't think Hargrave did. Definitely not Kinlaw or Gibbons. I didn't think they got good performances from that front. They got blocked up. I didn't think the run fits with the linebackers was good. I thought Fred was off. I thought Burks was off. I didn't think the run fits looked like a championship-level defense. Like, honestly, if Fred Warner was on the show right now, I'd go, Fred, on that, Montgomery run 15 yards right up the middle, it's a basic inside zone. Everybody runs that play. The 49ers run as well as anybody. They're double teaming the tackles. The linebackers got to go. They got to go fit that. Burks went one way. Warner went the other way. Like, I don't know what they're like. Whether it was the tight end in motion that threw him off or whatever, but they just opened up the middle right to Tig to make the tackle. Like, I didn't think they like. I would get back to the basics of taking on double teams, getting off blocks. Like walking through your run fits. You should get these run fits down where literally you put a blindfold on and you know exactly where you're going. And that was out of sorts, and it didn't look right, and it didn't look like a championship level performance to me.
Is that on scheme? Is that on the players? Is that a combination of both?
Well, some of it is Detroit. They're excellent up front.
Okay.
But regardless, doesn't matter. You just have to have this mentality that you're not going to be blocked. You're going to get off blocks. And I don't think they had that mentality. They played too high. Their pad level was too high. They got underneath them. They got driven. I see guys on the ground. You can't play football on the ground. So, I could pick apart 8 runs where you go, they have to be better than that because Pacheco will do the same thing to him.
Yeah.
Well, like on those outside tosses, right? They kept going to the outside. It's like one-on-one. Either it's Burks getting plastered by a wide receiver, or then you got Gibbs or Tig Brown coming up, and it's one-on-one. You got to make a play. And they're eating grass. And, no one's coming up to make a play. I'm very concerned about the safety play right now because teams are getting to that 2nd and 3rd level in the run game. So I guess my question is do they have just a personnel issue at this point in the year, or is this on Steve Wilks?
I think it's more personnel than Steve.
Gotcha.
Honestly, everybody runs toss crack. Everybody runs outside zone. It's been a weakness of the 49ers all year. They haven't been particularly good at it. And so, I was talking to Rod Woodson. I was in Baltimore on Sunday. I was talking to Rod Woodson about, communication. Because if my defensive end is getting cracked back by a tight end or wide receiver, first of all, I can't get blocked by either one of those guys.
Right.
If I'm Chase, Nick, if I'm Gregory, whoever it is. I can't get blocked by any of those guys. But it also helps if somebody's telling you there's a crack coming. Somebody's got to be yelling that out. You at least have to look at the splits of these guys and go, it's a possibility. They could be coming down on me. It's 1st and 10. This is an indicator that from this formation, they could run this play. There's got to be high alert here. And it didn't look like that, especially in that first half.
No, it didn't. And I'm worried about Andy Reid and the screen game. He's one of the best screen callers. When he calls a screen, whether it's Westbrook out in Philadelphia and all the backs he had in Philadelphia and now with Kansas City, Andy Reid knows how to run a screen. The Detroit screen game was on point against the Niners. I'm very concerned with this defense, but that flips to the offense here. How can the Niners start faster against Kansas City? Back-to-back weeks in which they scored just 7 points. It's one of the most prolific, explosive offenses all regular season, yet they've gotten off the slow starts. Not something you want to do against Mahomes, Baldy, but how can they get – what is going on? What is contributing to the slow starts here for the 49ers in back-to-back playoff games?
Well, I mean, I don't agree with that, though. I mean, I saw them take the ball right down the field the first 2 drives. So, they missed a field goal. They went all the way down to the 30 in the first drive, no problem, made all the throws, just didn't convert. And then – they went right down. They went 75 yards in the next drive. I mean, they moved the ball, and then they threw an interception.
Yeah.
Whether, Brock's hand got, hit on that play and affected the throw or not, regardless, Malcolm Rodriguez came down with it. So they got off. They moved the ball. They'd like to run it a little bit better. They got stuffed a couple of times, but McCaffrey had the 25-yarder. I mean, he had some good plays early on. So, I mean, there were, and look, the longer you stay on the field, the more you could get into your game plan.
Right.
The longer you can get to some of your play action, especially if you get into some kind of a rhythm. So, I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily agree. I know Green Bay, it was definitely a slow start.
Right.
I know they only had 7 points at halftime, but they didn't have that many possessions. They had, 4 possessions in the first half. One of them is interception and one's a missed field goal. So, you're just not going to score touchdowns in every drive.
No, you're not. We got Kansas City. We got 2 weeks. Next week, we'll really break them down. But I'm looking at Deebo Samuel, and he's just such a different player than the last time they played in the Super Bowl against him. He brought a jolt to that stadium. I don't know if you saw it on the film. I'm not sure if you saw it during the first time watching it, but it just felt like he brings a calmness to the team, and the guy just refuses to be tackled. There's like a screenplay, which is one-on-one, just, get off me. I'm going for 8-9 yards. He brings so much to the table, and I don't know if people can really quantify his impact. And I underrated at times, but I just thought Deebo was special in this game.
Well, I always think he is, especially in front of that home crowd because, as soon as he touches the ball, it makes everybody, it's like Barry Bonds up at the plate. Like there's going to be a home run's going to get hit here. But I think – like I've said this many times, and I've said it on your show, he gives his team a toughness that nobody else gives. Obviously, McCaffrey is what he is, and Fred is who he is. And they have those players, and Kittle, obviously. But he just gives a total different level of toughness. Like he challenges every single tackler. He runs through Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He was stopped, behind the line of scrimmage a couple times, looked like he was, and still has the quickness to get back inside and pick up 7 yards when it looks like there's going to be nothing there. He doesn't slow down to catch a ball. Like one of the things, there's a quality about receivers that, yes, are they fluid? Are they Jerry Rice fluid? Okay, we can see that when the guys are running. Ayuk has that.
Right.
But are your hands as fast as your feet? So, I believe, Deebo's eyes, hands, and feet all work together. Mm-hmm. And he has this amazing speed that he can play with. Some guys have to slow down to catch a ball.
Right.
They got to body catch it. They got to jump. They got to secure the catch first. He just has this ability to have fast hands and eyes, like on that middle, that throw in the middle of the field, that Brock ripped.
Yep.
There's no slowdown in him, taking that ball out of the air and snatch it and keep going.
Yeah, that was the second play of the third quarter there, Baldy, where the Niners go a little quick game, up-tempo, down 24-7. That was a hell of a throw by Brock and a hell of a catch by Deebo Samuel. 8 catches, 89 yards for Deebo, who, by the way, was 50-50 at the start of the week. Baldy, I didn't think he was going to miss this game. He's Deebo Samuel. You have a name like Deebo, and you're 50-50. You're playing in the championship game. Come on, Baldy here on the Morning Roast on the Boxer Gerson guest line here. I want to ask you about Shanahan, because I thought Shanahan in the second half really called a good game. In the championship drive, I call it the 5-minute offense, up 27-24. He took what the defense gave him. We're going to run the ball. We're going to run the clock. We're going to hit quick throws. Brock Purdy with the scramble. But I thought Shanahan really grew up in this situation. What we've seen at times in the past, 2021, against the Rams, where I thought his offense bogged down there. He got a little conservative. Same thing with Super Bowl 54. Now that we're here at the Super Bowl 4 years later, where's Shanahan grown the most since that Super Bowl loss to the Kansas City Chiefs as a coach, Baldy?
Well, they found Brock Purdy. I mean, he trusts his quarterback. And so I think that's the difference. And it's not a knock on anybody else, Jimmy, anybody else that's been here. He trusts his quarterback. And that's what it comes down to. And so you can be aggressive up, 3 points and to go, try to put a nail in the coffin right there and take some shots and, trust that he's going to either, if he doesn't make the play that's called, he's going to make his own play and create a play like he did a couple of times. So I think that's the difference. Like there's always that relationship, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. There's a relationship between the head coach or play caller and a quarterback. And we have seen it throughout time. Josh McDaniels, Tom Brady, whatever. There's a kinship that exists between those two guys. And, I know this, like anybody will tell you this, Kyle is hard on his quarterbacks. Some guys aren't. Some guy, Bill Parcells is hard on Phil Simms. Some coaches don't want to be like that with their guy. They want to just keep building their confidence. I feel like Kyle can be hard on him on Wednesday at practice. He could be hard on him in the locker room. He could be hard on him on the sideline, like he's demanding. But, some guys you could do that with because they know exactly what you want. They know that it's inside of you, and this is what we need. And I just feel like that toughness that Kyle likes to coach with, he can do that with Brock.
Well, and I look at it this way, Baldy. Like when I hear, and these guys aren't champions, but I consider them championship level players. Trent Williams, Fred Warner, George Kittle. I know they haven't won the big one, but like, come on, these guys are all world players. These are generational type guys. They swear by Brock, and they'll stand at their locker room and wax poetically for 10 minutes about the guy. And it doesn't feel fake. It feels genuine. That matters to me. And when I see him scrambling the way he did and not going down and like in the way Bonte was describing Steve Young, like, shoulder forward, I don't know, man. I listen to the elite players talk about him, and that hits me in the soul.
Yeah, well, I mean, all you have to do is, take a look at, Aleem McNeil just blasting him. He makes the throw over the middle. And, so they see the toughness. They know how tough he is. But I just remember, his first start out there last year against Tampa. Yeah. And I was asking Debo, I was just going through the checklist. Can he extend plays? Does he have vision? Does he? It's like, check. What else, Baldy? These guys believed in him before he even got on the field against Miami last year. Just his study habits, what he was like, quiet rookie, studying all the time, digesting the playbook, carving him up, when he's the scout team quarterback. They saw it early on. Now they're seeing it every day. Now they're they're tongue-in-cheek now. Yeah, my game manager, he knows how to, they're playing it up, and they'll play it up for 2 weeks here. But I don't think there's any question when you ask Nick Bosa, when you ask Fred, that's their quarterback, and they don't want anybody else.
No, I mean, you talk about that Tampa Bay game. The first play of the game, he gets rocked. Now, they call a questionable flag, but he got rocked by Tampa Bay DB. I forget the name. The name is eluding me here, Baldy. But then he goes and leads a touchdown drive, and the rest is history. He gets Tom Brady and company. Real quick, on the AFC, you said you were in Baltimore. That was a great environment. What a championship game. The weather, the hitting, the defenses. Baltimore comes up short. Zay Flowers with the fumble at the goal line. That Chiefs defense stole the show. What's your big takeaway from that AFC championship game there, Baldy?
I don't know if there's a better big game defensive coordinator in the history of the NFL than Steve Spagnuolo.
Wow.
Then Belichick?
He just keeps doing it.
Yeah,
the history of the game, you look at him taking down the 18-0,
Patriots.
Patriots. You look at him most recently in Kansas City and what he's doing, what he just did. If you just look at the three quarterbacks, they just went up against Tua in Miami. Tua had a quarterback rating of 64. They went up against Josh Allen, the great Josh Allen, who had 44 touchdowns this year, had a quarterback rating of 86. Lamar might win the MVP. He looked pedestrian. He challenged his corners to go take on Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar. We're going to put you guys on an island. Show me what you can do. And he trusts everyone, Joshua Williams, Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, L'Jarius Sneed. Yep. And they just said, we're going to stack the box and stop the best running football team in the league, and we're going to discourage them from running. They had an unbelievable game plan. Yep. Totally different. Heck, the game plan against Josh Allen the week before was completely different than 4 weeks before that.
Yep.
His ability to put the pieces together and then design the game plan and get the players to execute. In fact, he hates this, but I'm going to say it about him anyways. All the defensive backs in Kansas City wear these T-shirts underneath their pads, and it says, "In Spags we trust." And so I texted Spags after the game. I'm like, "Spags, I need some of these T-shirts, man. I want to wear them." He's like, "I want to get rid of those T-shirts, Baldy." He doesn't want any attention, but like they believe in what he does. And, look, I mean, Drew Tranquil was picked off the scrap heap, and you look at the guys that they have. They had 4 rookies start last year in the Super Bowl game. Mm-hmm. 6 rookies played. Like, he gets guys ready to play and designs these plans, and you never know what it's going to be until the game actually unfolds.
That's funny, Baldy. We were discussing this earlier with Spagnuolo. Like, we got to deal with this joker again, like in Super Bowl 54 in that game plan against Buffalo and Baltimore. He's blitzing every other play. And then, of course, on the other side, you got Mahomes and Kelsey. Kelsey, 11 targets, 11 catches. I mean, we'll break it down in depth next week, but I already have a headache thinking about the Kansas City Chiefs right now, Baldy. Mahomes on 3rd 9. This cat burglar back foot throws it deep to MVS, who hasn't caught a damn deep pass all year, and he comes up with the biggest play to send him to the Super Bowl. Oh, Baldy, why do we have to deal with Mahomes again?
Well, it's a true dynasty. Just like, Golden State Warriors, like Chicago Bulls, like the Patriots. This is a living, real-life dynasty. And they would like nothing more than to add, another trophy into their bank, and just keep, stockpiling these things and have another parade and another miserable day in Kansas City, and the entire city will be. That's how they think. I mean, it was unbelievable what Mahomes just did to that defense.
Baldy, that was Baldy Shasky. You said something about Kevin O'Connor from the Ringer. We do have a basketball game tonight at Chase Center. Baldy said a lot of good things there. We have a lot of sound from that. Next week, we'll get deeper and deeper into the Super Bowl 58 with the Chiefs and the Niners. Of course, the Niners are wearing their white uniforms, white jerseys with the gold pants. Kansas City Chiefs wearing the red jerseys, and I'm assuming they're going to wear their white pants with their red jerseys. Sometimes they go all red, but I think they're going to go with the red and white, and there we go. Kansas City, the designated home team. The AFC gets a home game this year. Next year it'll be the NFC, and the NFC will have a choice to wear which jersey they want to wear. But you brought up a LeBron James trade. We do have 7 minutes left in the show. I almost said the game. Klay Thompson, I saw at ABC Sports Bay Area, ABCS Authentic. I guess some people were saying, Shams Charania was saying that everybody's on the table for the Golden State Warriors, including Klay Thompson. Remember, the trade deadline is February 8th. What will the Warriors do? But you said, Kevin O'Connor said, what about LeBron?
He wrote an article with multiple destination points that LeBron may want out of the Lakers, which it feels unlikely. He said, would the 76ers or other teams, the Warriors being one of them, make a deal for him because he really likes playing with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, or likes the idea of playing with those guys?
That'd be interesting. What?
You wouldn't be for a LeBron James trade? We'd immediately get all the calls.
Yeah.
You want to talk about getting the calls, but you'd have to give up a lot, obviously. I mean, you think the Lakers are just going to punt him? It seems very far-fetched.
So Kareth Burke just sent this out. Of course, she's with us over at ABC Sports Bay Area, the great KB. 1 year apart. Last year, January 29th, 2023. The official NBA refs on Twitter. And this was after the Lakers-Celtics call when LeBron James cried and Pat Bev showed the referee the camera.
That was actually hilarious.
I mean, it was a mess. Like everyone else, referees make mistakes. We made one at the end of last night's game, and that is gut-wrenching for us. This play will weigh heavily and cause sleepless nights as we strive to be the best referees we can be. Now, a year later, Billy Mack on the broadcast yesterday for the Houston Rockets. Actually, this was for the Lakers, and they lost to the Rockets last night. They got blown out. Lakers have shot 233 more free throws coming into this game than their opponents this year. Far and away ahead of the second-place team, the New York Knicks. So get this, the Lakers have shot 233 more free throws than any other team in the league, and they're still in the play-in range. Oddly, the Lakers are dead last in drives to the basket.
That is for me, the most damning of the things is that right there. Because one thing that we've argued with, whether it's Dibley or Steiny who cape up for the officials,
I don't get how anybody
erroneously, is they'll be like, well, Steph takes a lot of jumpers.
Well, actually, the data suggests that he attacks the basket much more than some of his counterparts who get way more calls.
So, again, the Lakers are dead last in drives to the basket.
So they're a jump shooting team.
Technically, and they've shot 233 more free throws than any other opponent in the association. The second-place team, New York Knicks, have shot 233 less free throws than the L.A. Lakers.
With one of their premier players being a perimeter player who's small.
Yeah.
In Jalen Brunson.
Yep. But
I really like Jalen.
Julius Randle's a rugged guy who tries to get to the cup, and he's physical or whatnot. But yeah, he is. He's a ball stopper. It's a black hole. So look, man.
I love when Knicks fans isolate his videos of him not playing defense.
Yeah, well, you could isolate the entire league not playing defense. This entire league doesn't play defense. A lot of points. Now, Anthony Edwards, did you hear him yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Edwards yesterday was talking about the referees. He said, I don't care about the fine. Well, let me pull up the quote from Anthony Edwards. He was just going crazy. He goes, the refs were bad tonight. Yeah, they was terrible. We was playing 8-on-5. It actually won the game. It actually won the game against OKC. And he goes, I'm going to take this fine, but the refs did not give us no calls tonight. So the referees, look, they're all time bad. They're all time bad in every single league. NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball.
Well, that's why I thought the NFC Championship game was adjudicated quite well. I thought they did a great job in the NFC Championship game. They let the teams duke it out.
They let them duke it out. They also let Detroit get away with a couple dirty plays.
You know what?
I'm not gonna harp on it. They got the win, but there was a couple things that I've seen other quarterbacks get these calls, and Brock Purdy didn't get the calls.
When he got hit in the helmet on the head-to-head.
It was late. Even Dean Blandino said it with Greg Olsen. Yes. He cleaned it up, and he goes, that should have been a 15-yard penalty. That was a huge call because the Niners had to settle for a field goal.
Plus, there was the one where he got stepped on.
Yep.
Where
Branch looked like he did it on purpose.
It did. But you can never tell intent, but it didn't look good. And if that was Patrick Mahomes, the golden boy.
Right.
Come on, Spadoni. If that was LeBron or Patrick
Tom Brady
Mahomes,
got those same golden boy calls. So Brock Purdy, give us some respect. Call the game fair. These referees, I don't get how people. I got some buddies who are referees, and I respect them. And look, it's get compensated pretty well for being
holding offense number 76.
Listen to these guys. And first of all, it's way too much airtime for these jabronis.
Oh, that I agree with.
The NBA especially.
When the guy's like looking at the camera.
John Goble. Oh, my gosh. It's a joke.
But let me give a shout out because I know Dibbs does do some CYO stuff. I forget what the man's name is, but he runs the Salesian Boys Club, and he was refereing our game Friday night. It was a great game. We went to double OT, basically sudden death. Ooh. And it was St. Gabe's versus St. Brendan's. Just a classic old school matchup. Both teams played really well. Both teams deserved to win. And we got to the end, and he was trying to explain to the boys why he was calling certain fouls, because you're still educating them. They're in grammar school. Like, I know that all the parents think that they're all going to the NBA. They're not, all right? And so, at the end, we're just dying for somebody to score a basket and just end this game. And it looked like everybody lane violated on this free throw shot. And he was like, you know what? We all need to go home. This game has been here. We've been here for an hour and a half.
I don't like that. Call the game fairly. Call the lane violation.
No. We all wanted to go home.
No, I was
coaching on the sideline.
I wanted to go home Saturday night with double overtime. Call the game. See, I got a problem with that. I do have a problem with that. If it's a lane violation, you can stay there for an extra 5 minutes. You're already committed to the cause.
Yeah, Lakers
You're there.
You're really
there.
Comparative to St. Brendan St. Gabe's.
St. Brendan St. Gabe's. It's coming down to the wire. It's a lane violation. Call the damn lane violation.
But they gave them.
We all wanted to go home.
No.
Y'all asses could sit there for another 5 minutes. You ain't got nowhere to go. All you're doing is going to take the kids
another game.
Oh, I don't care.
It was 9 o'clock. The game was supposed to start at 8:25.
Well, you know what? The game can start at 9:15. By the way, Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, informed the Seahawks and Commanders that he's staying in Detroit.
Wow.
He's staying in Detroit. Only 37 years old. He'll be one of the hottest head coaching candidates next season. Ben Johnson staying 37 years old. He's going to stick.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time.
He's going to stick with Dan Campbell for another season.
I wouldn't go to the Commanders either.
Or the Seahawks.
I actually think the Seahawks is a good job, but the problem is Schneider is going to have full control, and I don't know.
Nobody wants that job. Maybe Aaron quarterback.
Well, it's a tough division. Fast five.
It's time for the
You're welcome,
fast
Sam.
For me.
My final thought is this. Why would you want to join a division with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan?
which is what makes what Harbaugh did extremely, extremely interesting. And very courageous.
Why?
You got Sean Payton, Andy Reid.
Oh, I thought Sean Payton wasn't anything. You're down on Sean Payton. I'm not worried about Sean.
More importantly, Antonio Pierce.
Come on.
Antonio Pierce, by the way, the Raiders' last team to beat the Chiefs.
I figured out. I think why Jim elected to stay in the NFC or go to the AFC.
What was that?
In case he took an NFC team to the Super Bowl, had to meet his brother again. I don't think that was good on the family. Having both sons in the Super Bowl coaching against each other.
Stressful.
That was very stressful.
John outcoached him in that game.
Yeah, he did. He had his team.
Especially with the clock management down the stretch, the way he took that safety.
I mean, AFC title game, I feel like would still be stressful too.
Yeah, but at least you don't lose the championship.
I think
game.
LA had a big part to do with that.
Anyway, that's just my theory on it. Final thought. Warriors, I need to win tonight. Sixers in town. The fight Kate Scott. Will it be play or not? I hope he doesn't play. Warriors are going to win to get to 13-13 at chasing it. Oh, boy.
It's the complete opposite of Debo. Debo, you knew was going to play, Bonte. Yeah. Embiid, you're praying doesn't play.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
One thing in the Super Bowl you got to worry about Patrick Mahomes is that scrambling ability. The over-easy, pursuit of that pass rush. He's going to be a tough egg to crack.
It leaves you sunny side up.
I really wanted to poach that joke from you, but I guess now I won't. My final thought is I kind of want to give Dan Campbell a hug. I just feel bad for him this week. I mean, he was such a great story all year long, and all of it's just gone after those decisions on Sunday. I hope the Lions are back next year because it was a great story, and I hate to see it end after 1 year.
Yeah, they're going to be around. They got too much talent on that team. And, again, I agree with Dan Campbell. The 28-25 going for their 4th and 3 or less. Players got to make plays. But that's Detroit's problem.
B, I can't argue with you.
The Niners are going to the Super Bowl. Can't argue because I always win. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Next Generation Synergy Network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Evan Giddings and Daryl, the Guru Johnson.
In order for small businesses to thrive,
shining out there, and you wake up and you just feel good about yourself.
Man, Evan, look at you.
I'm telling you right now, this Tuesday morning, I am feeling good. I am feeling great. Last day in for Steiner before he returns off his hip surgery. So looking forward to get Matt Steinmetz back 24 hours from now. I'm excited to be sitting across from you, man. What's happening?
What's up? I'll tell you what's up. The Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is coming.
Yes,
and
sir.
You know what, Evan? I'm being real, man. It's not in our backyard, but the team that resides here, the San Francisco 49ers, one of two cities of 32 that wish they were in this game. So I got juice to me, and I know we got a week off or whatnot, but they pulled it off, man. They were Houdini. Shout out Friends. How many of us have them? But the Niners this playoffs have been Houdini, Evan. And now it's about, escaping Green Bay. It was escaping a 17-point lead. That was history. One of three teams to do it. Now it's about, can you beat the my version of the GOAT with Pat and Andy Reid.
Well, sometimes it's not about being the best. It's just not about being the rest, right? You just don't want to be within the rest of that crowd. Yeah. You don't want to be one of those teams that's sitting on the couch. No doubt. To their credit, the 49ers have been fantastic all season. They've proved a lot to themselves and to us these last two playoff games, the type of championship medal I believe they have. And right now, it's all about the big game in a couple of weeks. I can't wait till it gets here. Bagoo, where I want to start today is a little bit of going back to Sunday because we got tons of time to take a look at the Kansas City Chiefs. We got tons of time to talk about legacy, to talk about what's on the line in the big game. We'll get to that next week, and we got some good news coming for you.
Yeah,
so stay tuned for that as well. But where I want to start is this, is in kind of an extension of what the morning show was talking about, as I thought they had a really, really interesting idea about, okay, let's look at that championship game. Let's look at the good, the bad, the ugly, right? Yesterday, Lorenzo Neal, shout out to him, was here celebrating with us for 4 hours. Oh my gosh, he was on fire. The Gooster. That one's not going to die, by the way.
I told the wife, call me the Gooster.
That one's not going to die. But, okay, let's take a step back now. Let's talk about the things that we love from that game, the things that made us concerned, the things that might have us, with the blanket over our eyes at halftime, wondering what's going to happen for the rest of this game. How are people feeling about the good, the bad, the ugly? Shout out Clint Eastwood on that NFC Championship game.
All right, can I start with the good?
Where do you want to start?
Okay,
yeah,
the good.
Let's start with the positive.
The positive, Evan, and Niner fans, and I mean this to the core, is you've taught me a word. You brought it back up, Evan, last week about the Niners, and you didn't say they were, but most of their season played out this way, and you called them front runners. And when you look at Kyle's record that had been 0-30 going in the fourth quarter down 7 or more, Evan, I really thought that was a crutch. And hater, non-hater, whatever you wanted to do, that didn't help Brock Purdy in his profile. But he is the quarterback of this team. And the fact that you're telling me on the biggest stage, win or go home, the Niners come back from 17 points. Brock needed that. Obviously, Evan, I'm not telling you and the fans this is how they drew it up. But the fact that they were able to come back from a 17-point halftime lead and win that game in the fashion they did, going into this finale, the Super Bowl, I don't think you could really ask, how did you want it to play out that would give the Niners more confidence than they have now to know, we don't want to get behind. That's what we want to show up. But the fact that you know now that, you know what, Evan, we can, I think that's the good. That I just do.
I'm with you. I completely agree wholeheartedly that confidence right now for the 49ers is something that they earned in the last 2 games. But from what I heard after the game on Inside the NFL from George Kittle, I don't know if you peeped this, Scoo, it felt like that had been there the whole time. Even though we saw it, we saw it lay out in front of our very eyes. We saw it manifest itself for a 17-point comeback. It kind of had already been brewing. And here's what I'm talking about, because George Kittle, I think, put it at the forefront.
I can't wait at the end of the game. I'm going to say, hey, they had us in the first half, not going to lie. I can't wait till after the game, and I get to say, you know what, they had us in the first half. Keep singing it, have fun, encourage you guys, right? You're the guy.
Now, that was George Kittle mic'd up during the NFC Championship game, and what he was saying about, I can't wait to tell everyone at the podium, which he did, taking the George Halas Trophy, talking to Michael Strahan, which he did at the podium post-game, which he did in the locker room with all the reporters surrounding him. I can't wait to tell everyone that they had us in the first half. And, of course, that's a famous meme going back to, I think, maybe even like Vine days.
Okay.
But this idea that the Niners, and specifically George Kittle, never felt like they were out of that football game, to me points to what you're talking about. The mettle, the experience, the championship pedigree, though they don't have a Super Bowl, they've been in these positions before, and it showed up.
No doubt. And I hadn't heard that, so thanks for sharing that. And also, I go to what Brock Purdy said. Kyle didn't come in and flip a spread. Lowe kind of laid out, what actually goes down, at halftime, Evan, because I'm thinking it's just, one guy talking to 53 or 52, but it's not that. You break up in groups, but Purdy said he knew he could play better. That's what he was focused on. Nobody got out of their character. And to come back, and you echoed this home yesterday, not just run them down, Evan, with the 30 seconds left to kick a game-winning field goal. They ran them down in the third and to where they were up 10 points in the fourth. So that was the good to me.
Well, exactly. It was a tidal wave. Like, it was an absolute avalanche.
Tsunami.
And I think that should give people confidence, even going into the Super Bowl, but also just about the Niners in general. Like, to me, and it kind of applies it to some of the bad and the ugly, so I want to tease that a little bit, but to me, this is an offense-first team. This is an offensively driven football team that can flip the script. I know they forced the fumble, and that credit to the defense for making the biggest turnover of the game. Armstead falling on top of it. I believe it was Gibson that forced that fumble on the first carry. They're out of the second drive for the Lions. But this team offensively can put up points in a hurry, and that's not something that they could do in prior years. I think it has to do with Brock Purdy being at the helm. I think it has to do with Christian McCaffrey being in the backfield, and I think it has to do with the amount of playmakers they have at their disposal, with Deebo Samuel now being as close to 100% as possible. So if we're looking at the good, it's that I don't think they're ever out of a football game because of their offense, because they can score as they did in the third quarter, 17 points to make it an even football game.
When you say that, Evan, you got me thinking, because obviously you touched on it. The season didn't have too many, opportunities to where we saw the Niners down, except the 3-game losing streak, and we know how that went. My point is, do you think that was a myth or a fluke now? Because, again, it comes down to weaponry, capability, but I never looked at the Niners. It's just me. They're like vampires. If they're down 10, they can't do it, especially when we know before kickoff, when you look at this roster, especially on the offensive side, all that weaponry, it is kind of funny that had legs. And that record was 0-30. And I know that was pre-Purdy, pre-C-Mac, but it's just a Kyle Shanahan coach team. I thought that was more of the UPS package of that stat, right or wrong, was more of a Kyle stat. So they did, it was the best time to kind of dispel that myth, because, Evan, Green Bay had me, it ain't over. But this Sunday night, down 17, I thought it was over, man. I'm going to be real. I know you didn't. You and I were kind of, I need to see more. Lowe was pretty passionate about it. He thought it was over. But, I mean, they picked a hell of a time for it to be the good and come back, and now they're playing one of two teams left.
Yeah, and I don't want to sit up here and act like at halftime I was the rah-rah guy saying, oh, this game, they got this, or they'll come back, or I think they're going to win. Like, I was as close to saying the game was over as possible. The only thing that prevented it was the fact that the game wasn't over.
Right.
Like, we hadn't seen the clock hit 0, but I think coming out of the second, maybe it's because they got the ball and had a chance to go and score, and then you never know what happens.
Kyle took 3, which is that was a big, he took 3.
And on that drive, Juwan Jennings, one-handed catch to keep the drive going. So if they had come out and gone 3 and out, or come out and came away with no points, I probably would have been saying it's over, because the Lions were just absolutely rolling. And that could be part of where you're feeling concerned, too. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Will be back tomorrow, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What were your good, bad, and ugly takeaways from the NFC Championship game? Why are you feeling like you're sitting on a high? Why are you feeling like you might be a little bit apprehensive? And what makes you feel like, if you're there, that the Niners got lucky, that they were fortunate? I tend to lean towards, if you come from behind 17 points, Goo, it does take 2 to tango. You need a team to collapse. You also need a team to come back. And so if you're splitting that 50-50, if you feel 75-25, however you're feeling, want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. The other thing that I thought was really good about the NFC Championship, of course, in addition to the comeback, was what you talked about, like looking at Kyle Shanahan and the way that he approaches those sort of in-game decisions. We'd always had a little bit of a question mark, right? Because that stat you just mentioned, hadn't come back.
That's a hell of a stat.
Hadn't come back 0-30 or 0-29 when trailing by 5 or more points in the fourth quarter. Owen Steph, there you go. Give you 3. So does Brock Purdy now being the quarterback make you feel like that stat doesn't apply anymore? I know they only got 1. His record is still 1 and a lot. Right. But did that flip the way that you look at this 49ers team as comeback kids? Are they still front runners? Like, did that change the equation? Did that change the math at all in your mind?
It does. And again, I'm not telling you and anybody listening that Brock Purdy is Peyton Manning. I'm not saying he can't get to those heights. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes. But Evan, you get something. You get a reward of, if I see the Niners down, and maybe this is just what I think of the team as a whole, and I was still shocked that Green Bay had them down. I was still shocked that they were down. I thought Detroit was going to be in trouble, and it didn't happen. But I have to give credit where credit is due, and Brock Purdy was the quarterback that didn't turtle up, that took that shot downfield to Ayuk, that got the good fortune, and how can I come in here now not being a homer, because I'm not a Niner fan. I'm from the Bay. I want the Niners to do good. But how can I rob the quarterback, if his name was Tom Thumb, of coming back in 2 games, 2 playoff games, where you were favored and the pressure of the world is on your shoulders? How can I now say in 2 weeks, and again, Evan, they don't want to be down, but if they're down 10, Brock has done something where he's shown the world, I can quarterback this team back, keep composure. Now, obviously, you don't want to play with fire because you know what? You get burnt. But, Evan, to your question, I'm not being a front runner. I'm being real. You get something for that. And I do want to say yes to answer your question that now, if I see the Niners in that situation, I think until the clock strikes 0 and they don't have enough points, how could I be fair and real if I said nothing's changed?
And it's not like they're going to win all of those games.
No doubt.
But you're right. I think the confidence or the level of it's flipped a little bit.
Man.
You finally saw it. You finally saw a game against Green Bay in which they were dead to rights.
Right.
And Brock Purdy went on a game-winning drive. You saw them dead to rights at the half against Detroit, giving up 250 yards in the first half. They were getting 9 yards of play. They were moving the ball up and down the field on that defense, which still to its and changed much.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we will get to the defense. Don't get me wrong. But I'm with you. Like I think there's a different level of apprehension in those situations now for 49er fans. Not that it's flipped completely for everyone, because, again, you've still seen, speaking of turtles, you've still seen Kyle Shanahan turtle up in specific spots. He even did it in the Green Bay game, but they overcame it. So I do wonder if the math has changed for people just because of the quarterback, because they've seen it now twice. To be fair, they were touchdown or more favorites in both of those games, and it took late comebacks for them to be in this position to play for a Super Bowl. But I'm also looking at the rest of the quarterbacks or the rest of the teams in the playoffs and what they didn't do that the Niners have done, which is Josh Allen losing at home, Lamar Jackson turtling up in the biggest game of his career.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people don't want to say it. I love Lamar Jackson. He's going to be the most valuable player this season. He outplayed Brock Purdy on his own field. But
he'll never win one in my book. But go ahead. Sorry, Evan. I had to interject. Man.
Lamar?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not willing to say that yet. Right. But
I am. Yeah.
But he came up nothing.
Yeah.
Like that was a 0
small
in that game, and he had an opportunity to take down the GOAT and beat Mahomes. He couldn't do it. He could not do it. And I don't know if Brock Purdy and the 49ers can do it, because it's going to be, I think, a really close football game, and we'll spend a week and a half talking about it. But the 49ers are in this position because they did what the two quarterbacks that Patrick Mahomes had to go through could not, which is get it done. They couldn't do it. Brock Purdy did that.
No doubt about it, Evan. You got me thinking. I'm leaving the house this morning, true story, and I got the remote in hand. I'm about to turn off the TV, and at the bottom of the screen it says, random, is Brock Purdy the best quarterback left in the NFC? He's the only quarterback left in the NFC.
Exactly.
So, Evan, you're right. Nick, how can you not just give them that if you're being fair, Ev? I knocked off who was in my bracket, who was in front of me. But if I'm the last man standing in regard to QB, Ev, you got to give that to me right now. I'm the last man standing. I'm going to Vegas. I'm representing the National Football Conference. As far as quarterbacks, I just thought that was like, who would get that? Well, he's not the best. Evan is when, Evan ain't playing. Either you didn't make the playoffs, you lost. Like, I think that comes with the territory is my greater point.
I think that's fair. Like, context matters, yes. It does matter. When we look back at these football games, and it's one of the reasons why there's probably elation from 49ers fans whenever they turn this back, because they know that they were not playing well in these games. Brock Purdy didn't play well in the first half against Green Bay.
Facts.
I think you can make a case he didn't play well in the first half against Detroit, although I thought he looked a lot better. But you're right. At the end of the day, he has not lost a playoff game in which he's finished. He's 4-0 in games in which he's started and finished.
Yeah.
So this Super Bowl could potentially be the first game in which he loses that he stood upright. And we don't know, and things are going to play out and unfold, and history will be written. But this guy does bring, he just brings a level of balance and level-headedness, honestly, to that position, which we have not seen, maybe even going back to the Kaepernick days. I know Kaepernick was more dynamic. I know he had a better arm. He was a dual-threat beast of a quarterback. But I don't know if people had the same confidence that they do now, because there's just something about this guy. It's really hard to describe, but at the end of the day, and again, I kind of told this story yesterday, but when I'm looking at him after the game in the locker room, just thinking about, he's just sitting there like working on his breathing exercises.
I saw that video, man. Had the shirt on.
He's boring. He's down to earth. He's a God-fearing man. Like, there's nothing uniquely special about
Gucci,
him.
Right?
Maybe that makes people feel better.
Walk in Spadoni. I don't know if you guys saw the video. He had a couple bags, and then the caption was "Responsible dad getting to the airport 6 hours early." And it was like he looked and that's a good thing, Evan. But you're right. There is no sizzle. Bonte hit me last night, and I want to run this by you. And I'm trying to stay on the ranch because it's a good conversation. But when I go big picture, and I think of Kyle and Jimmy, I think Niner fans need to really step back and give Jimmy his propers. Not on his win-loss record, because if you wanted to do that, Jimmy earned it. And how many times did we hear, Jimmy just wins? But, Evan, my greater point is Jimmy Garoppolo has taken this Niner team to where Brock and the Niners will be in Vegas in 2 weeks.
That's the same thing.
Jimmy's done that. And I don't want to make it about Jimmy and Brock, but the eras I do, because the luckiest thing to happen to the Niners with the Trey Lance debacle was the pick and the announcement that Brock Purdy out of Iowa State was going to be drafted to the 49ers. So, Evan, can this Niner team, led by Kyle, do something that the Jimmy Garoppolo era couldn't? And that's win a Super Bowl. So I know you talked about it and you said it well. We got a lot of time to build up and look at the game, but I just look at this like, are you telling me this kid, Brock Purdy, is about to cash it in year 2, where year 1 he kind of got knocked out, didn't get a chance to finish and lost. But, Evan, it would be incredible. So a lot's at stake in regard to symbolism if Kyle can get over the hump and the team can, because I got Niner friends. When we go, we don't lose. Well, you lost 2 in a row. And you don't want it to be 3, So there is a lot at stake.
No, it's everything, man. I mean, you said it up the top. It's the Super Bowl. Like, I've never seen a city celebrate, because I live here in San Francisco. I've never seen a city celebrate a Western Conference Finals the way that they did winning the NFC Championship. I've never seen streets shut down when the Giants won a playoff series. He might have been one of the guys shooting off fireworks.
Let's hope it was fireworks.
There was a lot of people that were in the Sunset, downtown, everywhere around the city was going up because the Niners advanced to the. They didn't even win the Super Bowl. Right. I can't imagine what this city is going to be like if they end up getting the big one. So we're talking about the NFC Championship game here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow off his hip surgery. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's the good? What's the bad? What's the ugly from the NFC Championship game as we get you set here for next week, which is Super Bowl week? I know it seems like a long time until they get out to Las Vegas, but it's going to come quick. And for now, we're going to take a look at how that game impacts the way you feel moving forward. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start with Tony and San Mateo. What's happening, Tony? How you doing, my man?
Doing well. How are you guys doing? First-time caller.
Hey.
Hey, I want to talk about. I know the offense is going to show up. I'm not worried about them. I am worried about the defense and what Steve Wilkes is going to do to change things up. Defense wins championships. To me right now, it kind of feels like the Warriors where, they can score, but if they trade points with Mahomes, it's going to be a long day.
I want to hug him through the phone. Like, there was nothing he said that I don't feel. And like I said, we'll break it down. But, Evan, it is kind of symbolic in the sense that, and we'll throw it and get to this later, I wanted the Ravens. From a personal standpoint, wanted the Niners to see if they could go, tell us that Christmas was a fluke, because that was the worst loss of the season for the Niners. But now what I'm nervous for in regard to Niner fans, Evan, if 14 or 13 days is not long enough for Wilkes and whoever to go in the lab and concoct, we'll get to the Baldy sound on the morning roast today about it's not coaching, it's the players on defense. But, Evan, we're talking about a mini dynasty and all that's in the way of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, the new Tom Brady. Forget Brady, just the new Pat Mahomes. It does bother me that what we've seen in the last 8 quarters of football defensively, you got to think Andy Reid and Mahomes are sipping a Mai Tai right now like, oh, we got something for that. And guess what? We ain't going to, if we get a lead, we ain't blowing it.
Well, that's the thing I saw on Sunday and really have seen the last couple of weekends from the Kansas City Chiefs is like, this isn't, the 49ers to me are an offensively driven football team. I know their defense has made some big plays, but they to me are far more bend and don't break than we've seen in previous years. This is a Kansas City Chiefs team that conversely to me is more of a defensive-first football team.
Man.
They are very different than they were 5 years ago when the Niners met them, when Mahomes was coming up, when he was throwing for 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns on the regular. This is a football team that right now has one playoff game scoring 26, 27, and 17. They scored 17 points in a championship game. Their defense, however, has allowed 7. Yes, they allowed 24 to Buffalo on the road, but they gave up 10 points to one of the best offenses in the league with the MVP. That, to me, is something you do have to pay respect to, and a very different team from the ones that they just saw in the divisional round the Niners did, as well as the championship game, because Green Bay's defense ain't all that. Detroit's defensive line is imposing, but their D as a whole is not very good. They were getting gashed through the air, and they have gotten gashed.
They were getting gashed.
So, look, this is a whole different ball game with the Kansas City Chiefs. So it's interesting, like, we can't get into a shootout is what the caller was saying. I would encourage a shootout.
Like, wow.
I think you want to get into a shootout with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Best defense is your offense, Evan.
As weird as that sounds against Patrick Mahomes, I think you are going to have to beat him with your offense. You're going to have to prove. You're going to have to prove it.
How sweet would that be? I went toe-to-toe with the GOAT.
Yes.
I mean, that's what's at stake, man.
It is, man. It is. And we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. That's the number. Comcast Business Text Line. We see you out there. Shout out to our YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by In at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay, so come experience it all at the In at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night. Also including breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Might be a lot of that next week. Book ahead at inatthetides.com. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
That catch.
The game.
Yo, money.
Look at it.
Oh, what's going on, everyone? I do love this song. Thank you, Spadome. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson with you as always. We're talking about the good, the bad, the ugly from the NFC Championship game. I don't know who Lil Wayne's side is on. He's a big friend of...
all the rappers 2 Chainz have been at the playoff games for the Niners. Birdman was with Jalen Rose in the
that's
suite.
Right.
I'm like, where are these cats coming from? The bandwagon.
Eminem was in the house.
Doing the Kyrie Irving to the fans. They got ran down. But I did see Eminem there. Yeah. Oh, they're hurt, Evan.
They sent him back across 8 Mile.
No doubt. One of the greatest movies ever, though.
It truly is. It truly is. And the 49ers movie on Sunday was something to behold as well. But it doesn't mean, okay, we're talking about some of the good that we loved, the experience, the medal, the championship pedigree, the quarterback play, everything that they've proven so far throughout this 2-game playoff run that they're hoping culminates with a Super Bowl in 2 weeks from now. But, Goof, we're looking at the things that were bad from that football game.
This is it. Buckle up.
I mean, where do you want to start? Because I think there's a lot you could go with.
The inability to get off to a good start, Evan. It reared its head again. You slayed that beast. But I would love to ask you why the offense, because we'll get to, I'm saying if you know where I'm going, we'll get to the ugly.
Yeah.
But the offense not coming out and being who they are early to get down 17 points by defense, Evan, that we could call it stove. It was hot. You know, they were feeling good, but, you know, it wasn't the 85 Bears. So the bad to me was the fact that we'll deal with the defense in a minute. The offense was kind of pedestrian, and it took them a little while. So I am, and I'm being honest, second game in a row, but we're talking about last week. Evan, I am kind of curious as to why they don't. I know Kyle's first umpteen plays are scripted. Why they don't come out like gangbusters?
I wonder that too, because that's been their MO, or was their MO in the regular season, right? Like they would just march right down the field. I think it was like 5 of the first 6 games of the season. They scored touchdowns on opening drives, or they at least got points, like they got a field goal. That is very interesting because it wasn't just the rust, right? You can't say that, well, they had 3 weeks off before the game against Detroit. No, they played the week before.
No,
they were rusty.
At home, Evan.
Out of the gates against the Packers. They were slow out of the gates against the Lions, too.
7 at halftime.
Not great. Not great. And I don't know if it's because of Kyle Shanahan's script and he's got to throw it out now and kind of just read the room. I don't know if it's because they fell behind early. Remember, again, Green Bay got the ball. I know they didn't get 6 points, but they went down 14 plays, got a field goal. The Lions marched down the field.
Williams.
5 plays, 42-yard run by Williams that caps off that drive. They go get 6 points out of the gate, so you're a little bit on your heels to begin. I'm not sure what it is, but you're right. It's like the 2 roles that they've played all year have just been reversed of the front runners that are playing from ahead. Now they're the comeback kids. At the beginning of the year, they had no problem on opening drives. Now they find themselves having to play from behind and not being able to put together and muster those opening drives immediately. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure if it's Kyle Shanahan, if Brock Purdy starts out a little bit slow. I do think that something that I've seen is a try and I don't know if it's just a blind commitment to McCaffrey. Yeah. And that should be the game plan, right? You got to test that run. But at least the first 2 opponents in their postseason have expected it. Like they've stacked the box and say, if you want to run that football, you can do it.
Wow.
And we're not going to let you. So,
and, man, Evan, you're on fire. And I'm going to just say this, because, again, without looking ahead, but why it's under the bad column, Evan, is you just said it. This is not the same Kansas City team that you saw in the Super Bowl that had Tyreek Hill and, were the fastest show on turf in 2019. Chris Jones is still a beast. This Kansas City secondary, they cover, they get after you. So I say all that to say, Evan, is it's imperative that you don't get behind because you got away with it twice in playoff games, but this is for all the marbles, and we're talking about 2 of the best to ever do it, and that's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. So, again, I don't know why. I'm not going to put it all at Brock's door, Evan, because collectively, I don't know how we watched 2 quarters of football, 30 minutes, just last Sunday, and the Niners got a measly 7. After a pedestrian start against what you call Green Bay. Like, I don't know. That is weird. It can't happen in Vegas against this team. It just can't,
Well, they got 27 points in the second half. That was surely something to behold. From the 707 Comcast Business Text line, the good, we won. The bad, we got to face Mahomes. The ugly, the truth about the defense. We don't have the most athletic or smartest guys in the secondary or on the defensive line. Deficiencies. Looking at Chase Young from the 510. If they win the coin toss, do they try and change slow starts by sending the offense out first?
That's interesting.
Possibly. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. Actually, I do think we are gonna see Kyle Shanahan just defer again.
Yeah, I would want to.
It's who he is.
Yeah.
And look, a big reason why they got back into that game was because of the first drive of the second half. If they didn't have that, it might have been a different ball game.
And against Green Bay, they did the same thing, but went 3 and out. But again, they weren't down as much to Green Bay. I think it was 7-6.
Yeah, it was 7-6 at the break.
But this was, and to Kyle's credit, he could have been desperate Daryl, and made a bet when he shouldn't have. He took those 3 points, and it went a long way.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steve's in Redwood City, wants to talk about the things that need to change. What's going on, my man? Steve, how are you?
Steven.
Good. How are you guys doing? First time caller. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, we all we got really lucky winning that game. I love the Niners. I've been a fan since the days of Montana. I'm, in my 60s. But I'll tell you, Shanahan's got to get more creative on his offensive scheme. And for the life of me, I don't know why, when the pocket was breaking down a hell of a lot in that game, and he was getting deflected passes. Why? We know that Purdy's a mobile quarterback. Why doesn't Shanahan have him roll out a few times to open up the passing lanes. He can see down the field. He can roll out. He's a good thrower on the run. I don't know why Shanahan isn't mixing some of those plays in. I mean, they had him sit in the pocket every time, and when the pocket would break down, he'd scramble for his life and make something happen.
Yeah.
But if you move in the pocket for him, I think it would really buy him time, and his vision would be a lot better too. And he's effective doing that.
Well, that's a good call, Evan. I'm gonna say this because he got me thinking. Is it strange to you that I haven't seen McCaffrey in the flat at all when that used to be a staple? Like, give it to McCaffrey in the flat. Now, maybe Green Bay and Detroit took that away, but not just Debo. That's what made this Niner offense so complex is they had more guys to do way more different things. But I'm just thinking right now off the top, I don't remember McCaffrey in the flat just getting the ball like he used to during the regular season.
Well, there was a couple of times on that opening drive, and we're just looking at it, in which I think Purdy was either looking for McCaffrey or trying to get him the ball, at least kind of quickly, and he had a couple passes batted down by Aiden Hutchinson on that first drive. I'm just looking at McCaffrey. First play gets stonewalled by Anzalone, and then Purdy pass, knockdown, hits Ayuk for 11 yards, which was a nice route, and then he nearly gets intercepted on the go ball to Ayuk. And I think that maybe is where we see Kyle turtle up a little bit early in the game. He sees Purdy puts the ball in harm's way, and then he wants to get back to basics. He wants to see those quick passes. He wants to see runs to McCaffrey. I don't know if the deep ball down the sideline in the first drive shook Shanahan a little bit, but I think that's also why Purdy is the quarterback that I want to see for this team, because he's not afraid to try and throw that ball up and put in a position for his playmakers to make a move. What I saw Purdy do in the second half, to the caller's point, is throw out the playbook a little bit. Like, Kyle wasn't calling runs. Yeah, the improvisation, and that's really where you win the playoffs. Like, 80% of the time, there are going to be guys covered. Like, you're not going to be able to just scheme dudes open on every single play. I know the Niners have great playmakers, but there's going to be times on second, third, mainly third down, those big downs, where guys are covered, refs want to swallow the whistle, you're not going to get a flag, and you're going to have to ask your quarterback to make plays. That's why the guy who he's playing on the other side of the Super Bowl, Mahomes, is so damn good, because he can seemingly pull rabbits out of hats on any play. Brock Purdy has, I don't know if all the physical tools to be able to do that consistently, but he has the mentality to do it.
No doubt. And what was one of the subjects we talked about last week with the 39 pass attempts by Brock Purdy? And again, Evan, they were down against Green Bay, but it was a relatively close game, so there was never a juncture where you had to ditch the game plan. But 31 pass attempts last week against Detroit, and obviously you're down, so you got to kind of push the ball downfield. But I never once felt like the Niners abandoned what they wanted to do. But I bring that up because it goes back to trust, Evan. We saw 39 pass attempts against Green Bay, and Kyle follows that up with 31 here for Brock Purdy. And I say that to say the trust is there, but I'm glad that you brought up the sequence of plays, because, man, I just remember Niner regular season, Evan, left, right, with McCaffrey in the flat, and I got to tip my cap to the defense. They're trying to take something away, and you mentioned the batted balls, but Kansas City knows that too, but I would like to see more of that.
And they're pretty balanced between passing in the first and second half. Like, Purdy threw it 15 times in the first half. I think it was 8 for 15 with a pick. And then in the second half, 13 of 16, a touchdown, had most of those, if not all of those, rushing yards in the second half. So I think it also just came down, like, Purdy played better in the second half of that game.
Yeah.
That could be part of it, too, and a reason for the slow start is Purdy just didn't have it right from the start. It's not easy to. I mean, you look at Kansas City, they've had some 3-and-outs to start games.
They only scored 3 in the second half.
They only scored 17 points.
Beast. Yeah, we saw what Baltimore did to you, so I don't want to say that like it's a stain. Baltimore's D was – they're legit. You even told me, so that I guess I don't want to diss Kansas City, or as it sounds like, Evan, I'm dissing them that they only scored 3 in the second half.
But they're also not looking at the Baltimore defense in the Super Bowl, right? Like, they're not playing them again. And the Niners defense has been a little bit suspect, especially, I would say, even back before the beginning of the playoffs. So you look at the amount of rushing yards that they've given up, EPA, you look at some of the analytics, like, they haven't been great. They haven't been the team that we know in recent years. Now, they've had some duds. Like, Mahomes came in here last year in week 8, or what was it? And
boy.
Tore up the Niners.
When Christian had just got here, so he
just
was
got
kind of
here,
he was slow dancing.
I mean, and I would say the 49ers defense is more suspect this season than last season. They have similar players, but for whatever reason, Goo, they have not played up to their standard.
Do you happen to have at your disposal the Baldy sound?
Yes, I do.
Can we hear this? Because this was just fascinating to me, man.
This was from the Morning Roast earlier today. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider.
I think it's more personnel than Steve.
Gotcha.
I mean, honestly, everybody runs toss crack. Everybody runs outside zone. It's been a weakness of the 49ers all year. Like, I was talking to Rod Woodson. I was in Baltimore on Sunday. I was talking to Rod Woodson about, communication. Because if my defensive end is getting cracked back by a tight end or wide receiver, first of all, I can't get blocked by either one of those guys.
Right.
If I'm Chase, Nick, if I'm Gregory, whoever it is. Like, I can't get blocked by any of those guys. But it also helps if somebody's telling you there's a crack coming. Like, somebody's got to be yelling that out. Like, you at least have to look at the splits of these guys and go, it's a possibility. Like, they could be coming down on me. It's 1st and 10. This is an indicator that in this from this formation, like, they could run this play. I mean, there's got to be high alert here. And it didn't look like that, especially in that first half.
Wow. Especially in that first half.
And, Evan, I don't know and I know we got Stoney back tomorrow, but I don't know where I went off the exit. Because I'm damn sure not going to sit here and tell you the Niners were a bad defense. Where did I overestimate it? Because Baldy said it's been something that's ailed them all year, and you kind of touched on it the other day when you said, Goo, not front running, but, the Niners were up in a lot of games. Like, this defense is unrecognizable.
Well, they gave up 17.5 points per game over the regular season. That's third best scoring defense in the NFL. I wonder how turnover dependent they were. Like, if I had to go in and check out those box scores, I wonder, because they did turn the ball over a lot. This is a team that has gotten pressure in spurts, but not consistently over the course of the season. Like, we wonder where the pass rush was before Chase Young got here. They had a couple of big games in terms of getting sacks. And to their credit, Nick Bosa did show up in the NFC Championship. He was whipping a couple of those tackles,
sacks, yeah.
had a couple of sacks. I felt like he was going to be able to get to Goff. I don't have as much confidence that they can get to Mahomes because Goff is more of a statue. Mahomes is probably even a better runner than Jordan Love as far as evading pressure. So he's very difficult to sack to begin with because he gets the ball out. Secondly, he can move.
And throw.
But they're going to need that.
Yeah.
They're going to need guys to get to the quarterback. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny. He'll be back tomorrow off of the hip surgery along with my man Goo. Let's go out to OKC, talk to Mo. What's up, Mo? You're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
No money.
I was trying calling yesterday to get Brother Low Neal's perspective from from a player, but I'll just get you guys' perspective. So
I played in high school.
Besides,
yeah.
There you go. Hey, there you go. That counts for some, right? So besides the 2 fourth downs that Dan Campbell went for and failed, I think one of the huge mistakes he made was, do you guys remember they marched down before the end of the first half, and he elected to go, they're like at the 2-yard line, I think so, and he elected to go for the field goal. And when he did that, I looked at my dad watching the game. I'm like, hey, I think that's a good call for us. You know what I mean? Because if he goes for it, and even if he doesn't make it, we get the ball back with 20 seconds, and we're backed up into our own end zone. What do you guys think about that? Because I thought that was a huge mistake on Dan Campbell's part, not going for it.
I'm kind of with you. I felt like at that time they should have gone and tried to get 6 there because, number one, that's who they've been all season. But number two, the Niners couldn't stop them in the first half. I don't know what defensively switched in the second half in the locker room, if they made the proper adjustments. They obviously only held them to 7 points, and it came down to the last drive when they were pretty much in quarters and just playing prevent. Like, they almost gave them 6 points.
Where a lot of people lost their money on the Niner cover. Go ahead.
Captain Backdoor.
I don't know any of them. Yeah.
But yeah, I might have been on the 7 as well. But in that first half, they couldn't stop anything. Everything that the Lions were running, as far as dumbing it down and just basically handing the ball off to Gibbs or Montgomery, they got. So I was surprised to see them not try and go for it before the half, because even if you don't get the points and you come up short, you're still looking at a 14-point lead, and you feel like you're rolling. So I thought they had a chance to capitalize.
Fear of it was your decision and your decision only, in the sense that the Niners had no time, Evan, to come down and score. So it was going to be one of those, you know what, we kicked their ass, we had a hell of a half, but you were aggressive and went for it. And I'm going to tell you and Spadoni this, because I figured this out, man. I mean this. I hate analytics, and the one thing I do understand it, but the one thing I hate about it, Evan, is it does not take into the account the heat of the moment. And in that moment, what the Detroit Lions were showing the world and the fans packed in at Levi's is, you know what, we can go for the kill shot. And the fact that that's who you had been, miss me on the analytics, the eye test would have told you guys are rolling. They can't stop you. And, Evan, they did the Niners a favor by taking that 3.
Yeah, they averaged like 8 yards a carry or 8 yards a play in the first half. Man. I know you're backed up against the end zone, and to their credit, the Niners have gotten some big goal line stops, especially in the divisional round against Green Bay. They shored up in the red zone, but that was a Lions team that walked right down the field, even on that drive. I mean, you're just looking at the first couple plays. Oof. Montgomery for 5, Montgomery for 6, Montgomery for 8. Jared Goff had a big conversion on a 3rd down and 18 on that drive to Amon-Ra St. Brown to get them into the end zone.
On a screen.
I mean, like, they were getting everything right down to the wire, pretty much. So that 21-yard field goal, I don't know if it flipped the script, but that was a 17-play drive, Goo, in which they spent 5 minutes, ran them off the clock, and I just felt like in that moment, because of how the rest of the first half had played out, I felt like that was a stop for the Niners, even though they gave up 3 points, but I felt like it was a stop.
No, great point, Evan. And now, again, hindsight, because we're still talking about the game, and rightfully so, you do think if you get that one in there, now you're talking about 28-7, and you can say, oh, goo, it's only 4 more points, but, Evan, you got to feel like the Niners would have really, just from a mental standpoint, been on the mat. And to come out and make it 28-10, that probably would have changed that decision. Kyle would have been more inclined to go for it. But it was something, Campbell, like you're right. Say what you want. That ain't who you'd been all year, Danny, and you should have went for it.
And that's something that the Chiefs do have an understanding of their identity, who they are. They showed that against Baltimore. I thought they showed it against Buffalo. Yes, they caught some breaks, but so did the San Francisco 49ers. And that's something else I maybe want to dig into on the other side. This thing that I've been kind of wrestling with, Goo, this idea of, well, the Niners, could have been this, could have been that. You could also quietly say the same thing for the Kansas City Chiefs this season. So I want to break down exactly why I feel that way on the other side. But before we get to a break here, let's get Vinny in the city. Sneak him in here. What's going on, Vinny? You're on with Evan and Goo. How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks a lot for having me. Like a virgin here today for the first time on your show.
Madonna. Yeah.
Hey, so we've been running a 5-man front for what? The past 5-6 years. All of a sudden Wilkes comes in and we're running a 4-man front. Things changed when we were in the second quarter and we started pressing and we started blitzing. That's when that's when we were pressing Goff, and Goff was 50%. His passer rating went down 50% if pressed. So I was so confused as to why we're not going back to the 5-man front. And if I'm not mistaken, we were running almost all the time we were running a 5-man front in the second half. We got to get back to what we were doing. I don't understand why we needed to change that up. It makes no sense. The next thing, why is it that every week we're drafting another defensive lineman? Do we not need offensive tackles? Do we not need safeties? I'm so confused why we keep spending money on the D line without securing the other areas. We've been soft in the safety. We've been soft in the backfield for I can't even say how long. If the defensive front doesn't push, we got nothing.
Mm-hmm. Right now,
it all starts there. He's right.
Exactly, E. There you go.
It all starts in the trenches.
You got a lot of money in the trenches right now as far as checks cashing.
Yeah, if you look at the pie chart of their salary cap, like over 50% is devoted to that defensive line.
Yeah, and I know we're up against it. Bonte sent me a clip of Chase Young. Just call him Young because he wasn't chasing anybody. It was a run play to the other side, Evan. He was just a walk in the park. Like, dude, what? Just show me, Evan. Just show me there was no hunger to run the back down. I'm like, maybe Rivera and company knew something when they said night. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, the Niners. He wasn't Chase Young on that play.
Well, it's weird because Young's a supremely talented individual, even post ACL tear in his rookie season. Like, he's a guy that if he locks in, and he did it a couple times. He can throw an offensive lineman. He can get to the quarterback. He can pursue. He's fast. He's large. He's physical.
Little Wiggins going on, you think?
Maybe. I think that's a good call because I just saw him check out of certain plays, or even just be in the wrong place. Again, if you're on the edge, and that's where the Lions or any football team really against the Niners have looked to run the football, well, then you got to set the edge. You got to contain. And I feel like he freelances a little bit too much, but he's not the only one that was
freelance. Wow.
He's not the only one that had the limelight on him, Goo.
Wow.
There was a couple of other players that I thought were getting beat quickly off the line of scrimmage, and that's a big reason why I think if we're looking at the bad and the ugly, that's where my eye turns to. But if you want to talk about the good that you saw in the NFC Championship game that makes you feel confident heading towards Super Bowl 58, we want to hear from you as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see on the Comcast Business text line. Get those calls in, though. 888-957-9570. By the way, you can go check out all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Go listen and rewind to the Brian Baldinger interview earlier today from the Morning Roast. Plus, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this 95.7 The Game.
Stop into Safeway this week for savings on all your favorites. USDA Choice Boneless Top.
penalty, second down. Tony, offense number 4. It'll be first and 10.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why is that Spadoni texted real time?
That's from the AFC Championship game, right?
Struggling. Give him a lozenge or something.
Holding, offense number 76.
Dude, that reminds me of, I think it was the Titans-Chiefs playoff game from Mariota and Smith were going back and forth. Sean McDonough was on the call for ESPN, and his voice must have cracked like 6 times in a single sentence.
Oh, boy. That's a good one. Why is that funny?
Scores like the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, Richie Cunningham voice.
I felt bad for that guy, man. And there's nothing you can do. You got to give the call.
No doubt.
Oh, man. Someone get him a cop truck.
Offense number 76.
That is, boy, that makes my day,
There is nothing worse knowing that you got nothing left in the tank. You're running on E.
I know
you
he was like, damn, is that me? Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Evan Giddings in for Matt's time. That's Gerald the Guru Johnson with you here, taking you up until 2 o'clock. And we're talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly from the NFC Championship game. I think, look, to me, obviously, the ability to come back, to dig yourself out of the hole, that's a good part about that game. What was bad for Miggy was looking at, the effort in the trenches. And we heard Brian Baldinger talk about the idea of personnel versus scheme, coaching versus players. And I've kind of been with him most of the season that I feel like this is a team that defensively, for whatever reason, just has not played up to the star potential that's littered around the roster. And at some point, coaching can only go so far. I know that Wilkes is not D'Amico. I know that he's not Robert Saleh. Although in the Green Bay game, they got 2 turnovers in the second half, didn't allow a point in the fourth quarter, allowed 7 points in the second half to the Lions. So there's adjustments being made. But again, you talked about this, the offense starting flat. It's also that the defense has, in addition to the offense, also been starting flat. Like you haven't had either side of the ball that's come out of the gate swinging.
Man, and Evan, I'm with you. I hear you. But again, just the way I was raised and brought up and my love for sports, I always thought that the one thing you couldn't do is blame all the players. So when a unit together collectively, not taking 2 steps back, look like they taking 5 steps back, I just think it's fair to question the scheme. And that call we took right before break, not that he is, the next Bill Walsh, but even he was wondering, where do we put this, or where do we start the mystery at? And to me, I always thought it was with the coaching. But to hear Baldy say it's not the scheme, Bonte's video of Young, I'm going to call him Mr. Young because he wasn't chasing nobody, like that's a will and want to. And kudos, because I've been calling out Steiny too, all of us, not in a negative way, but just pointing out the facts that Bosa hadn't done anything, and he had 2 sacks that game. So got to give him his kudos. But my thing is, and I mean this, Evan, I know today ain't the preview show. You do what you did defensively in regard to the start, the last 2 weeks in Vegas against Andy and Pat, it might be over. Like, I'm going to leave that. That's how serious this is if you want to win. And you talked about it, Evan. The Niners were 5-0 in Super Bowls, and they're on a losing streak. You can't be playing around. And all I say to that, and why my voice is getting higher, is it's a must that they get in the lab, and not just get in the lab, Evan, but come up with a concoction that can remedy these slow starts.
Well, and if we're going to call people out, I don't just want to look at the 2 defensive ends. I mean, a big place that you struggle if you're giving up gashing runs and you're not getting contact on the ball carrier, your defensive tackles.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like your interior defensive linemen have been getting muscled around each of the last 2 games now, but specifically in the first half against Detroit. I mean, I'm sitting there from the press box looking down Eric Armstead, who's supposed to be a run stopper. I know that he's been dealing with injury for the latter half of the regular season, came back for the postseason. He doesn't look like the same player. I see 6'7", nearly 300 pounds getting moved around by double teams, by guards. Eric Armstead has not been very good. Javon Hargrave.
That is the one.
He's more of a pass rushing D-tackle.
But they got him out there on rundowns, like he can do both.
But it wasn't just them. Armstead, Hargrave, Javon Kinlaw is getting muscled around.
99.
Sebastian Joseph Day, who was a late signing to provide some depth at that spot, former Charger, he's getting rocked. I saw Sebastian Joseph Day on it was one of Montgomery's 10-yard runs
where he got untouched in the end,
but just got pushed backwards by a double team. And Montgomery, again, it's up the middle, just a simple gut run right through the chute, and he's not getting touched for 5 or 6 yards. That can't happen. I don't care if it's a 5-man front, if it's a 4-man front, if it's a 3-man front. Your linebackers can't do their job if the defensive line doesn't do theirs. And as great as Fred Warner is, although he has been missing more tackles this season quietly than he has, I think, in years past, even if Drake Greenlaw is trying to get downhill and thump somebody, they can't do their job if the defensive line doesn't do theirs. And we talked about it, the fact that they spend so much money at those positions, but it's not just Bosa, it's not just Young, it's also Armstead who makes a boatload of cash. It's Hargrave who they just throw $80+ million at in free agency. It's those guys and the rotation players that they've brought in that have not done what we've seen them do in years past and even at the beginning of the season. So the defensive line, all of them, you got to call them out, I think.
No, and you just did. And I'll tell you what, tap into your Patty LaBelle, your inner Patty LaBelle. Evan, they need a new attitude. And whatever's going on right now is not good enough. You are right, and I'm going to just go back to this. You got me thinking about that first half, the way that Detroit just ran the ball where it looked like Alabama versus Rutgers. That's what makes this, if I'm a Lion fan, real quick, Evan, hurt more is when you watch it on film, forget the 8 or 7 yards or the 9 yards. I believe it was the Gibbs run to where he just ski-skirted everybody and walked in the end zone. And I'm like, I am not used to seeing this. My point is, Evan, if I'm a Lion player, that's what hurts most is because I don't think the Niners fixed that. It was just the Lions went away, flea flicker, trying to get cute, but the highlights, and that cost you. But I can't wait, man. I know we got, 12 days? How many days for a Super Bowl? February 11th? Oh, I'll let you do it. About
12.
Yeah, 12. They can go. But we'll find out to see if they made some adjustments.
You think that's why, we just saw the news that the offensive coordinator for the Lions, Ben Johnson, has decided to not take a job. You think that game has anything to do with it?
Well, the way it was reported, it was his.
Because it looked like he was going to have 6 different offers at halftime.
But I understand the Commanders, but the Seattle's a damn good job. So if he said, I want to stay here, that's odd. Again, you got stuff to work with, but I would have been on the first thing to Seattle if they wanted me. I get the Commanders bypassing that, but now Ben Johnson, they got too cute. He did, and so did the coach.
I agree.
And Dan
Which is
Gamble.
weird because you don't associate, at least I haven't associated the Lions with being a cutesy team. I know they got good position players or skill position players, but that's a physical football team, and I thought they went away both in the decision-making department, but also in the play calling. I thought they went away from who they were.
I got to be careful here because I mentioned high school. Shout out James Logan Colts and you playing college baseball. Evan, when you get dominated in the trenches, as you just spoke about, the way that Detroit dominated the Niners, I'm going to be careful here. Evan, it starts to embark on manhood. It starts to embark on pride. You are right. 300 pounds getting – Detroit was that was so – if I'm a Niner fan, nerve-rattling because it ain't just, okay, we were there, tip the cap. It was one of those. They were imposing their will. And now I'm just like, okay, you got past it, you won it, great. But are you telling me Pacheco and Kansas City are not just foaming at the mouth to get an opportunity? And maybe it won't be 8 yards a pop, Evan. Maybe it'll be 6, and then you get hit with a play-action pass from the best to ever do it with Mahomes. But I'm telling you, if I'm a Niner fan, as I'm rejoicing in this euphoria of advancing to the Super Bowl, Evan, there are some things on the to-do list that need to be done.
Yeah, they ran the ball 32 times against Baltimore. It could be a similar type of number against San Francisco in the Super Bowl. I'm not so sure. From the 707, the Comcast Business Text line seems to think that they're missing Talanoa Hufanga, who, of course, the All-Pro tore his ACL. I understand
they've been without
it,
him
but
for how long?
I was going to say, they've been able to make do without him. That doesn't mean he's not a damn good player.
And they don't miss him. They miss him.
But Talanoa Hufanga doesn't play defensive line.
Oh man,
like he doesn't have four fingers in the dirt.
And what would he look like if this D line was playing this porous?
I think he'd help with the run defense because he can get downhill with the best of them, and he likes to thump. But him playing in the box, or whether it's Tashawn Gibson in the box, or Jair Brown, or Logan Ryan, who we saw at points throughout the last two playoff games. It didn't matter how many guys you had in the box. Detroit was still running the football in the first half up and down the field.
Yeah, and this from Dirt on the First NorCal Credit Union, Evan. Again, nobody on this chat, the text line, you and I, Spadoni, know more football than Brian Baldinger. And what he said resonated with me to where he's not ready to blame Wilkes, but Evan, the fan, is short for fanatic. It's just kind of funny. And I'm not saying Dirt is wrong, because I think that's where I would point my finger. But right now, it's just kind of interesting that everybody will not blame the players themselves. You laid it out just a few minutes ago about what you saw from everybody on the D-line. But it's kind of funny. The average Bear, talking about the fans, feel like Wilkes is at fault here for this decline in play by the D-line in these last two playoff games.
Well, speaking of Bears, the small Bear Nick Bosa did show up. I mean, he made a couple of big game-changing plays, and I'm not just talking about the sacks, but also creating pressure on Jared Goff. Again, if there's a way to disrupt what the Lions want to do in the passing game, you want to make sure that you're in Jared Goff's face. You want to make sure you're getting pressure and move him off his spot, because exactly, on that 4th and 2, even though the pass should have been caught by Josh Reynolds, I'm talking about the first one out of the half, he also had pressure. He had to slide left, and Jared Goff can become inaccurate when he starts to move. When you saw him just sitting in the pocket of the first half, like that 3rd and 18 on the drive before the half, when he just ripped it over the middle of the Amon-Ra, that was a play. It was just sitting back there. I mean, he was comfortable. He was a mannequin.
Wow,
and finally, you got that mannequin off his spot in the second half.
Yeah, and that pass that you speak of, that was born out of panic. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bosa failed, but you're right, Evan. It should have been caught, but it was born out of panic and like, oh, man, I'm just so happy to get this one off. But again, that's my bad, Evan, is the fact that the slow starts offensively. I get the defense, but offensively, this can't continue. Or, I mean, I don't want to say it, but we can. This would be the 3rd straight Super Bowl loss for the Niners, and nobody wants that.
No, and that would officially be a losing streak, which we do not want to see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny. He's going to be back tomorrow. Of course, got the hip surgery last week, so appreciate him. Let me fill in for him.
We see a different Steiny, you think?
What do you think?
Did they do something when they went in working on that hip?
I love the guy.
We're going to give him some more euphoria. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if the morphine or whatever, the painkillers he's been on, the antibodies, I don't know if that's brought a different side.
Yeah.
This is why I'm such a loser. Do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I could milk it.
That's the Steiny I want to hear from tomorrow.
Right.
And that would not be a changed man.
Ooh, I love you. I love you.
Now, that might be a changed man. That might be a different Steiny we haven't heard from. Let's get out to Flea in Oakland. Wants to talk about the defensive line. What's going on, Flea? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, guys. This is what I want to say, man. Chase Young. Hopefully they bench Chase Young. One.
Wow.
Hopefully we got somebody that's up there that's hungry, that just want to get to the quarterback. Armstead, man, I hope we win it. Let me slow down. I hope we win the Super Bowl despite our defense. That's number one. Number two, Armstead, hopefully next year after this season, he gone. Hargrave, hopefully he gone. Chase Young, hopefully gone. Kinlaw, hopefully he gone. It's not, and we need to give more praise to Purdy, because after that game, Shanahan said we would not won that game without Brock Purdy. And everything we talked about today about this defense, we should say kudos to Debo.
Wow.
Kudos to Ayuk for that catch. Kudos to the one defensive guy that got the fumble. But outside of that, all the offensive players, our defense is trash. Hopefully we win a Super Bowl despite that. And hopefully they have one good game that the defense step up. And I don't care what happened if we win a game. After this season over, let's get rid of them guys.
Free, before you go, I got to ask you this, Free. You're talking about arguably one of the top 3 defenses the last 2 years. I thought it was the best coming into this season. You're talking about a major overhaul, man. When did you feel this way? Like, how did you get to this point?
Okay, let me say this to you real quick. When we had a choice between Buckner and Armstead, who did we want?
Oh, I got you there, man. Wow. Buckner.
We wanted Buckner.
Wow.
Okay, when we got Chase Young, we knew he had problems in Washington, and he had attitude problems. He came to the Niners kind of tentative a little bit, didn't want to ruffle no feathers. But me and my brother watched the game film. Do you know he gave up on a couple plays?
Bonte sent me a video. I watched one. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, Kinlaw. When he came through the line on Kinlaw turned around and did not run. We talking about effort and defense. Let me say this real quick, for all the listeners listening. Defense is effort. It's not about you can be 310 pounds, but if you move your feet fast enough and you know there's an open gap, you seen all them gaps that was open?
Yeah.
All thing you got to do, I don't care if you got to grab a dude by his kneecap and spin him around. Get to your gap. We all played football as young. I'm talking about this is as young kids. We all played football. So we ain't going to act like we goofy in the brain. We know if there's an open gap and we on defense, it's between the linebacker or the defensive line to get to that gap, especially if it's a run play.
Wow.
Thanks, Floyd.
I'm going to go low Neil.
Cap off.
Yeah, they call it gap integrity, Evan. Yeah. Dude, wow. This dude wanted the whole defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we can fire the entire team.
Right.
I don't know if we can fire the whole team.
I want him going, but he's irate, man.
He is. I was irate watching the first half.
I'm going to tell him this, Evan, no doubt.
Yeah.
But to think, he said this, hopefully we can win the Super Bowl. Evan, a lot of times it ain't done like that. Like, my point is, you need a Herculean effort from this defense to help the offense if you're going to tame Kansas City and win this game, man.
Obviously, you need a good defense, right. Borderline great defense sometimes to win Super Bowls. There's no doubt. You need guys who can make plays in big spots at big times. That's why you pay the money that you do to the guys on the defense side of the ball. You take a look at the last few Super Bowls, though, Goo. I mean, you probably got to go back to 18? That 13 or 10 to 6 game with the Rams and the Patriots.
Yeah, no
the
doubt.
Last time there was a defensively driven Super Bowl. I mean, I was just out of college. Like, you need a defense. It's 100%.
Okay.
In 2019 when they lost to the Chiefs, you had a better defense than you do now.
3rd and 15.
You still lost the game.
Up. Yeah.
It wasn't like the Chiefs were a team that had the defense they do now.
That was Tyreek Hill version.
It was offense first. You look last year what happened in the Super Bowl. That was a shootout.
It was.
And Philly had a much better defense than they do this year. We were talking about them being one of the better defenses because of all the sacks they were racking up. They got to Mahomes, and they still couldn't get him to the ground, even on a sprained ankle. On one wheel.
We were at Willards.
You need a good defense. There's no doubt about that. You can't just be out there with guys that don't know where they're going. But, and this is where I do have some hope for the Niners, is that they are more of an offense-first football team this season than in years past, and that's where I give them more of a chance. I understand the defense has been shoddy at best, right?
Be careful.
Better be careful. It's been shoddy.
Don't talk about that.
Thank you, Jim. It's been shoddy. But the offense has been what's bailed them out the last 2 games. The defense made some great plays. Trey Greenlaw, a couple of picks in the divisional round. But the offense has been the heart and soul behind this team.
That gap has gotten bigger, wider on the biggest stage. You are correct. They saved them, Evan. They saved the offense, saved the defense and the season.
And you also did make the choice, and I've seen this on the Comcast Business text line of the YouTube chat, you did make a choice to go out and get the big boy, right? You made the splash. You went on and got Hargrave instead of spending that money. 925, major defensive differences for last year. 2 awards, Samson Ebukam. Also Charles Omenihu, who unfortunately won't be playing the Super Bowl.
I was just about to say.
Because he tore his ACL for the Chiefs in the AFC Championship. But you sacrificed depth and experience for big-name players and for cash-driven players. That was a decision that we thought was paying off midway through the year because Hargrave was getting home. The other guys along the defensive line were getting home. But now, even after going out and trading for a former top overall pick in Chase Young, you're starting to see that maybe they're not as deep on the defensive line as we thought they were, and they're getting muscled around.
And so then when you talk about ROI, return on investment, Evan, moving forward, because I know, again, it's about February 11th, moving forward, you got things that you got restraints, cap hits. If this thing doesn't improve and you got all these resources invested in this one area that now has become a area of weakness, I mean, holy hell, that changes a whole lot. And the pressure, the shifts on the Niners offense to be damn near perfecto.
It does. And whenever you have players that you got to continue to pay, right? I mean, Brandon Ayuk, he's going to get a paycheck this summer.
Armstead just got re-upped.
Armstead, George Kittle's making big money. Trent Williams makes big money. Nick Bosa obviously got the big bag. Anytime you have to pay a ton of those players, you're not going to have as much depth. And that's why comparing and contrasting the defenses for the Chiefs, like, I think there's a lot of people out there that couldn't name 5-6 defensive players in the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
It's because they're young and they're cost control.
They're ballers, though.
And the draft, they've done a fantastic job in the draft of getting those guys to the point now where they quietly have been the second best defense behind Baltimore all season long. San Francisco's got the shiny toys, but they don't have as much depth as they used to have when they didn't have the biggest, sexiest names, when those names were developing themselves, when you're getting to learn who Fred Warner was, when you're getting to learn about other players on the defensive line. Those guys are no longer here anymore. Yeah. Mooney Ward, who they brought over from free agency. Diamond Lenore's homegrown. Talanoa Hufanga's homegrown. They don't have as much of those guys. So if there's any pressure to me in the future on this team, and not to look too far ahead, but instead of trading guys, cutting guys, moving guys, there's going to be more pressure to hit in the draft the way that someone like Kansas City
All right. And I'll tell you this, Evan, I'm going to give you some kudos from the 408. Why is no one talking about the Chiefs' defense? I'm giving you credit, Evan. You've been talking about the Chiefs' defense for the last 3 weeks, and you just talked about them now. Evan, I know it's 2 days in, but this could be a theme about this game that's not talked about that much. They got ball hawks, and they're led by Chris Jones. They don't got D-line issues. They're not constipated. The Niners' D-line is because, it's just nobody's doing anything else bad. They're just stopped up,
It is. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, we've gotten into the good from the NFC Championship, talking a little bit about the bad as well as the ugly, but we're taking all your calls at 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about the good that you saw from that game, we want to hear from you. If you want to talk about things that you're concerned about, some apprehension you have heading into the Super Bowl after you watch both the Kansas City Chiefs move on, as well as the 49ers come from behind down 17 points. We want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. I see you, Ryan and San Bernardino. Please hang on through the break. We'll get to your call on the other side. Something else I do want to get into, and to kind of hone in on the other big part of the good that I saw, Goo. I think Brock Purdy did prove something on Sunday, and really he's proved something throughout this playoff run that he's done at just age 24, that he's done in his first 2 seasons that not many quarterbacks throughout the history of the NFL can say. I want to get into that on the other side as we move forward here. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. By the way, that segment is brought to you by Safeway. Also, what's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
For the ones who get it done, the most important.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're not just talking about the greatness. We're talking
Steiny,
about some of the
if you're not
concerns.
in the lab, don't critique what you're hearing. I don't know how to take that text. I'm hot. I was looking forward to seeing you. I love you. I didn't like that, Evan.
Let's see. We've heard about the Warriors playing tonight, 7 o'clock again. They've got the Philadelphia 76ers. By the way, stop at Ballast Point pregame. Warriors live at 6 o'clock.
You own
live
it.
from Ballast Point. I'll be out there up 16th Street. So stop by, have a beer, have a brew. They do need a win.
No, seriously, man.
I'm not lying.
I like this starting five of, real quick, Dre, Wiggins, Kuminga. Like, I like that starting five. It's just like.
You like the bench?
But, man, dude, come on, man. Saturday was Dre. Well, Spadoni's that, but Saturday was Dre.
Spadoni's loving all of it.
LeBron goes up there. Did you, honestly, in real time, Evan, you were there, did you think he was going to sink both? I was like one at the best. Oh, you said it.
Yes.
Whoa.
LeBron has been good at the free throw line and clutch spots like later in his career.
Yeah.
I think it was just the early ones that people have in mind that he can't make. Like, he doesn't mind going to the line. I did think he was going to make those. I was hoping that he wasn't.
Yeah.
Because that was such a damn good game in which the Warriors lost by a point.
OT.
That might have been like a top 5 game that I've witnessed with my own 2 eyes.
Now that's amazing.
I'm serious, man. Each time you thought that the other team was dead in the water, they
Clay hits
threw
with
it
Curry. The 2-minute, the pool report said that was an illegal screen on Draymond. Get rid of that. Like, who does that do any good for?
43-16, Goo. I'm not going to talk about it.
Well,
free throws.
But you don't have dudes that go to the rack outside of Curry that looks like Jesus with all those weapons. I'm like, dude, call a foul. He's on the. I'm gonna stop. I'll save it for Steiny.
I know. Of course, we'll talk about that later on tonight. 6 o'clock, Warriors live at Ballast Point, and then of course the 7 o'clock tick here on 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy on the call between the Warriors as well as the Sixers. Still uncertain about Joel Embiid. Didn't play yesterday.
You just scored
Portland,
70,
and then he had to take a couple games off. Right? I mean, when you're Wilt Chamberlain, you can do whatever you want.
They got blown out last night by Portland. It was frisky.
Yes, they did. We'll see if the Warriors can hand them an L tonight because they need a W in a big, bad way. You know, speaking of Wilt, something that I don't know if people were picking up on, but the amount of like tears and bruises and scratches on Brock Purdy on Sunday's game in the NFC Championship kind of flew under the radar to me. Like, I didn't see from a lot of the coverage and the stories that were coming out just the almost gladiator-esque image that I saw after the football game. Even though he was cool, calm, he was pretty chill and mellow like he always is, and give thanks to God and all the rest. That was a guy that was getting torn up from the flow-up, and he was walking around with tattered leggings on. There was scratches on his calf. There was bruises on his arm. Man. He looked like he just went through hell.
And I'll tell you this, Evan, help me out. This one I fell in love, random, with Kirk Cousins. What was a quarterback, the series on Netflix, where they had all the quarterbacks and they followed them?
Yeah.
Was it called Quarterback?
Yep.
And the hits that Kirk Cousins was sustaining was like, oh my gosh, you don't see this all the time. But to your point about Brock Purdy, Evan, I do wonder if it's because he knows he wasn't drafted high or whatnot. But I call him Jeff Garcia. Nobody could tell me he's not a tough SOB. You saw it in there. He delivered one pass. I believe it was the one to Jen. He got crushed, but he stared down the barrel of the gun, Evan. He's not the biggest dude. He's thick now. He ain't the tallest dude. But when you talk about what you saw, he earned that because he stays in there and takes the brunt, man.
Yes, he did. And actually, Brian Baldinger had something to say about that exact topic on Brock Purdy's toughness. This is early this morning on the Morning Roast.
I mean, all you have to do is, take a look at, Ali McNeil just blasting him, as he makes the throw over the middle. And, so they see the toughness. They know how tough he is. But I just remember, his first start out there last year against Tampa.
Yeah.
And I was asking Debo, I was just going through the checklist. Can he extend plays? Does he have vision? Does he? It's like check. What else, Baldy? These guys believed in him before he even got on the field against Miami last year.
That's
just
crazy.
His study habits, what he was like, quiet rookie, studying all the time, digesting the playbook, carving him up when he's the scout team quarterback. Like, they saw it early on. Now they're seeing it every day. Now they're like, they're tongue-in-cheek now. Yeah, my game manager, he knows how to, they're playing it up, and they'll play it up for 2 weeks here. But I don't think there's any question when you ask Nick Bosa, when you ask Fred, like, that's their quarterback, and they don't want anybody else.
No, and I think it's telling that the toughest players on the team are the ones that are the loudest about their quarterback.
Yeah, and I would just say this, and I'm not saying they're doing it on purpose. Evan blocked for him. Again, the other team's trying to come and eat.
Yeah.
Shark Week, we got to eat, but nobody can deny whatever you want to say about Brock and where you got him ranked, that whatever. But, man, he stands in there and delivers and takes punishment, man. And you said it yesterday to Lowe and I, like, Goo, he was waiting on his time to go to the podium, but you could tell he was physically and mentally spent.
Yeah, and now he gets 2 weeks to rest up, to shore up, and get ready for what I think we all believe to be the best quarterback in the NFL, and is on a track to maybe be the best quarterback ever, and that's Patrick Mahomes. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny. He'll be back tomorrow off of hip surgery.
Niner.
Alongside Goo. As always, Ryan's in San Bernardino. Promise we'd get to him before the break. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great. You guys got a good show going on. How you guys doing?
All right,
Fantastic. Thank you.
Good. I got some rapid fire for you guys, man. I know Kyle Shanahan is such a great game planner, but I feel like with his knowledge of the defenses so much, like if they do one thing that he's not expecting, we kind of get a little sidetracked and bogged down. So with Brock Purdy's mobility, I think it'd be cool if we added a wrinkle with extra week of like some zone read or some RPOs. I don't think they'll be expecting that. And I think that'll kind of allow us to dictate more as opposed to adjust to, like, the defense.
What do you think, Evan?
Right.
I'll say this. He's not Lamar Jackson. When I hear RPO, I think of ball security. I just don't – the quarterback to me, Evan, if he's not Lamar, Michael Vick is fine China. And I know Mahomes is different. He can move, and so can Brock. But I couldn't see a scenario to where Kyle flipped the script and had him out there – putting the ball in harm's way. You know what I mean? Like, I would want no parts of that.
I don't know if it was an RPO necessarily, but there was a play on the first drive of the game where Purdy, it was like a half-ass play action, like he turns, looked like he's going to give it to McCaffrey, but he quickly tries to get it out, and Hutchinson was right there. I think one thing that makes it difficult for Purdy sometimes to make those kind of quick RPO-type reads, if they do in fact have that in their playbook, is because he's a little smaller. So it's hard to throw over the top of the line of scrimmage and get the ball out quickly when sometimes you don't know where it's going. Like one thing that Drew Brees always used to talk about, because you might have been 6 feet on a good day, is you essentially have to throw blind. Like you do have to anticipate, and Purdy's really good at that, but when you're throwing quickly over the middle of the field, you have to anticipate where a player is going to be because you're standing behind 6'5" offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. So I think that's one area where I'm sure Brock Purdy could execute the RPO if he wanted to, but it is a little more difficult for a guy of his stature.
No doubt. Good point. And Evan, how many balls would you say we've seen batted down between the Packers and just this last game? At least 4, you know, and I know it's not just Brock Purdy, but we talked about the Ravens and what they wanted to do, like batting the ball down if they couldn't get home was part of the plan. And, you know, again, in that instance, it worked. So it'll be interesting to see the plan of attack by Spags, who's got a Super Bowl victory, a Super Bowl win already under his belt, how they try to slow down this Niner offense. But I just, again, want to tell Kyle, man, and again, I know you're going to try, but it is imperative that the offense get off to a good start, Evan, and maybe we see, them go down maybe 5-6 minute drive and able to cash in. But you can't just roll the dice of, you know what, we're going to get behind, but it'll all work out because, like you said, this is the current GOAT right now. With the current GOAT coaching, the only guy I would take above Kyle in regard to scheming and play calling, Andy Reid.
I'm with you. Also, we just got confirmation, Good, that William Floyd, 1994 Super Bowl champion, fullback, is going to be joining us at 1 o'clock Pacific time. Okay. So looking forward to talking to him. Tried to get him on with the low yesterday, but unfortunately couldn't connect, so we'll have him on today. William Floyd, Super Bowl champ for the San Francisco 49ers, former first-round pick, is going to join us at 1 p.m. to discuss what he's seen from his team having been part of a Super Bowl. I think the thing for me about Brock Purdy and what did Brock Purdy prove on Sunday? What did he prove and what has he proved in this playoff run so far to me. I know that it's only his first full season as a starter, and it's his second season in the NFL. But with one more win in the Super Bowl, he would tie Ben Roethlisberger for 5 wins in his first 2 postseasons. That would be the most ever.
Dak don't have that. Ever. Lamar don't have that.
And that's where I'm going. Brock Purdy proved to me that he has set a standard for winning games. He's 17-4 in the regular season. He's now 4-1, and he's 4-0 in games in which he's completed in the postseason. Right now, he's proven to me that he can do it. Like, the question about Lamar and Dak, there are some people that believe that they can do it. I think Lamar can get it done in big moments. I think Dak might be able to get it done in big moments, but we've seen more often than not that he can't.
Right.
There's questions about those 2 guys, for example. There's questions about Josh Allen. Can he get it done in big moments? Brock Purdy just proved in the NFC Championship game that he can get it done in a big moment. That's something you cannot take away from him. And that's something that he proved to me, that in addition to setting a standard for winning, that he can do it. You cannot take that away from him. You cannot question whether or not he can do it, which was one thing that was coming into the postseason. Can he come from behind? Can he clutch up? Can he grab the momentum back in a game that's not going his way? He proved not once but twice that when the chips are down, he can still find a way to win a football game. And that, outside of Patrick Mahomes, I'm not sure there's another quarterback in the league right now that can say that.
Yeah, and it's funny you bring up his name because that's who the 2 are left, the 2 quarterbacks standing. But Evan, to that, also, too, he's added an element of grimy to his resume, Brock Purdy. Like, you know what? I can go through it. I may not be at my best, but when it's money time, I can lead my team down and do it, like some of the great 49er quarterbacks have done. So that's the biggest thing in regard to growth that I've taken away from these 2 playoff games, and the fact that Brock Purdy is quarterbacking his team in the Super Bowl. Evan, I didn't have my A game, whatever grade you want to give me, but I could get it done with my C- and my D+ game, if that's what you want to grade me, and that goes a long way, man. And that's why they're still playing, because you talk about, and I'll go here, that last drive against the Packers, one bad throw or one fumble in the pocket, Evan, we're talking about something else. We're talking about his future, and he put his best foot forward. Same thing last week. So we'll see if he can pull it off and get it done, if they can. But as far as him in this game, it's just crazy. It's bonkers to me.
It really is. And look, even Mahomes has had games where he hasn't been as efficient. I mean, the game against the Dolphins, which was like negative 30-degree wind chill, he was, 23 for 41 I'm looking at. 260 in a score. That's impressive in the conditions. But it's not like Mahomes has just gone, full Joe Montana in 1989, like right through the playoffs. He hasn't thrown 6 touchdowns each and every game. He's had to rely on his defense. He's had to make big plays with his arm and his legs. And that's why he's in the position that he is, having the chance to win 3 of the first, 4 Super Bowls in his trips there to the big game. He's been to 4 straight big bowls. He's had everything in front of him in regards to setting a standard for the best quarterback of all time. I mean, only Tom Brady, and I guess he did it earlier in his career because he won it his first season, but took 3 of 4 chips right off the rip. And Patrick Mahomes is trying to do that. So Brock Purdy is someone that to me has established winning games. And now, really the only thing he has to prove, and it's a credit to him, is can he win a Super Bowl? Or can Kyle Shanahan win a Super Bowl?
Which he couldn't do with Jimmy Garoppolo. They got close, but that's what, the one caveat to me that makes this just so interesting. And who knows, Evan, I know it's about the right now and this season, but man, if somehow they could cash that ticket, Brock can, and you look at the Jimmy Garoppolo era, the Kyle era before Jimmy, and now the Brock Purdy one, and you're telling me in year 2, after year 1, the only reason we didn't get it done is I didn't remain upright. Okay, kudos to the Eagles. But if you're telling me year 2, we go to LV, La Viva Las Vegas, and I'm a Super Bowl winner, you can't tell me that doesn't go a long way, man.
Well, and this is something you brought up, Goof, from the Comcast Business Text line. Guys, let's be real about this. Look at the team he's on. Jimmy Garoppolo did the same thing and had the same winning record, and everything you're saying about Brock. Stop with this. He's one of the best. Give me a break. He was average at best the last 2 games. He wasn't average when it counted. And that is why he's going to the Super Bowl and why someone like Jared Goff or Jordan Love is not. Like, I'm with you. I think over the totality of the Green Bay game, Brock Purdy didn't play very well. He was average in the first half. In fact, I think Shasky was saying he didn't think he played very well in the first half.
Nobody would. Who would lie and say that he did? That's what I appreciate.
We're not sweeping it under the rug.
Okay, right.
Like, I mean, you can give credit to a guy for what he's doing at the end of football games, and also mention in the subsection of the stanza, like, yeah, you struggle, man. That happens.
Damn. I don't know, man.
And he's gotten less. Yeah, the IU catch is a break. There are like, but let me put it this way though. Okay, so last year Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl, right? And he was awesome. And
he was hurt and won it.
He was. Right. But in the AFC Championship game, if a Cincinnati Bengals defensive lineman doesn't push him out of bounds inexplicably, they might lose that game. He's not even in the Super Bowl. There are things that happen in the game of football which get highlighted and just in the grand scheme of things because they get pushed to the side because to the winner go the spoils. Man. Like, that's how it works in sports. And you could play the woulda, coulda, shoulda game all you want. And we'll do that if the 49ers win or if they lose. Specifically, if they lose, we'll talk about how it's been 5 years. You've gotten to 2 Super Bowls, 3 NFC Championship games, 3 straight years, and you haven't won a Super Bowl. What's going on?
Yeah.
But we leave that for 2 weeks down the road. What we're talking about now is the Niners being in a position to make history once again.
No doubt. And, Evan, I love you for the woulda, coulda, shoulda because I'm the captain of that club. But you talk about if Tart, again, I brought it up yesterday, if Tart catches that ball against the Rams in the championship game, the Niners are going to another Super Bowl. Bosa made Mahomes fumble in the 19 Super Bowl while they were down 10, almost popped on it. Had he got that, then the game's really cemented and it's over. And we're talking about the Niners trying to get their 7th, so we can do that all day. We won't. But the one thing that got me popped up out of bed and even watching Sunday's game again, Evan, is, and I know football is Elvis, it is king, but is it even close now with how dope? If I asked you what world championship I'm even going Wimbledon, anything on golf, is there anything like the Super Bowl where it seems to me, Evan, the world stops?
That's a great way to put it. It does. I think everyone kicks up around the world, and the numbers would show it. Like, everyone just sits down and watches this football game.
Right. It's only one.
And even if you're not watching, you're probably at a Super Bowl party hanging out with your friends.
Man.
Like, if you're a casual, even if you don't watch football at all. Let me put it this way. NFC Championship game, I believe the number was 56 million viewers.
Yes.
That's a quarter of the U.S.
That's a whole hell of a lot, man. And CBS did well with their with Kansas City and Baltimore, Evan. It's just something about it, man.
Sorry, about 15% of the U.S., but still. I mean, that is a ridiculous amount of people watching the semifinal.
And now Taylor's in it.
You brought that up. Well, Taylor is in it.
He going to bring eyes, so they say.
Think she's going to make a cameo appearance
Somebody was getting bashed on Twitter about, all you Swiftie haters, if it was Beyonce, you would be all in. Yay! The Steiny drop. But it's Swift, so you're hating. But, Evan, it's just something. Brock Purdy could be hoisting up this trophy, man. Just think about that. The debacle that was Trey Lance. Oof. If this dude comes mystery relevant, Paramount Plus, who you got playing me? Because a movie's coming, man.
Dude, it's not even going to be on the Plus.
Yeah,
it's going to be on the Prime.
Well, I don't know why.
It's going to be on the main channel.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right.
Move over, Apple.
Yeah.
I mean,
who did I say? Tobey Maguire.
60
Brock.
minutes. Tom Holland. That's who you want. Tom Holland. Shout out Spider-Man. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Actually, this is a good call. So let me rephrase this a little bit. No comparison to the World Cup. Yes, the World Cup does have the most viewers from around the world. Not close, but if we're looking at...
That's every umpteen years, though, the World Cup.
Every 4 years, which is one of the reasons why it is. But as far as an annual event, the Super Bowl is king. I mean, everyone watches. Like, it's literally, everyone I know, and I know fans that... Or people that aren't fans, people that don't care about sports a lick.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know that the Warriors moved to Chase Center. Like, they still think they play in Oakland. They'll be watching the Super Bowl.
From the food, whatever you eat, the squares. I don't know where we're doing this year, Evan, this year's Super Bowl, because we were at Willard's last time with the lovely Christy, but everything that goes with it is second to none to me. You got hockey, the Stanley Cup final. it's 7 games. So is the World Series. Oh, the NBA. So is in Wimbledon. I love, but it's this is just one day, man. 3:30 kickoff, man.
Well, and it's why the city of San Francisco is going nuts and shooting off fireworks after an NFC Championship win. Again, you just won in the semifinal. You didn't win the bowl. You didn't win the championship.
But you got the chance to.
And yet streets are shut down. People are out celebrating, knowing damn well they got to wake up at 7 a.m. and go to work tomorrow. And they're cool with being hungover, not even for a championship win, but for a semifinal victory to get into the bowl. That's how important it is to a lot of people and how important it is to this town, to this city, to this area. The San Francisco 49ers got a chance to win their 6th Super Bowl in franchise history. And to your point, Goo, if they don't, it would be the 3rd time that they've lost in the Super Bowl in a row, which would suck.
And it's all, no doubt about it, and it would be all dependent on what's on your birth certificate at that juncture because, if you're one of these young punks and you don't remember Joe Montana, all you remember is probably the 2 losses. But Evan, I'm a nerd. I was like, what uniform? So it looks like the Chiefs are the home team, so they'll probably be in their red, the Niners in their white.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes down in LV. But could you imagine the Niners getting their 6 on the Spadoni had to do this on the Raiders' home field?
Oh boy!
Either way, it hurts.
Oh, you're right.
Why'd you have to go there?
I mean, if the Chiefs win it, the Chiefs break the tie with the Raiders and the Broncos in the division with 4 titles. It would be 20 years to the year that the last time a Super Bowl team went back-to-back. Patriots in 03-04.
Yep. Are you
in
kidding?
04, as you know, who was the head coach of that Eagles squad?
Wow.
Andy Reid.
Look at that.
The fat man.
That's so mean. Why do we say that?
Who am I? Right. Yeah. I'm
no, but it is accepted. We just say that on radio. And it's just like,
and he did lost a few, too.
He did.
Take off your coat. That's what do you got under there, Andy?
I do feel like some of the
that's especially coming from me.
The portly percentage of our population.
Portly percentage? That's a 4.
Thank you. The portly percentage of the population takes a lot more blows. They get hit by strays more often than any other portion of the U.S. fan base. It's really unfortunate. But Andy Reid, to his credit, Spadoni's right. He's got a chance to win his 3rd. He's got a chance to go back-to-back, which is something that only the hoodie.
Yeah. And they won't even be done. Like, you can. I mean, this is special what we're watching, and that's what scares me just about this matchup, Evan, is what it means if they win it. I'm trying to ignore that, but we can't. I don't think you would tell me right now if you had one quarterback, one pick right now, who would it be, Evan? I think across the board, there's nobody that wouldn't take P. Mahomes.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's a long list for 2nd place.
Man.
I don't know if it's Purdy. I don't know if it's Burrow. I don't know if it's Allen. I don't know if some people prefer, might be an up-and-comer like Jordan Love. I don't know. But the best quarterback in the NFL does not play for the team that we're hoping can win the Super Bowl.
Wow, man.
And that's a big part of this, too. I also want to get into this on the other side. As you were watching the AFC Championship game on Sunday, if you were, who are you rooting for? Because I think quietly the Niners might be okay with the team that they're playing in 2 weeks. As crazy as that might sound, I do think that there are some places that the Niners can take advantage of. And I think on Sunday, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the AFC Championship game was swinging a little bit more towards the Chiefs. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow off of hip surgery alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Coming up next, we're going to discuss what you were rooting for as far as a result for the Super Bowl. I also do want to dig deeper into the Brock Purdy, what he proved on Sunday, this idea of how he has set a standard. Do you believe that's the case? How much does it have to do with Kyle Shanahan? Are we reworking the way that we're looking at the 49ers as first front runners for the majority of the season and now as potential comeback kids? How are you looking at the team? Also, your good, bad, and the ugly. We'll get into that all on the other side on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. Also a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Rewind, go check out Brian Baldinger's fantastic interview this morning on the Morning Roast. Also watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Crack, crack, crack. Stop into Safeway this week for savings on all your favorites. USDA.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Evan in for Steiny with Goo.
Evan.
The smorgasbord of content that we come up with during commercial breaks is just ridiculous. First of all, Goo, I know you don't have one, but if you had a beard, would you ever dye it?
No. What if you got to dye it? You can't try it. I mean, I'm just come on, man. If you got gray, let it show, baby.
Well, Eminem, what are we doing there?
That was dyed. Good Lord.
Like, that was pitch black. I don't even know what his hair looks like. I've seen it when it was blonde. I have no clue.
I'm hating, accusing him of using all the hair club for men on that one.
He was almost like indistinguishable. I didn't know that was Eminem. Up until they zoomed in on his face because he was scowling like him. And I don't think I've ever seen him smile either.
Em, I need your help real quick. I guess last segment, all the smart asses, we talked for 240 minutes. That's 4 hours times 60 for the idiots.
Boy.
I said Pete Mahomes. You guys knew I meant Patrick Mahomes. Did you know I said Pete?
Yeah, I didn't want to call you on the moment.
But they did. Like, oh, you didn't know he said that. Well, you knew I meant Patrick.
Dude, I'll tell
Relax.
you what. I'll tell you what. The audience doesn't miss much. Like, they don't miss anything. You make a mistake, they will call you out.
Forget your commentary. Make an E9. They are coming.
They will. By the way, while we're off topic, we're going to get back to the Fournette in a sec, I swear to God. But you see the new addition to the three-point contest this year? Because Steph Curry's in it.
Yeah.
He'll be taking on Sabrina Ionescu.
Set the DVR. I can't wait. I'm in.
Anytime Steph is shooting it, I will be there.
Yeah, no doubt.
It'll be interesting for sure. All right, get us back on track. Raymond in Richmond wants to talk about the 49ers matchup in the Super Bowl. What's going on, Raymond? How you doing, my man?
Hey, what's up, Evan? What's up, Goo?
You got it.
Shout out, Steiny, man.
I'll be back tomorrow.
This is the matchup that I wanted. Niners KC. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I'm at work right now, but I'm looking at this game like a revenge game. We got pretty much the same roster we had in that 19 Super Bowl. I think we're going to go out there and we're going to get Mahomes, man.
Look at him. They call that revenge.
That they do.
Yeah.
But
you didn't have you had Buckner then. You ain't got him now.
No, you don't. But you also had Jimmy Garoppolo.
How can I forget the rat on the table?
You had a different quarterback.
No doubt about it. Jimmy got you there, though. Put some respect on his name.
He did. He was a part of it, no doubt.
Had a 10-point lead with 6 minutes left. I'm going to leave that there.
Okay, this is completely unfair. You flip-flop quarterbacks. You give Brock Purdy a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. You still think the Chiefs win that game?
Now, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to go Steiny. It's nuanced. Is Kyle going to go away from the run that was working? Because that's who I blame that Super Bowl loss now. The play calling was Evan. They were at the 49 of Kansas City with all their time. They were ready to score. They didn't even need to pass. He dropped back and Jones wrecked the game.
That he did. We'll see if he can wreck this game because he's been.
I ran from your question.
Well,
yeah.
No, I don't want to answer it either. Like it's impossible to answer. I mean, I'd like to think that Purdy would be someone that can seal the deal for you. But again, I'm with you, Goo. And this is also where I think Purdy makes a difference from a coaching standpoint. Like, I don't know if Kyle does overthink it. He might, and he may overthink the Super Bowl, and we're going to find out as history unfolds before our very eyes. But I wonder if, because Brock Purdy has the ability, like we saw in the second half against Detroit, to operate off script, to take off and run and use his legs, to extend plays. Now, he's not the perfect quarterback, but he does things that Jimmy Garoppolo just physically is incapable of doing. And that means that there isn't as much pressure on Kyle Shanahan to dial up the proper play at the proper time because he's got someone that can operate outside the system. More than the last guy, for sure.
No doubt. But then I say, Evan, talk to me, and I'm not blaming Brock, but I'm wondering if an option for this question that, the answer be Brock Purdy, why the slow starts then? Well, because we've seen two games in a row where Purdy's been off a little bit. Oh, Evan, the accuracy has been off. Like, he ain't been perfect, and he's never told us he was perfect. But like Dashasky said it so well on Sunday, the first half, there were some Jimmy G vibes.
The throw to Ayuk down the sideline that was incomplete might have been turnover worthy. But I also saw Brock Purdy in that first half make a big throw to Deebo Samuel on a third down early on. I think it was the first or second drive where he just got absolutely drilled. Like a defensive tackle, twisted, stunted, came up the middle, and then attacked Purdy as he delivered. He stood in the pocket till the last second to deliver that football and hit Deebo right in stride. So that was a throw I didn't see him make in the first half against Green Bay, but it's a throw that I've seen him make a lot this season. He's willing to take hits. He's willing to take punishment, and that is certainly a plus for the quarterback in San Francisco. Speaking of that topic, let's get out to Idris in Hayward. What's going on, Idris? You're on with Evan and Goo.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. To us, baby.
Okay, cool. God bless y'all. So first off, I just want to address the critics first of all, they said he's been hiding by a great defense. That defense ain't showed up since Christmas, so we're just going to leave that alone.
Wow.
He's playing with the best. Did you see Christian McCaffrey in the first half? That Lions defense made Christian McCaffrey look like a third-string running back. Then to top it off, he came down. Jake Moody, this is a kick, so now it's like defense can't do nothing. The kicker misses the ball, and the Lions are scoring at will, and then the crowd is out of it, and then he comes down. We know he threw that pick trying to make a play, but then he comes back and says, you know what? I was here last year. I got injured, and he showed the whole – do you know what he literally did? He gave a team full of Hall of Famer coaches hope. I'm giving you guys hope we can still win. That wasn't Shanahan, because if you saw the way Shanahan hugged him when that game was over, he was like, man, I can't believe you did it. Because everybody that was bad. But he came out there and proved to his own team and the world that I am that guy. And he's humble, too. Now, as far as the Super Bowl, Bag is doing his thing with the Chiefs. But guess what? What can we really say we know is going to mess up Brock Purdy? We don't have enough film on him. So he's irrelevant, and he's also unpredictable. We don't know what he's going to do. So they got that going for him, and he's playing with house money. Brock Purdy is doing what all those quarterbacks who can't do passing, he's getting there. So love the show. Purdy, keep it going. Every time he walks in the door, he gives that team, that great team, he gives them hope to win. That's all I got.
Thanks, my man.
Yeah. And I'll say this, Evan, I won't just make this a Brock Purdy thing, and I'll read from the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat from our great Lori Matthews. They moved the ball well against Detroit in the first half. Kicker just missed the field goal and then had the interception. But to the caller's point, this is every quarterback's kryptonite, but the offensive line, they got to show up, Evan, because when that pocket collapses, that's when I see Brock try to throw over those tall defenders, those tall D linemen like you talked about. And I believe one of that interception was because he got hit. So, again, D ain't small, but not being, Justin Herbert, when that pocket collapses, man, Evan, it's like, man, it affects a lot of things, and I think that led to Brock Purdy's INT. So we'll see. The O-line, they got to bring it too.
They do, but that's not the strength of this team in my mind, like compared to the rest of the roster. Now, the defense leaves much to be wanted as well, especially at the beginning of the game against Detroit. But I don't think it's unfair to say Brock Purdy started slow. Now, I know on the first drive they missed the field goal. That's true. Yeah. They got 6 on the next possession. But Brock Purdy in the second half was 13 of 16, 174, 50 rushing yards, and a touchdown. In the first half, last time I checked the math, that would make him 8 for 15, less than 100 yards, and a pick.
No doubt about it.
That, to me, that stat line does not scream fast start.
No doubt about it. And I appreciate that because it wasn't.
So, and again, I'm giving him credit for what he did in the second half after not playing as well. Now, I think also compared to how it looked against Green Bay the first 3 quarters, you can also say, well, it wasn't that slow of a start, right? He wasn't that inaccurate. He wasn't playing in the rain. All the conditions were set and ready for Brock Purdy, and I thought he leaned, and this is where McCaffrey is huge. I know that the caller just mentioned the Lions making him look like he was normal, but I think that the Niners really tried to rely on him early in the first half. We saw him getting the ball early and often as far as rushes, as far as touches out of the backfield. And then things began to open up in the second half when Brock Purdy started to do his dance. But Christian McCaffrey, definitely, they tried to use him like he was the fire starter.
No doubt. Evan, I told Bonte this. You tell me if what you would give me for this. I know football is a tough, barbaric sport. Guys are 300, 400 pounds leaning on you. We know what time it is. They're trying to hurt you. I say all that to say is my respect for Christian McCaffrey's ability to get up after he's gang tackled, or if there's no holes. Evan, do you watch the punishment that he specifically gets when these D linemen get to throw him to the ground like
he
they
seeks
did?
it?
Dude, he just gets back up, and I'm like, damn, like, I get a guru, memo to guru, NFL football's tough. I get it. But this dude, the pounding that he takes, Evan, there should have been a flag. I believe Detroit picked him up and body slammed him one time. And I'm like, dude just gets up, and you're right. He starts seeking it, and then you start seeing him do the double flex. But I'm like, I don't know if my man gets enough credit for just being a tough SOB. I'll leave that there.
Last year, combined between Carolina and San Francisco, he had 330 touches in the regular season. In the postseason, he had over 50 in 2 games. This year, in 3 games. This year, he's got 340 touches in the regular season. That's the most of any running back in football. And he's averaged 24 touches in the first 2 playoff games of the playoffs. That means The last 2 seasons, assuming he gets his normal carry, the amount of the load that he's been managing throughout the entire year, for the last 2 seasons, Christian McCaffrey will have touched the ball over 400 times.
Evan, man.
And he hasn't missed all but 1 game.
And he's never on the ground like, oh, my neck and my back. Sometimes I feel like it's okay, Christian. There was 3 dudes taking you down, 3 big dudes, but he just pops back up, man. Dude's strong and a beast.
He's a gladiator. Yeah, Christian McCaffrey is an absolute animal.
Russell Crowe.
And I know that Elijah Mitchell punched it home when got the final touchdown. Jordan Mason's been used throughout this year. But I also think it speaks to a reason why Kyle Shanahan uses this guy all the time, because it's not just that he's tough and that he seeks contact. He's also got some wiggle to him. He's got the burst. He's got every single thing you want when you package a running back. But also, he doesn't have drop-off. Like you talked about him getting back up. Well, the stamina doesn't seem to change.
That's a good call, man.
So he's the same player seemingly on every single play, whether it's the first touch or the 30th touch, and it's like he gets better throughout a game. He's a throwback running back from that perspective, Goo, in that it's almost like when he gets into a rhythm, when he's touching the ball, he gets better as the game continues.
Yeah. And I think of I'm going old school, Evan, Franco Harris and even the great Emmitt Smith. They had a skill of Barry Sanders while he played. Evan, they had a skill of kind of not taking that big shot. But McCaffrey, I'm seeing guys deliver it, and it's like gang mentality. And I'm just like, watching the game.
There'll be a lot of red on the field.
McCaffrey, I'll buy you a shot of Henny, whatever you want. Don Julio, but man, he's a tough dude, man.
I like this from the 650 Comcast Business text line. Marshawn is beast mode. CMC is the Yeti.
I am the Yeti. Wow.
I don't mind that. Last I checked, Yeti's
your boy was beat Marshawn. Yeah, he was beast mode.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Should have got the ball at the 1.
Oh,
sorry.
Whose fault was that?
Pete Carroll's. Oh, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly from the NFC Championship game.
Have we got to ugly yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
I don't want to go too hard in on it, but there is something that I was looking at that I'm wondering. It might be the reason they get beat in the Super Bowl. So that is to come. Also, by the way, we're going to talk to William Floyd. Speaking of Super Bowls, he won one in 1999 with the San Francisco 49ers. Last time they won a Super Bowl, William Floyd was on that team beating the brakes off the Chargers. Damn it. And he's going to join us at 1 p.m. Pacific time, so we're looking forward to that as well.
Who's your quarterback then?
Stan Humphries.
Oh, my God. Wasn't Dan Fouts.
Stan Humphries.
Not your boy. What's my guy with the 10 kids? Come on, Phillip Rivers.
Yeah,
Lowe's boy.
They've had 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, Dan Fouts,
and Humphries,
Drew Brees, even, and Phillip Rivers, and Stan Humphries, the one that's gone to the Super Bowl.
Who are you?
Yeah, exactly. But I digress. Let's get off that. This is about the 49ers. Roy's in San Leandro. What's going on, Roy?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking
Roy?
my call. I really appreciate it.
Happy New Year, man.
How you doing?
All right. Happy New Year to you.
Same to you. I just wanted to chime in. You're right about McCaffrey, but I still think the 49ers need to go and get another running back, perhaps that guy on Tennessee, because I heard that he's a free agent with the 2.
Oh, Derrick Henry.
That kind of punishment. Right, exactly. And so, but anyway, the main thing that I was calling about, that guy they got from Denver, that middle linebacker, I don't know his name, but he was supposed to take up a lot of the slack that when the offensive line get kind of tired and don't get in and sack, he was supposed to pick up a lot of the slack to stop the running back in the run. But I haven't seen much from him. I was just wondering, how come you think that, Shanahan and them, not putting him in the game more for him to help stop the run?
I'll say this to you, Roy. Evan, I won't second-guess Kyle, but I got to believe if they thought like Roy that he could make a play and spell some guys, he would be out there. So I believe – I ain't saying Roy's wrong how he reads it, but, Evan, I got to believe if he's not getting those reps, they feel like they've seen something to where they don't trust him.
Or you just don't fix it if it ain't broke. I mean, the Niners are in the Super Bowl for a reason. I think they've put together a pretty good season, and their process has shown that it's good enough to get them here. Question is it good enough to get them past the Chiefs? Because again, this is something we're also discussing. When you were watching the AFC Championship game on Sunday, were you hoping that the Niners were going to play the Ravens or the Chiefs? Because to me, it was kind of a coin flip, Goo. it was a toss-up.
I love you for this.
But I was actually leaning towards Kansas City. I didn't want the Niners to face the Baltimore Ravens again.
Well, I will ask you for all of us to elaborate. And before you do, Evan, I need to apologize. One, I've got this all wrong, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I didn't respect what Green Bay had did in the regular season at the end coming into the playoffs. I didn't think Detroit, what they could do, would be a threat to the Niners. I was wrong on that. But, Evan, I was also wrong on thinking Kansas City was dead. I thought they were done. And how do you kill something? You start at the head, right? That you want to get the head of the snake. And that was Patrick Mahomes. But he never slipped. It was his receivers dropping the ball or whatnot. But, Evan, how can we look at what the Baltimore Ravens did and embarrass the Niners on Christmas, but yet they have not done on the biggest stage, which is the playoffs? When you look at Lamar and you look at Harbaugh, who won a Super Bowl with Flacco, not Lamar, like, how can we disrespect, and I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose, Kansas City, to say the Niners got the easiest route now when we talk about a duo or a tandem of Reed and Mahomes with 2 Super Bowl victories, 3 appearances, about to be their 4th. How can we dare say now that with what Green Bay did with the rookie quarterback, Jared Goff, with Detroit, how can we even look at easy street, and I'm not saying you're saying that, with Andy and Mahomes now as what stands in your way to win your 6?
Well, it's not easy street, but I felt like it was a slightly easier street because this could be a prisoner of the moment, having saw what they did on Christmas, but I've seen a Ravens team this year that has dismantled Shanahan-like offenses. And it's not so much about Lamar, it's about the defense. The defense in 2 games against Bobby Slowick and the Houston Texans, Shanahan-type offense, right? You know how many touchdowns they scored on offense?
None.
0.
Okay.
I saw them absolutely wall up the Miami Dolphins. And what Mike McDaniel does, he runs a Shanahan-type offense. I've seen them do damage to literally Kyle Shanahan. That defense, to me, is built to beat the upstart Shanahan type of attacks and schemes. And now Brock Purdy is different than any of those quarterbacks.
Right.
He's got a little more experience than Stroud. I think Stroud is probably a more gifted passer of the football. Obviously, Brock Purdy, I think, is better than Tua, but they have similar type of systems that they've run. Like, I think just to me, the Ravens defensively had what was in store to frustrate and get after Brock Purdy more than maybe the Chiefs do. Not that that's an easier task, and I know that's not talking about the offensive side of the football, but I saw Baltimore make Brock Purdy look like Mr. Irrelevant.
Okay.
And he hasn't looked like that at any other point in his career.
I haven't gotten over
He's had bad games,
right,
but he's never looked like
that.
A deer in headlights the way he did against Baltimore.
Could have been 5 picks, Evan.
It could have been.
It was 4 and could have been 5. Okay, with that said, what do you give me for this? So now the Chiefs go on the road to play the dual threat, the ultimate dual threat in Lamar Jackson. Now, here comes Brock Purdy, who, again, is not a statue, Evan, but as far as what I tell and share with you guys, why I love Debo so much and the pressure and the stress that he puts on defensive coordinators and the players because of the multi-dimensional, the multi-faceted that he is. Now Brock is not Lamar. If I'm a cheap defender, a linebacker, I kind of feel, even though he scampered and got away from Detroit props, but Evan, I got to feel like the Chiefs are like, hey, for 60 minutes, guys, we know that dude ain't going to be Lamar. We could take a deep breath. If gap integrity, zone, whatever we run, it won't be that. And I feel like that scares me about this matchup, that Kansas City won't have that fear factor that they just had to stare down the barrel of Lamar Jackson running and throwing.
See, I don't know if they necessarily fear Lamar. Like, again, Lamar Jackson in the playoffs had 1 win before this postseason. The game that he had against the Texans was statistically the first time he's played well in a playoff game. Now, he's the MVP. That's a dangerous offense because of him. I don't know if the Chiefs feared him. I don't know if they fear anybody. I mean, they're rating.
They dared him to throw it over the top. They were blitzing. They were daring him.
They were daring them to run the ball.
Man, boy.
I mean, Todd Monken, pull your head out of your you-know-what. Run the freaking football.
Yeah, that was bad.
And Lamar Jackson did not go Superman. Brock Purdy had more rushing yards.
You're
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's terrible. And they had, 3 more rushing attempts in Kansas City.
Yes.
Like, that's not who you are. What are you doing?
So, I thought that the Ravens, in addition, of course, the 3 turnovers they committed, they lost that
one
game
of them
for
was
sure.
A killer, yeah.
Absolute killer, and they lost by 7 points. The weird thing about the Chiefs is this. You can't dismiss what they are offensively because they have the greatest quarterback in the game right now.
Yeah.
And they might have the greatest tight end ever also in Travis Kelce. I think he just passed Jerry Rice.
We can double him, though, right?
I think everyone has tried to double him. I think for the last 10 years, people were saying, double Travis Kelce.
And you're good.
And you're still running butt naked open down the field. Man. So the Chiefs offensively are a weird unit because from what I saw, the last 8 weeks of the regular season after the bye week, I saw a 4-4 Chiefs team that was, yes, quiet coming into the postseason. No one expected much out of, but offensively, they were completely different than they've been even last year when they didn't have a bunch of weapons. So I'm honestly not sure what KC Chiefs team is going to show up. I believe they're more of a defensive-driven group than they have been in years past. The Niners team, conversely to me, are a more offensive team
Chris Jones
than they've
is a
been
monster.
In years past. What are you feeling about after watching the AFC Championship? Did you think that the 49ers got the better matchup? Is this the path of least resistance? Is it the path that you wanted, a chance to take revenge on a team that stripped you of a Super Bowl 5 years ago? Is that the matchup that you wanted? 888-957-9570 is the number. Please hang on, Joe, through the break. We'll get to you on the other side. Also, a half hour away from Super Bowl champion fullback William Floyd is going to join us here on 95.7 The Game. That's at 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, so stick around for that. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow off of hip surgery with my man Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
That catch by Ayuk was incredible.
Call it anytime. Get excited. Go crazy. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan in for Steiny. He'll be back tomorrow. Daryl the Guru Johnson with you as always. Half hour away from William Floyd, Super Bowl champ for the 49ers, joining us here on 95.7 The
Think
Game.
he still wears his ring? I'm going to ask him.
If he was at the game yesterday or on Sunday, I think he would have been.
Okay, bling, bling.
I saw Joe Montana out there with a little.
Now,
little
Evan, before we get back to it, I don't want to veer off.
Well,
did I go straight diva on
it's your show
during the break?
What do you mean?
Somebody at the job needed a headshot. You took the picture.
Oh, that's right.
Grandy, the headshot was so bad, and I see the barber today. Am I a diva for going to my phone, looking at old photos to send as a headshot? I canceled that headshot. I like it.
Well, it's on the boss's phone. It's on the boss's phone.
Yeah, I sent him.
He looks good, but does he look good enough?
Yeah, no, I sent him a different one. That's diva-ish, right?
Okay,
that means you're getting old.
But how disappointed would you? Because it's for a headshot. It's for basically like a badge, right?
Yeah, right.
So it's for something you need to get. Like no one's looking at your headshot.
But just in case they do, you want to make sure you feel good about the.
Oh.
Shout out Dave Fleming. Oh, my God.
That's a 5.
What was that?
That's a 5.
I'm going to take a playoff.
I do got to ask you, though.
The boss got like 8 headshots from me. You picked the one.
But if we show up to the spot, which we will reveal in a few days because we're very excited about it. If we show up to the spot.
Not 6, not 7.
If we show up to the spot and you see the picture that you didn't want on the credentials.
I'm hurt.
The boss is getting a call immediately.
Oh, no doubt a text.
Like, you stabbed me in the back.
Yeah. Oh, man. You picked, but the one you took looked like a mug shot.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't get much rest or, fighting through stuff.
Well, I got like, what would you call it, a sty? I got a sty on my
You got to put
thigh.
a washcloth with hot water.
I know, man.
And then dibs. What about him? I can't throw him on it.
Well,
like I saw it and I didn't say anything. I'm like, hey, Evan, how was the
man.
weekend? Dibs goes, what's that?
Is that pink eye? No. I got a problem here, right?
I'm like, Dibbers. Oh, man. Cut us some slack.
Somebody help me.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Joe in San Jose. Wants to talk about the matchup between the 49ers and the team that won in the AFC, the Chiefs. What's going on, Joe? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? I got to first off, I got to go from just a football aspect because neither one of these teams is my team. But what's going on with Chase Young or Chase Brown? Chase Young, the guy from Washington. He needs to start moving on defense. And another one is, you know who's going to win this game? I'll tell you right now. The other receiver, 84. What's his name?
For the Niners or for the Chiefs?
Yes, for the Niners.
Chris Conley?
Not 84, then it's 88. He's like a gem waiting to be like.
Juwan Jennings?
Is that Debo? Who is it?
Jennings.
Yes.
Oh, Jennings. Okay.
Jennings. Watch this kid. Watch this kid in the Super Bowl. when you don't expect it, it's coming.
Oh, he's been balling.
You guys have a good one now.
Appreciate it, Joe.
Oh, well, just on that point, number 15, Juwan Jennings, he made 2 back-to-back with 2 acrobatic catches. Seriously, he made one that third down over the middle against Green Bay. And I know you guys are laughing, or you're not, scoffing at that play where he one-handed kept the series going. Like, that was was Kyle going to go for it? That was coming out of the after halftime. That was a big catch.
I'm with you. If you're ranking postseason catches right now, obviously Ayuk is number 1, and that's just an unbelievable grab, and the concentration and all the rest. Also involved a lot of luck, but the most skillful catches, and you could even say maybe even the Juwan Jennings one in the Green Bay game was bigger, just because you don't get to the Lions game if he doesn't make maybe that catch.
Ayuk's 3rd and 5 on the ground.
That was a huge one too.
In the rain.
That was a massive catch. The one over the middle, the biggest 3-yard reception of the day, the one-handed snag to extend the drive on the play, or extend the drive out of the half. That's a huge one too, because you don't get to the Ayuk situation if Juwan doesn't make that play. Man. People keep talking about how the Niners got this weapon, they got that weapon. Playoffs are where moments are made. And for example, like the guy we're talking to at 1 o'clock, William Floyd, I believe he's the first player, at least this is what I was reading, he's the first player to have scored, or first rookie, to have scored 3 touchdowns in his first playoff game.
Damn.
So, throughout the course of his career, William Floyd's got 20 tugs or 25. He played 6-7 years in the NFL. His moments, though, Niners fans are going to remember them because of that postseason run, and we're absolutely going to remember the contributions from Juwan Jennings.
Oh, man, no doubt about it, Evan. And I'm going to say this about Juwan. You could put him on another team, and you could tell me he could be the 2 or the 3, Evan, like he's better than he's being utilized right now here in San Francisco. So he's being a good soldier. It's his job. But you talk about Geico and insurance, he's come up huge, man.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny, who is going to be back tomorrow. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers right now, their path that has taken them to Super Bowl 58. Do you feel like they got the matchup they wanted? Do you feel like this is a team that wanted the Kansas City Chiefs, that wanted Patrick Mahomes, or do you think they wanted the Baltimore Ravens? I think it could go either way. Goo leans toward wanting the Ravens over, of course, the defending champions, a chance to go 3 in the last 4 years in Super Bowls. I'm inclined to believe that the way that the years played out, and especially the head-to-head result, the 49ers are fine with playing this version of the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. If you disagree, if you agree, we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Tegan's out in Fairfield. What's going on? Welcome to the program. How you doing, Tegan?
What's going on, boss man? How's everybody feeling today?
Hey, talk to us.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, so y'all bear with me a little bit, man. I lost my voice at the game on Sunday, man. I was screaming at the top of my lungs like a child. But, man, that was a hell of a game that they played, man. I'm not even going to lie to you. They did their thing in the second half. Because that stadium, man, was so quiet, you could feel a pin drop. But I just want to say this, man. They showed some tough grit. They showed that they can come from behind. Now all they need to do is go to the Super Bowl and get that monkey off their back, man. Leave no doubt in the Chiefs, man. It's time for a new king to sit on top of that mountain, man. And I think Kyle Shanahan has earned that right to sit there, man. He just needs to go out and prove it. And on Sunday, I was yelling, "Come on, coach. Pull it out the bag, coach." I'm like, "Turn the page on him, coach." And he just kept turning pages and lighting them up. You feel me? And hats off to Steve Wilks, man. I don't think we talk about Steve Wilks enough for just having an incredible season, man. He started off a little shaky, sitting up there in that booth, and then he came down there. You gotta respect the OG, man. He older, the noise and everything, but he sucked it up. He got out there with his dogs, man. He let the dogs loose. He just needs to go ahead, turn them dogs up, man, for the Super Bowl. We can't lose to Mahomes again, and we not going to be no back-to-back for him, bro. Not happening.
Appreciate the phone call. Evan, that was like my steak. That was rare because he had a perspective of thinking it was, he wasn't panicked 24/7, and a lot of people saw their Niner mortality. That's why Shasky and Bonte's tweets, not that it was over, just about what was in the balance, but he was like, "Oh, we'll get it together," it felt like. But your phenomenal question to the listeners about who did you want, I'm going to flip that around, and I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm wondering if Mahomes is looking like we just went through the Ravens in B-more.
True.
Oh, the Niner defense? Oh, I got something for them. How much do you feel that's going through Patrick's mind? Because that is starting to bother me, E. But that caller seemed like he had more confidence. Let's be honest. That was the first positive call for Wilkes in about 2 weeks. He was like, Wilkes had it. But there's a flip side to that. Just like a good record, Evan. How much is Mahomes like, we just went and did that and be more? Niners can't do that defensively.
There's a reason to feel confidence, absolutely, if you're Kansas City. If you're a Chiefs fan, this has been the worst season that Patrick Mahomes, the worst regular season that Patrick Mahomes has had, both statistically and in terms of win-loss, since he stepped into the NFL, and you're still in the Super Bowl. So you got to feel like if you win it this year, there's nothing that can stop you. If there is a team, though, that right now has shown that they could, I don't know if it's find a way to topple Mahomes or climb the mountaintop, I think it is the 49ers just because of, number one, the wire-to-wire dominance that they've shown throughout the season. Right? The point differential, the top type of offense that's been even more prolific than last season because of Purdy's efficiency, McCaffrey's stability, the All-Pros, and all the rest. Defensively, this isn't the same Niners team as it was in 2019. Probably not even the same defense it was a year ago. But I think that from a Chiefs standpoint, it's not like Baltimore in a way, I think has a little is more prone to lemon booty than the Niners because they haven't played in as many of those big games. That was Lamar's first trip to the postseason in a couple of years, right? Mm-hmm. So they hadn't been back there, and he'd been banged up and all the rest. I think that they were a really good team. Statistically, they were historic as far as what they did defensively, their efficiency on offense. They were a damn good football team. The point differential, they could have been...
It didn't resonate.
They could have had 14, 15 wins.
Gotcha.
It didn't resonate in the AFC Championship.
They beat Houston.
They rolled Houston in the second half. So that's why I didn't want to see the Ravens, because in this season, I think they were the best team in the NFL. But as we've learned, the best team doesn't always win. And even the best team on a given day, you can make a case the Packers were the better team in the divisional round for the whole game. They didn't win.
Yeah.
You can make a case that what the Lions did in the first half meant that they overall were a better type of team built to be there. Doesn't matter. They lost. The Niners are the team left standing, and so is Kansas City. I just think that the Chiefs this year have been a lesser version of themselves offensively. They have a really good defense, but I just am not sure, again, if they can outshoot the 49ers. I think they want to beat San Francisco by doing what's got them here, which is playing defense and then asking Mahomes to come up with some clutch plays. The Niners, I want to see if that offense can score 30 points because I'm looking at what this offense has not done a whole lot of, and compared to years past, they've scored 30 points or more 3 times this year.
Yeah. No doubt.
The Chiefs.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I'll say
they're not the high flyers they used to be.
Right, and maybe, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I'm getting a lot of this on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, is Kansas City didn't score in the second half. You guys are right, but what they did do against the number one defense, Evan, is they scored 17 in the first half, and I'm not telling you they were fat cats and they didn't want to try to score, but you could tell watching that game, they were trying to win this on their defense and not have their offense mess up. And now you look at the psyche from a Patrick Mahomes and company going up against this Niner defense, which all of a sudden, Evan, you're right with the regular season stats, but let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco. The last 2 weeks, the Chiefs can make an argument they played their best 2 offensive games just by getting that 17 in the first half against the stout Baltimore team, and the Niners defense is taking a step back against teams or offensives that were good, but all this will come to the forefront. But, Evan, I'm worried, and then I feel good on the other hand, but the defensive matchup, and I know this is not the preview show, just Patty Mahomes stopping him from going back-to-back, and you said this would be the first time it would happen in 20 years. That's who better to have that stat than a dude as good as Patrick Mahomes? So the Niners are dealing with a lot in the football universe of we're not going to get beat and have Mahomes and Andy say they're the first team to do something in 20 years, man.
Well, maybe that's why 49ers fans want to play the Chiefs, because you want to beat the best. You want to prevent them from going 3 out of 4, from going back-to-back as far as Super Bowl trophies are being hoisted. Like you want to stop that. You want to get revenge for what you felt like they took from you in 2019. Maybe that's the reason that 49ers fans wanted to see the Chiefs at Allegiant Stadium come the second week of February. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Nevada. Bring on Ernesto, who wants to bring on the Chiefs.
Well,
what's up, Ernesto?
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? Hey, good well wishes to Steiny. That he comes back with a nice, healthy recovery. But what I feel comfortable with this matchup. I'd rather have the Chiefs than the Ravens, because the Ravens, they were unpredictable with Lamar. That guy scares me to death, with his scrambling and whatnot. But with Mahomes, we already we're doing the homework. We've seen what he can do to us with our defense back in 2019. But we're a whole new defense now in 2024. Yes, Will has some holes. He's got to pass it up, got to tighten it up. Can't leave all those trump plays that killed us. Almost was our demise. Luckily it wasn't with that Lions playoff game, but definitely got to bring it. We got to just the thing that worries me is Mahomes and Kelsey. Those two guys strike fear to me. But other than that, we can lock it in. We got a good chance. So yeah, we're gonna do this one. I have really strong faith in Purdy, brother.
All right.
Thanks, Ernesto. Appreciate the call.
Man.
From the 818 of the Comcast Business Text Line, last time the Niners played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, they had Garoppolo. Now they have Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, weapons galore. I'd probably substitute Kittle for Jennings, but that's fine. He made some fantastic catches. Yeah, no, it's a very different set of rosters.
No Tyreek Hill on the other side, too. You won't be facing him.
No, you're going to be facing Justin Watson.
Yeah. Valdez-Scantling.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I mean,
Rice.
Maybe the biggest difference between the Chiefs and the regular season
are uplifted when Mahomes is having a good day. You know what I mean? Andy can dial stuff up.
Well, they weren't in the regular season because they couldn't catch the ball.
Exactly. And that's what was so climactic about the win at Baltimore is that he held on to a ball that if he had dropped, we'd have been like, nobody would have sent him to football jail. But he held on to it, and now here they are right back. And you know what, Evan? That's not gotten a lot of play, and there's a reason, because I counted them out, Kansas City. You just said they are defending champs.
Somehow,
we haven't referred to them. They've fallen off a bit, but they are defending champs, E. He won the Super Bowl with one wheel against a stout Philly defense.
I still don't believe he had that bad of a sprain. I mean, he was outrunning defenders up and down the field.
That was the real Isaiah Thomas
ankle gate.
Yeah,
man.
and then what's my guy Willis Reed who played 4 minutes, but
that was legit.
Dude,
he had a broken foot.
That dude was on one wheel and got man.
He's got 2 good wheels this time around, Goo.
Yeah, I'm getting chills. I just saw the Niner white jersey with the Super Bowl patch. Oh, man, Evan. I'm just a sucker for the stitching.
That's what does it for you?
Yeah, that's what does it for me, man.
What do you think Kyle Juszczyk's wife, Kristen, is going to bring out for this Super Bowl game? She was the one that made the jacket for Taylor
saw
Swift.
That. Yeah. What?
Yeah. The Travis Kelce, big NFL puffer jacket. She made it for him.
That I got to come on, Goo. You got to get in the game. I did not know.
The style. I'm sure she's got something in store. I can't wait to see what
I want to know how she knows her.
Well, I think someone just put her in touch with her and was like, "Hey, if you want, if you're looking for a jacket and a cool one, she's got you basically." Yeah. And I think she's made them for a bunch of people. Taylor Lautner, who's a Lions fan, I saw was rocking a Detroit Lions last home game. I mean, people are Kristen Juszczyk, she's got it going on.
I'll tell you what video I did see, and I know Mia's not listening. I almost crashed the caddy coming in after the game was over. The 49er girlfriends, they didn't say whose girlfriend it was, Evan. It was just every girlfriend that was at the game. Oh, boy. And they were like, we're going to the Super Bowl. And I was just like, boy, it was a treat. That I was just like, whoever put this together was a compilation of back-to-back. The girlfriend, I don't know whose it was, but just beautiful.
Well, it was the opposite of ugly, which I want to get to right now because we talked about the good, the bad, and now the ugly. Before we got 10 minutes to get to William Floyd, Super Bowl champ for the San Francisco 49ers. He's going to get us going at 1 o'clock for our final hour. But before we promised people we'd talk fairly about this game, about where the Niners are at. We discussed all the good things that they did in the NFC Championship, some of the bad things. What, Goo, to you was the ugly part of it?
The defense. The defensive line. How about I do that, Evan? Because the secondary, to their credit, it wasn't Flaggate. Evan, it was the ugly. And, again, it's just about, can you get a facelift in 12 days? That's what this boils down to. You are about to play the modern-day Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I'll just call him Andy Reid. But, Evan, that was ugly. I just can't get over how the Niners' defensive line got pushed around to the point to where it looked like, I'm being real here, varsity versus JV. And Williamson, I get it. Okay, they caught you. And I know my boy Greenlaw was holding on. And when that thing snapped and he went in the end zone, I'm just not accustomed to the team in red, the Niners, not having answers. And then you help me out. Mm-hmm. Was that Gibbs that went around for the second touchdown to put him up 14? And he just ski-skirt looking like Billy Sims. But, Evan, I saw guys in red kind of give up like he shook us all. That was ugly, Evan. It was ugly.
That first half was ugly.
Well, damn.
And I want to take it a step further.
I'm trying to be nice.
Well, no, I talked about the effort in the trenches being the bad part of it. The ugly part, and actually Lorenzo Neal got me thinking about this yesterday when he was talking about the disconnect and the lack of buy-in or belief or trust. That, to me, was the ugliest part of that first half of that football game, which contributes to what you're talking about with the D-line. I think the ugly part right now is the disconnect between the DC and his players. And it doesn't feel like either Wilks has a grasp on the system that his players like to employ, or the players right now haven't bought in completely to what he wants to employ, because he's an aggressive coach. He's someone that likes to blitz. The Niners are a team that do not blitz, third fewest in the NFL in that category. And right now, the ugly part to me, which I'm not sure is solvable in 2 weeks, I hope it is, but it's the disconnect that I saw in the first half between the players and the coaching staff. And that, to me, is something that you brought this up repeatedly, and I'm with you. It cannot show up early against the Chiefs because you might not be able to come back from down 17 twice in a row.
That's deep. You know what, Evan? That's real. It equates to me, and it's okay because nobody should run from this or not feel pressure, from the players and coaching staff. But, Evan, real quick before break, when Lowe said it, I did not agree with it. But when you say there's a disconnect, what do you mean? Like Lowe's, like Goo, Evan's trying to do this, I'm trying to do something else. Aren't we trying to be together? Like, don't we know the assignment or the play, the objective? Like, when you say there's a disconnect, Lowe said it too. I'm like, how at this juncture or late in the season, I guess, E?
Well, I think it's a product of having so many playmakers that guys think that individually they can blow up a play. And they have the talent to do so. Like, you saw Nick Bosa multiple times. But sometimes you just need to do your job. And I think that's what Lowe was getting at. And I want to talk to William Floyd about that, because he was a part of an offense that hummed and that did everything that they were supposed to do, were in the places at the proper time. The 49ers offense under Bill Walsh and George Seifert was all about timing. It was all about being in your place and having your spot and a certain key to the cog of the offense. And that is not something that I'm seeing right now with the defense. As much money they have on that side of the football, as much talent as they have on that side of the football, I'm not seeing them playing as a collective. I'm seeing them play as individuals. Wow. I think that's maybe what he's talking about.
All right, okay.
So
it's got to get fixed.
It does.
Agree. Both are ugly.
Yes, it does. They got 2 weeks to do it, of course, before the Super Bowl. Number 58 goes down at Allegiant Stadium. The 49ers are in. They are taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. And speaking of the Super Bowl, coming up next, we got a former Super Bowl champ, William Floyd, fullback for the 49ers. He has experience in these moments, in these games, and I want to pick his brain about what he both saw in the NFC Championship as well as how he sees the 49ers matching up against the Kansas City Chiefs. Evan Gettings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow off of hip surgery. And with Daryl the Guru Johnson, we're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Ginnings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow. Daryl the Guru Johnson with us, waiting on William Bar None Floyd. We're just looking up, Goo, how you got that nickname. It's because...
That's dope, man.
...proclaimed he was the best fullback in the league over your very close name, Daryl Johnston.
Moose.
Bar none.
That's dope, man.
I like
his
that.
agent should have got a raise on that one.
That's pretty good.
Bar none.
And of course, he was a part of the Super Bowl winning team, 94-95 with the San Francisco 49ers. And we got him on right now. We're just discussing William Floyd with us here on 95.7 The Game, the best fullback in the league, bar none. Thank you so much for joining us.
Believe that. What's up, Evan and the Guru?
What's up now?
Yeah.
Well, I want to start first with the team that you were on, the 1994 team, last team for the San Francisco 49ers to win a Super Bowl. Take us through kind of the preparation, maybe a bit of an exhale between the NFC Championship, the Super Bowl. What happens between now when the Niners beat the Lions and they get set for the Chiefs? What happens in these 2 weeks, and how did you approach that time off?
Wow, I mean,
you think about the way we came through it. We had that first week off. We had to bye and came through, Chicago, and then got past Dallas. And then that week there, man, I think it was when Steve basically he had that speech right at the end of the game, and, we said we had 30 more days or 35 more days, something like that, to commit ourselves to, etch our names in history. And that's all we're focused on, man. It was just like guys understood what it was about. The great thing for me, with me being a rookie, I had so many guys that had been there before. Jerry won multiple championships, Brett Jones, Jesse Polo, all these guys, especially on the offensive side that I had to look up to. So, man, it was just basically focusing in, making sure you kept your nose clean, that you could really be on the field to help the football team and, man, get it done.
Speaking of getting it done, William, I'm excited that we had you on because, you played, you won a Super Bowl, you know what it takes. And we talk on the radio, but like 6 weeks back, I'm telling anybody that'll listen, one of the best, if not the best defensive unit in D-lines in football is the Niners. And bar none, all of a sudden going to Green Bay and Sunday down 24-7, the way Detroit did what they did in the first half. Can you walk us through how you saw this D-line or defense operate? Because I'm getting a little nervous and I'm shocked.
Well, it's total domination, and that's what you have when you have a unit that knows each other, that's been playing together, have a lot of stars together, and they know they get to a certain point, they're just going to shut things down. They give up really nothing in the second half, and that's what really helped them out this past weekend. Same thing the week before against Green Bay. They made some great adjustments. Came out after halftime, and the other team really couldn't do anything. 27-7. Basically, and scoring in the second half. That just told you what that defense is about. They basically shut down that offense, of the Detroit Lions, and then of course, the offense came out and took care of business. But the defensive line has been playing great. When you have guys that are playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage, playing in the backfield, being disrupting the running game of your opponent, that's always going to bode well for you. So, hats off to that team. And they did an excellent job of not only stuffing the run in the second half, but making sure that it was easy for the DBs to take care of business behind them.
William bar none Floyd joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line here on 95.7 The Game. Also, by the way, first rookie in NFL history to score 3 touchdowns in a playoff game. This man knows about winning as a Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers. Speaking of winning, that's all that Brock Purdy has done since he's gotten a chance to start as former Mr. Irrelevant. To you, what has he proved over these last 2 games? A game-winning drive against Green Bay, and then, of course, a fourth-quarter comeback or second-half comeback against the Lions. What has Brock Purdy proved to you as someone that understands the history, has played with someone like Steve Young? What has he proved to you as a quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, I think it's quite simple. He can get it done in the moment. That's what I look at that kid. When I look at him, he's not afraid of stepping up and making plays in the moment when it's for the gusto, when it's for everything. He finds a way to get it done. And when you can keep it going like that, only thing he has to do now is seal it off with a championship, because young man has poise. He makes great decisions. And I'm not surprised at all because Kyle Shanahan is his coach. That guy's been around football. I remember kind of headlocking him and giving him some noogies and stuff when his dad was my offensive coordinator. So, he's been around football. He has a great mentor in Mike Shanahan, but this young man is unflappable. He's unshakable, and I just like his poise back there. And like I said, I just like that he always steps up to the moment. And you got to have that. If you want to be a championship quarterback, if you want to be in the name, you'll have your name called with Steve Young, Joe Montana, you have to be able to get it done in the moment when it really counts. And so far, he's shown that he can get it done. Let's hopefully see if he can get it done next week.
Will, speaking of Kyle, I told my partner, man, it seems like all he has to do really is just check. It's a big box, but check this box of, winning a Super Bowl, which he's been in. But I want to bring him up because his brilliance, I wonder who would have drafted Deebo Samuel and used him the way Kyle has. Can you speak to just how rare, and have you seen any player in your time mimic or kind of remind you of Deebo Samuel?
No, not from my era. Of course, I'm pretty sure there were some really good athletes out there, receiver. Put Jerry back there, I'm sure he was going to make plays wherever he was at on the field, just a great football player. But, Deebo, man, is a different guy. The only guy that I could see that kind of reminds me more on the receiver side is Shannon Sharp back in the day. And I think Shannon may be able to tote it a little bit too. It's just a tough receiver, going to get yards after the catch, going to have a lot of yak. Man, what can you say about him? And then, Kyle being able to have the foresight to be able to plug guys in wherever he is. That just tells you how brilliant he is as a coach. Everybody wants to say, talk about these different offenses, but it's really the coach behind it and the players that he's putting in there to make plays. And you got players making it happen at tight end. I love to see Juice get his little workout on, Popo, get his ball out there when he gets an opportunity. But, you just Debo, Ayuk, you just got guys making plays all over the field at every position on offense. So when you have that, everybody's hitting on all cylinders, you're going to have a successful offense.
49ers Super Bowl champion joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, William Bar None Floyd with us. And taking a look at the opponent the 49ers are facing, I mean, Kansas City has a chance to win 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, obviously go back-to-back, even in what some might consider a down season. But as a player, how much do you make of a former meeting? Because these two teams met in 2019, different rosters, but same head coaches, different quarterbacks. Some players were on the team for the 49ers, some weren't. Is that a situation where you think as a player the Niners want the Kansas City Chiefs, that they want to face them and they want to take what they thought was theirs in 2019 but unfortunately couldn't?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's more of a chip. If you want to talk about the chip on the shoulder, I think that definitely falls on the Niners' shoulders, especially with the way that game went down in Miami, having the lead and then losing it at the end. You got to think that left a sour taste in the mouth, and they're going to be prepared. If nothing else, I think they'll be prepared for this game. Of course, you're talking about Mahomes and what he's been able to do over there, Andy Reid, what he's been able to do. That franchise has really stepped up. I remember back in the day, they wasn't getting it done like this. But, at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to defense. I mean, it's like Coach Bowden used to tell us at Florida State, to tell the defense, like, man, if they don't score, they can't win. Now, that's easier said than done going against the Chiefs, but I think that this football team defensively has an opportunity to do something special, and I think they'll bring the offense right along with them.
Wow. William, can you walk us through, because you know what it's like, you got the hardware. What's this week like? What are these weeks like? There's an extra week, but is it just business as normal? How do you not do too much as a player and stay focused?
Well, I mean, I think it's really on the guys that are upstairs and, on the top floor. It's going to be Mike, Kyle. I keep saying Mike. I just, but, I love both of them, shake hands. But, I think it's the guys upstairs. Nothing changes. I mean, it starts at the top, and everybody's going to take their marching orders from the top. If, Kyle is in there, he's the same loose guy, getting it done like he's been doing, really no change in his movement, his persona. No nervousness, nobody can feel any of that type of stuff, then it's going to be just what it was, business as usual. But if anybody can sense something, it might be a little something where you're like, what's going on? But I do not foresee that happening because this team is ready, they're prepared for it, and I can't wait to see them get it done. I know that the week that we were preparing for the bowl, when we got to Miami finally, we didn't drop a ball. That's how focused we were in practice that week. But one ball didn't touch the ground the entire week offensively. And I think when you have that type of focus, practice before the bowl, and you take that into the Super Bowl, you have a great chance of getting it done. And I have no doubt that these young men are hungry, prepared, and focused and ready to get it done.
Here on the Boxer and Gerson guest line is former Super Bowl champion for the 49ers, William Bar None Floyd. Just one more for you, William. You played fullback for a guy that had a versatile skill set as any. Here in San Francisco, Ricky Watters could do it out of the backfield, pass catching, on the ground. There's a guy right now that is, in my opinion, in many people's opinion, the best running back in the NFL, and it's Christian McCaffrey. Tell us what it was like to play fullback for someone that had that kind of skill set, and then how you've seen Christian be able to be, in my opinion, maybe not the fire or the fuel for the team, but he absolutely starts the fire for this offense. What's it like playing fullback for a guy that has that versatile skill set?
I mean, it's that makes your job just that much easier. Some guys you have to go and really root a guy out of the hole. Some guys you can be like Gail Sayers and give them 18 inches of daylight, and that's all they need. And I think that's the same thing you see with Christian McCaffrey. You get that young man the ball, he's going to get it done. But he comes from great stock. His mom was a great athlete. His dad was actually the first roommate I ever had in the NFL when I got up to Rockland. You know, we sit over there and we talk about our dreams and aspirations. You know, I'm a rookie, and he's coming in trying to make the team. So every time I see that young man out there getting it done, I just think about his old man and how he got it done, too. So he definitely is, in my opinion, definitely the guy. He's that guy right now in the NFL. At the running back position for sure.
William, my partner, will let you go with this one. He played college ball. I did nothing but high school. But I always say if I want any type of pro ring, if I'm going to the movies or a cookout, I'm wearing that bad boy. And everybody's like, nah, hey, what do you do with your ring? Do you wear it, William, or do you got to put up somewhere? Share, if you can, share with us.
Oh, yeah, I got to put up somewhere, but I will break it out on special occasions.
There you go.
You know, so I mean, I don't let the dust stay on it too long. I definitely bring it out.
I love it. Yeah. Okay.
Well, you got two of them, national champ and Super Bowl champions. You got multiple.
I was lucky, got them back to back. I was lucky to get them back to back, man. That was crazy. I actually stayed in the same exact hotel. It almost felt like I was staying in the same room. But yeah, back to back years in Miami, man, and got to play right here in the state of Florida where I grew up and where I was born. Family got to, be a part of it. Man. So, yeah, great memories, man. Good time.
Well, that's awesome. Well, we hope that the 49ers this year can experience what you did during the 94 season, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey, God bless. Take care, fellas.
On the Boxer and Gerson guest line, William Bar None Floyd. That was awesome, guys.
No, it's just, man. And then I didn't know they have a good call on that. Back-to-back, played at the same hotel.
Yep.
But he seems rather confident. And I asked about the D-line, Evan. It sounded like he wasn't down on the D-line. And again, I know we talked about it. They pressured Love a little bit more in the second half. And the first half, this one, just from a defensive line standpoint, I didn't think it could get any worse, but that's just something, like you said, and been the theme of the show. They can ill afford to do that against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and that Chief team. Man.
Well, Floyd was also talking about the fact that they may not be the most perfect group, but they made the plays when they needed to. And to their credit, they did. Like in the second half, they gave up a touchdown late. I don't know if that's a one-score game. If Campbell, for example, takes the points and makes it a tie game.
Made a fumble.
Maybe the defense continues to play at that same level. I mean, they got 2 turnover on downs. They got a punt. They didn't allow points in the second half till the end, so it was a very different performance versus second half, much in the way that I thought the offense for the 49ers flipped as well. And then to their credit against Green Bay also, they had those 2 red zone stops early, got the 2 turnovers, so they were opportunistic against Green Bay. In the second game against Detroit, you felt like it was 2 different scripts they were working with.
No doubt. And you talked about his Super Bowl ring. Evan, that was the last time, 95, that the Niners run undefeated, in the bowl. And now they've lost to the Ravens.
Yeah, I would have been 5 months old.
Yeah, no, what? Mother. But yeah, you. I was like, I'm thinking where I was at. I might have been throwing a function, but anyway. I'm thinking of, just the bad fortune that they've had, and they've never been blown out, Evan. They had the Raven game when the lights went out. Just horrible play calling at the end after Gore scampered down there, and you thought they were going to pull it off. Oh, Guru, thanks for taking us down memory lane. And then against the Chiefs, you were up 10. So that all has to come to a head, and if Brock Purdy could outduel what we all know right now is the best quarterback going, I mean, how sweet would it be, Evan? How sweet would it be? And at that juncture, everybody's got to shut up and just give credit, man.
It'd be Walter Payton, man. Sweetness. I mean, it would be. That would be the best case scenario, right? You beat the team that got your bowl or the ring you thought you should have had 5 years ago, and you got a chance to do it against the best man going today in Patrick Mahomes. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Big thanks to William Bar None Floyd joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson. Delijah is in San Francisco, wants to talk about the big game coming up. What's going on, Delijah? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, I'm over at Zenti Bistro in San Lorenzo. I was wondering if I can speak on that Super Bowl coming up with the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I'll talk to us.
I just feel like we need to focus on Kelsey and Mahomes. That duo right there is kind of deadly. So we can just go ahead and focus on that and make sure that we pay attention to their connection, because they have a connection that's out of this world. And I think that we have a chance. I think that we have a chance to go ahead and take them out. George Kittle is on a rampage right now, and he's going to make sure that he gets lick back, because it's very important, very imperative that he's not forgetting what's going on or what happened when we were up, and then we didn't finish the game. Yeah. So it was like, okay, we're going to be back there. He manifested. We're back there. So now it's time to strap up and do what we got to do.
And remember, Evan, I don't know, where were you?
Thanks for the call, man.
In that Super Bowl against Kansas City right before halftime, they called the BS offensive pass interference on Kittle that really would have changed the outcome of that game, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go run back the tape for that Super Bowl. I know it wasn't.
It's incredible.
Maybe
man.
Stop it around the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Evan. They blew it, man. They had that one in control, bro.
See, I wonder, looking back, that was the first championship for Mahomes and Reed, right? But they've made a consistent effort the entire time in Kansas City of coming back late in games. Now, they've also blown the brakes off teams.
Yeah.
But do you, the 49ers to me, and maybe this is a weird way why I feel good about them heading into this game, they didn't in 2019. I know they had a lot of close wins, but they never felt like comeback kids. And even this team, before the start of the playoffs, never felt like if they were down that they could do it or they could come back. If it was like a 17-point lead midway through this regular season, you would have thought was insurmountable. Turn the lights off, they're done. But now that Kyle's got that first fourth quarter comeback, the stat that we love to use before the postseason, he's got that under his belt. It's almost like I have more confidence that if they're in a spot, if they're up, if they're a spot that they're down, it doesn't really matter. The 2019 Super Bowl to me was so long ago.
Yeah. And they started off 8-0 after being 4-12 that year. So my point is they were ahead a lot. But I'm with you.
They're also pretty new. I mean,
but
they
Evan,
hadn't been
nervous.
anywhere before.
I'm nervous about and I know it's been on display, and I'm just keeping it real, and we'll get into it more as the game gets closer. But I'm nervous about them falling behind to this duo. And it's more than just Reed and Mahomes. There's a lot of history involved. And the fact that this team took a Super Bowl, you just said it, right out from underneath you, one to where when you dial up that film, text me. I don't care what time it is, son. Text me, and you're going to say, "Goo, they should have won that game." But that's neither here nor there. They've gotten away with it. They've earned where they're at going into this game in Vegas. But, Evan, here I go. You damn near got to be perfect to win this game.
Well, they weren't perfect the first two games of the playoffs.
And got away with it.
Yeah, and in fact, Green Bay probably outplayed them.
Oh, man, 55.
And they won. So I don't buy that. I don't think they have to play a perfect game. It's one of the reasons why I felt like Baltimore was a tougher matchup for them. I thought they would have to play more perfect against Baltimore because of that defense and what it did to them. Casey's defense is really good.
Right.
But to me, the biggest difference, if we're just looking at the AFC Championship game, I thought that Baltimore lost that game primarily because they refused to run the ball. Lamar Jackson did not take off as much as he can. They didn't run the ball as much as they have throughout the regular season. And the Kansas City Chiefs were just coming off of a week in which they gave up $185 on the ground to a Buffalo Bills team that doesn't have a stable of horses like the Ravens do, like the Niners do. So if anything, I do think that if the Niners can look at that game, that AFC Championship, say, what did Baltimore do to lose the game? You're talking about losing games that should have won it. I think Baltimore should have won that game.
Interesting.
Maybe the way that the Lions went away from the run, I thought the Ravens, they didn't even try the run.
Yeah, and you know what? That's incredible. And they only have, 3 more rushing attempts than Kansas City. And, some are throwing out the conspiracy, not that he did it on purpose, that Lamar was trying to show that he could do it not his way and do it the conventional way and stay back in the pocket. But bottom line is it cost him, Evan, and you are right.
Dude, Gus Edwards had 3 carries in that game.
That's what Dallas tried to do against Green Bay in regard to coverages, running on first down. It goes back to being too cute, outsmarting yourself on the biggest stage as opposed to doing what got you there.
And I know that there's some hesitation from the Niners run D too, because Pacheco, he's going to get.
He's a savage.
He's a horse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
A horse.
You watch him run though, and it's like his legs move faster than his arms. He's just always digging. Grass hates Isaiah Pacheco for sure. But Patrick Mahomes took off 6 times in that game. They ran it 32 times, and I don't know. I just felt like they were able to kind of sustain and hold off Baltimore. the same way the Niners, you're talking about, the Niners got to play better than they did against Detroit to win the Super Bowl.
Gotcha.
Kansas City's got to play better than they did against Baltimore to beat the Niners.
No doubt about it.
I think so.
Now, I know we're up against it, but just from and we kind of did this last week, Evan, I'm kind of curious. I think I got the answer to my question because of Taylor Swift. But if you were Goodell and you had Niners v. Baltimore or Niners v. Kansas City, which one do you believe is the more sexy one? KC Baltimore or KC Niners or Baltimore Niners? Or does Taylor Swift make it just a stupid question?
Oh, I mean, that's a big part of it. But I also think you love history, right? You want the rematches. So,
man,
you wanted the Niners for sure.
Yeah,
as
no
opposed
doubt.
to
Gotcha.
God love the Lions, but you wanted the Niners in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then, even though Baltimore might have been a better game, who knows? Like you want
But
star
Mahomes
power.
is the guy.
You
Okay.
want the star
All right.
power.
He's
I don't
your
leave
staff.
Taylor Swift out of it.
All right.
Even if she wasn't.
I can
dating
do that
Travis.
easy. Yeah.
Man. You think we're going to see a cameo? Her?
Oh, come on, Evan. This thing's about to get
Does
out
Usher
there.
have a song with Taylor Swift? He's doing the halftime performance.
Oh, is Usher?
Yeah.
Is Usher doing it?
Yes, he's doing the halftime performance. I don't know
This is when Taylor should have did it. Why go before?
So, I apologize for feeding into the beast, but I did read that Taylor Swift is doing a concert somewhere in Asia the day before.
So she won't even be at the game.
In Tokyo, thank you.
Okay.
Didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's in Japan the day before, supposedly.
Oh, well, good. We don't have to see her.
Oh, come on.
She'll be back?
Come on.
Oh, boy. That was, what do they call it, the red eye? Yeah.
Well, for the team in red, right?
So, I get you. Chiefs, Mahomes, he's like the Steph Curry of your league. So that's box office. Oh, and I love Lamar and the story. But, I'm sure Goodell's like, man,
I was rooting hard
Mahomes
for
is no
Lamar.
problem.
I mean, you want new blood, too. At least I do. I like to see different players.
And I wanted to see if the Niners could kind of right the wrong that was Christmas, which again was not a playoff game. But that was the one game this year, forget the 3-game losing streak, Evan, to where I was like, oh, the Niners are human, when they're healthy. And that was, I wanted to see them get another crack at it.
Yeah, 669's with you, Goo, on the Comcast Business text line. Well, actually doesn't mind Taylor Swift at all, but you know that the NFL is going to make Taylor Swift a headline throughout the weeks or the week leading up to the Super Bowl. Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's going to be a story, but it's about the game.
I just need a song. Give me a song to put it on hers. That one song.
Shake It Off? What do you mean? I don't know.
That's Mariah Carey. Shake It Off. That's Mariah Carey.
She might have a song named Shake It Off.
Yeah.
But about 80% of the people watching that game on Sunday.
I'll ask the guys when they come in. Shake It Off is Mariah Carey.
I love Mariah. Mark Willard's behind the glass saying that.
That would be Taylor Swift.
Oh, my goodness. When I get the caddy, hey, Willard, I'm fired it up. Oh, boy.
Well, you don't have to fire it up.
Shake It Off. It's Mariah.
Like, I'm not a Taylor Swift fan.
You can tap into it if you're a Swiftie.
My niece does love her, though. And actually, this was something that I had my eye open to. Quickly before the break here. My niece is rooting for the Chiefs, not because she likes Patrick Mahomes, but because she likes Taylor Swift.
Wow,
so we got some casual football fans getting into the game. Stay off my niece. But if you want to get a final call in before the end of the show and the crossover, we're doing that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Reminder to catch all 4 hours of Stein and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Go check out our interview with William Barnum and Floyd. Use the rewind feature. Also to get back to Brian Baldinger with the Morning Roast. Fantastic interviews all day long on 95.7 The Game. Catch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Back after this, that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang, not again. You're going to the Super Bowl.
773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is it, Goo.
No, this is a good song.
This is Shake It Up. It's solid. I gotta apologize though, because look, you put me in the Sonic education chamber when it comes to music a lot. We're right in the caddy.
Thanks, Granny. This is a nice song.
It's a nice song, but you just played for me during the break Mariah Carey's version of Shake It Up.
Shake It On. Hey!
That is much more my speed.
Shake it. Gotta shake it off. Yeah. That's a banger.
That is my speed.
They're both good.
They're both good. Yeah, 669, I'm with you. Mariah Carey's the better.
What did you say
version.
Shannon Sharp said about Beyonce? Because I think he's wrong. What they call her fandom? The Beehive?
The Beehive.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Yeah, there's probably
Swift
a lot of them out here.
She's got bigger reach, man.
Yeah, so Shannon Sharp on, I think, the Nightcap show with Ocho Cinco was talking about how Taylor Swift has more pull nowadays than Beyonce.
Jeff, just look.
She might. I mean, I still prefer Beyonce Knowles, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about moving the needle currently,
and getting people to watch that wouldn't even be tripping on football? Wow.
Yeah, no, she's worldwide. I mean, I appreciate that. Our YouTube chat powered by First Norcal Credit Union, educating us as always. Yes, you got to shake it off, man.
Yeah.
And now I can't name for you like 2 or 3 other Taylor Swift songs.
Now that's where I
can name you way more Beyonce songs.
Well, I'm gonna test Willard and Diaz, see if they can give me the titles, because Willard's like, oh, that's her. But we'll see if he can give me 2 more.
Well, but the thing is, so you got to like Willard's got teenagers.
Well, okay,
so
you know what?
Because of them, he's going to know probably way more Taylor Swift than you thought. Now,
That's a great
I'm
point.
sure if you asked your daughter, like, hey, name Taylor Swift, she would probably know, right?
Yeah, she'd give me Megan.
Well,
the Stallion.
I like her too. Dude, I saw her live.
She went in on Drake last night. She got a diss song.
For what?
Said I don't know. She got a diss song on.
It's not real hip hop.
I should give you. Well, no. Drake's his own lane, man. Like that's not a diss. You're Drake.
Okay. Yeah, he's
behind Tupac is Drake for me. Nobody asked. Drake is number 2.
Number 2?
No, Jay-Z's number 2. Drake 3.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm serious, Evan.
I don't
Drake, don't take that as insults, bro. You are special.
He has sold the most.
I turned the 9 upside down. I call it a 6 now.
Is that your Drake impression?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, my gosh. I think he's third in his generation, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, boy. I would love to do a podcast on this.
Kendrick or J. Cole, but that's neither here nor there. One last opportunity for you to get in and talk about the 49ers after they advance to the Super Bowl. Goo's going to be playing Mariah Carey throughout the rest of the show. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yes, the 49ers right now, Goo, look, they're one of 2 teams left standing, right?
Yep.
And we talked about the good, the bad, the ugly from the NFC Championship, whether they wanted the Chiefs, whether they wanted the Ravens. You know, from a football standpoint, I think they match up a little bit better with the Chiefs. But, you know, when talking to Bar None, the idea that you want to play the team that is the king.
Wow.
Like, knock the king off the hill, right?
Shout out Monte.
Exactly. Yeah. Shout out Monte Hill.
Yeah.
You want to beat the best. I mean, what does Stephen A say all the time? You want to beat the man, you got to be the man.
That is true. And right now, it's kind of funny.
To be the man, you got to beat the man.
Will you give me this, Evan? Because I brought it up last segment. I feel you. Because Kansas City has struggled mightily this season, how many times have you heard them referred to as defending champs?
Not a lot.
What I mean? Like, just what the Niners have to go pull off is not just be the team that just came out of nowhere. This is the team that won with your quarterback on a bum wheel. So this is going to be a hell of a task, is all that I'm saying to you and the listeners.
I think we started hearing about the defending champ stuff maybe week 7 or 8. So, the Chiefs lost in the opener, lost to Detroit by a point, in which they didn't have Chris Jones or Travis Kelce for that game. Then they ran off 6 straight. And then from there, it was like
turbulence.
They just hit, exactly. Yeah. Shout out your flight.
No doubt.
They just hit a cliff, and then they fell right off of it. So they ended the season 4-4 after the bye week. They had some gross losses. Green Bay on the road. They lost at home to Philly.
Gross.
Well, I'm just saying.
Right, yeah.
Which looks bad now, the loss to Philly. They lost
Raiders
in
one was
Denver,
gross at home.
in which Mahomes turned the ball over 3 or 4 times. They lost, the Raiders. I mean, AOC on Christmas Day. Well, mainly their running game. And that's part of this, too. Maybe it's like I'm not looking at the Chiefs as the Chiefs of old, even though they've played like it for the last 3 games.
No doubt, Evan. So we're about to see it, man. It's about to happen. But I don't know what you think about how I mentioned the bar none. Tell me if I'm wrong, man. Kyle, nobody's perfect, Evan. We know. I can hear Steiny now. The boy wonder you call him Steiny. Evan, baby Steiny. All there is to do is check the box off for Kyle to win a Super Bowl, right? He's built this. He's built something. This is his second trip to the Super Bowl. He just came through his 4th NFC Championship game. All there is to do for him, from a coaching standpoint, to be at that dinner in that fraternity that Andy Reid now is a recipient of, is just cash this check.
I'm
Win
with
the
you.
Big one.
925 Comcast Business Text Line. I apologize. You're right. That quote is Ric Flair.
Rick.
To be the man, you got to beat the man. That is all time.
Like Stephen A.
No, well, he uses it a lot. I'm not saying that's his, but I'm saying he uses it a lot. And I think he's talking about Ric Flair. So I apologize. Thank you very much. But the thing about Shanahan to me also kind of applies to Brock, which is wild, which is, what does Brock have left to prove, right? All he's got to check off is the Super Bowl.
No, Evan, I would beg to differ there. He's got a lot to prove.
I think he's got a lot left in his career.
This win goes a long way. The 17 comeback, that nobody could take that from him, because people wanted to see how he plays from behind. The game-leading drive against Green Bay, pressure, makes diamonds. So, Evan, I still what if he had a bad game and they lost? Don't you think a lot of people would come in here just going into next year in this medium that we're in, this cycle of X and Twitter, same thing? Wouldn't they be almost like, oh, I got to see if you can do it again? Like, all the good fortune would almost be a reset because you didn't get it done on the biggest stage.
But that's kind of the thing, though. If we enter next season, it's not going to be, well, I don't know, maybe people have questions of whether he can win an MVP. I don't think that really matters. But the question is, can you win the Super Bowl? Like that's the question for Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan if they don't win the big game next Sunday. It's, can you win the Super Bowl? Because you got to 2 of them. You've been to 3 straight NFC Championship games.
All right, you preaching.
I mean, I don't know what else there is. Like, maybe Brock Purdy could prove something after he gets paid.
And Brock could say, hey, this guy's had 6 more years than me at it. I got knocked out in Philly, Evan, lost 1. Hell yeah, I can win a Super Bowl. I'm just saying he's younger in his career than he ain't had as many chances as Kyle.
That's true. Yeah. He's only 24 years of age, and he's a big reason why the 49ers are playing.
He's got him here
for the Super Bowl. I want to run that by the boys coming up on the other side on the crossover, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. The crossover is next. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, who is back tomorrow off of hip surgery, so looking forward to that. Also, reminder, the Warriors play at 7 o'clock tonight. Come out to Ballast Point live for Warriors Live at 6 o'clock, an hour before the game, up the street on 16th Street. Come by, say hello, grab a beer, grab a burger before the Warriors take on the 76ers, potentially Joel Embiidless, at 7 o'clock from Chase Center. Back with the crossover after this on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had?
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, the things that we learned during the commercial break about each other.
We work with some special cats.
Yes,
man.
we do.
Man.
The crossover with Mark Willard, Dan Dibley.
Willard, who has a teenage daughter,
Yes.
that's why he was up on Shake It Off. I played Mariah Carey's, my version, done by the great Jermaine Dupri. He produced that song.
Yeah, like you weren't wrong. You weren't wrong.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Taylor's probably made 5 times as much money than Mariah's.
And I don't want to diss the great Beyonce Knowles, but or Carter, but Taylor Swift has a reach that's bigger than I believe any other R&B artist in our time right now. And Beyonce, no shade, but this is something different.
I mean, those 2 tours were the tours last year. Those were the tours. That was 1 and 2, right?
Wow, 1 and 2.
That was 1 and 2. Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Classify it. What's R&B? What's not? Whatever. Yeah, Taylor's the deal. Yeah. Taylor's the deal right now.
Yeah. So she'll be at the game.
She's sitting in the 1 seat, but they're all matters of perspective. My kids, my 2 high schoolers, got into an argument about 2 months ago over who was more famous, Taylor Swift or Travis Kelce.
Wow.
Now, obviously, we all know what the answer to that question is.
T-Dub,
Not the player.
But a junior in high school who's a boy and his world is surrounded by fantasy football.
Sure. I love it.
He's like, what are you talking about? Everybody knows who Travis Kelce is.
I would have loved to have been there.
I just sat there and smiled, as my 14-year-old daughter's like ears almost detached from her brain,
right,
as she tried to explain to this boy that Taylor Swift is about 58 times more famous than Travis Kelce.
No doubt about it.
But that was his perspective.
Yeah, like
not in his world.
How many people this year found out about Taylor Swift compared to how many people found out about Travis Kelce?
Good point. Good point. And Taylor right now, number 2 in the world in Spotify streams right now.
Could I ask who's one? Drake?
Number 1.
Grand, if you would, please. Scat-da-da-da. Scat-da-da-da.
I'm going Drake.
Spotify streams?
I'm going Drake.
This is last month. No, and I was stunned.
Will give us a guess, and Evan.
The Beatles? I don't know.
I would have bet everything in my wallet that Taylor Swift was the answer to that question.
But,
that's what I'm saying, Drake.
And I'll give Mark the clue because he'll get the answer. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, The Weeknd?
The Weeknd.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, correct.
Who's done a Super Bowl halftime already?
Has.
According to Spotify, and this was earlier this month because I had the same experience.
That's crazy.
Because I told you guys, I do music every morning with my 17-month-old baby. We do music for breakfast.
Don't do that on a Tuesday.
Tuesdays.
That'll get me all messed up.
Tuesdays is Taylor. Tuesdays is all about Taylor.
Yeah, I'm out.
So I pulled up the Spotify last Tuesday, and I looked. It's a Taylor Tuesday. And shake it off, shake. And I looked, and she's number 2, and I thought, no way. No blipping way. So I looked, and it was close. It was very close. But maybe in February when she shows up, when she flies direct from Tokyo to Vegas, and she can make it. And I had it before. I had it before Rap Sheet or whoever put that out there. I talked about it last week when you were out about how she had a concert in Tokyo on Saturday, and how when it ends, it's 14 hours ahead.
Now I'm getting
and it's a 12-hour flight, so
she'll be there.
Yeah, it's probably a 10-hour flight when you fly the way she flies.
And she'll sleep in a queen bed the entire time.
Exactly.
It will be fine.
Willard, do we know where they met?
On the
what
plane.
was his first line to her? Hey,
my only guess.
No, he stalked her. My wife knows.
Oh, seriously?
My wife is all in on the Super Bowl largely because of the Taylor angle.
Well,
did he do a little stuff?
But your wife knows the story that's obviously available in the public realm, which I don't necessarily buy.
I don't think that would work.
My point is, I don't think you start by being in the suite with the family week 1. So my point is my bet that this has been going on a lot longer than we know about.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
No, she was not at the suite until he was like on her doorstep, and he was like courting her before she showed up for his game. He was the one who was in hot pursuit.
No, I don't. Whoever pursued who. My point is I think this has been going on. Whenever it was
for sure
longer time ago than we know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I have a lightweight bet with our sister station, Alice, Sarah, and Vinny. They had me on about 2 months ago, and we talked about when would the breakup happen. And
it's gone on longer than I thought.
Well, and I said it would happen at halftime at the Super Bowl, like during the halftime show. It was a little, little bit.
They're headed for marriage, Willard, the little ones.
It'd be amazing if they made it part of the halftime performance. Taylor heads down, they break up. She starts to sing about it. Sing about it right there in the middle of the halftime.
That's perfect.
Good idea.
In the middle of Usher's doing these my confessions, and she comes out. I got some confessions, Usher.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
People want football take from us.
Of course.
This is football. What are you talking about?
Taylor Swift checks in as eligible in the fourth quarter and catches the game-winning. No,
that's actually not bad. Let me lead off with this and just say that the Niners defense is getting a bad rap, and I talked about it yesterday. And if you want to look at the second half of that game, and everybody's saying that the fumble was lucky. The fumble wasn't lucky.
No, Armstead
the fumble
did
was
that.
it was Gibson who did that.
Yeah.
Armstead happened to be Johnny on the spot.
And it was a bad exchange. Too.
But you need to have a hit to jar the ball loose. And if you look at how many yards they had in the second half before the, by the way, drive, they had 88 yards, Detroit did, in the second half before that last drive. The Niner defense made the adjustment, and Mark's got a great great video to break down from Acho.
Yeah.
Your friend.
Oh, yeah, we had him on last week.
Did you see
No, I
Acho's
hadn't seen
video?
this one.
Well, the 4th and 3 where Jared Goff rolls right and throws it at, about 5 feet to the left of Amon-Ra's feet.
Yeah.
And the Niners take over. They've already got the lead. Now they've got the ball. They go get the touchdown. The game's over. That's essentially it. Well, he said this was the smartest play of the game. And he does a 90-second breakdown on why the 49ers won the game on that play, in his opinion.
Okay.
Family.
And basic idea, just for me to give you like a quick synopsis of it, is that the Lions are on that play are trying to outsmart the 49er defense, and the Niners outsmart the outsmart. And they do it. Steve Wilkes is the one who deserves the ultimate credit for it. Dre Greenlaw for pulling it off. The 49ers lined up in what appeared to be man-to-man.
Okay.
And Jared Goff sees that, gives the right tap on his helmet, which says we're going into a play that will beat man-to-man, which is Jahmyr Gibbs in the right slot, and he's going to run a short crossing route with 2 players running at Greenlaw, who's lined up with him, 2 players running at Greenlaw and running a pick. And Gibbs is going to be wide open, 5 yards from Goff, just like a little dump, and who knows, he may go all the way with his speed. Well, the problem is Gibbs runs across the field, and the 2 guys go to pick. Two guys go to pick Greenlaw.
Great
misdirection.
And Greenlaw just waits for him.
So they were in zone.
I'm in zone.
Yeah. Wow.
So you can pick me, but I'm just standing here waiting for you. Logan Ryan is therefore waiting for Gibbs. Goff looks at him. He's not open.
Wow.
Armstead breaks through the middle of the line, pressure up the middle. That's kryptonite for Goff. Now Goff's rolling out.
And that explains
now
that
you've got
throw.
no receiver, and that's Goff's weakest thing. Incomplete pass, Niners ball, Niners
We
win.
just had William Floyd on, and I asked him about the defense. I thought I set it up to where he's about to go in, and he goes, all those, and even YouTube was like, did he watch the same game as us? Yeah, he was watching, because you guys are saying this. He was like, the adjustments they made in half.
Yes.
I'm like,
yes.
I need to go back to the lab. I'll say this. I'm not saying they didn't, because they did and didn't get credit against Green Bay. But, Evan, back me up on this one, because I need you. Detroit did them a favor by, I believe, from the start, the outset of that second half, by going away from the run.
It was later in the half, but yes, it was in the later drive.
You guys got too cute.
And we talked about it yesterday, and I actually was watching the game and going through the game log, and Mark and I are having a conversation, and I'm looking at double reference points, and Detroit did go away from the run late in that game. Wow. And I think part of it was because the Niners started to cheat up, and they played a lot more man. And if you see in the second half, all of the run tackles, it's Warner, it's Lenore, it's Gibson.
Wow.
Mooney Ward is in the backfield. They sold out for the run, and they played man-to-man behind, and basically they were saying to Detroit, beat us deep, too. And they thought that they could get home with the pass rush, and they started to disrupt Detroit. And I think you're right, though. They did abandon it too soon. They got too cute. And that 4th down play that Mark was just describing.
I knew that couldn't have been the play. That
was not the play. They got fooled. They got fooled pre-snap, though. That's what was cool. That's the stuff we don't you don't see that when you're sitting there.
The game within the game.
You got corn chips on your face, and you're just like,
get us
you know what I mean? Like, you don't see that. You don't see that.
Evan was in the press box.
Yeah, no, it did look like in the second half there was more of what people call changing the picture. Like in the first half, you just basically lined up and said, our 4 up front are good enough to beat your line. That was not the case.
Yeah.
They just absolutely stuffed it right down your throat. And I thought that the one time in the first half as well as the second half where we saw Detroit go away from what was working was when they tried to get cute. I mean, we saw, I think, a reverse flea flicker in the first half. That was the one drive they didn't score in the first half. In the second half, you see a flea flicker. I think Ben Johnson was trying to, put something on his resume for a job that apparently he's not going to take now. And so he's back with the Lions. Like, I just think that by the time also that they got to the point where they wanted to throw the ball, it was kind of already too late because the game was tied. Like, bing, bang, boom, they score 14 quickly. They get right back in the football game. And instead of saying, all right, let's get back to basics, it felt like the Lions, to me, decided to try and open up the playbook instead of shrink it.
I mean, I give them this. That all happened so fast and with so few actual offensive plays from the Lions. Right. We talked a lot about this, and I think people may forget. So, spotlight the moment. It's 4th and 2. The Lions are up 24-10. And
In
it's 4th
control.
and 2.
Yeah.
Could kick a field goal. They didn't. But think about it through the eyes of Ben Johnson. You run a play that, Nick Bosa knocked Goff off his spot a little bit.
But it worked.
He slipped. He should have had him.
Threw the ball out to Reynolds. Reynolds drops the ball. Okay. Now, Ben Johnson, nothing you can do about that. Niners go down, make it 24-17. Okay, you still got the lead. You have the ball. What do they do on first down? They run the ball. It gets stuffed. Okay? Next play, we're going to throw the ball over the middle to Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta's there, but it gets jarred loose by, I think, Fred Warner. Now it's 3rd and long. What do? It's 3rd and long. Well, you throw it out to the right to Josh Reynolds and nail his 8. Man. The ball hits his 8, and he drops the damn ball. Man. Okay, and by the way, actually, I'm jumping ahead. I forgot the drive in between.
You forgot the fumble.
Which was one play drive, fumble.
The fumble, yeah.
So Ben Johnson, he didn't go away from the run. He only had 5 plays. I'd argue they were all called really well. Yeah. His players executed horribly. Yeah. Horribly. In all of them.
Yeah, and then the punt, which we talked about, where it's a 74-yard punt, maybe the greatest punt in playoff history, and they are unable to down it.
Oh, like, get it
The guy
together.
just kind of staggers into the end zone. And,
it's so easy from the couch with the core chips.
Exactly. Totally.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I'm with you. Last time I checked, the goal line didn't move. The white chalk has been there at 100 yards every single play, but the guy just lost it.
That's just amazing.
It's a beautiful
how much
punt.
That happens, man.
It's a beautiful punt. Well, think about it. You're running full speed.
Yeah.
And then you got to look back over your shoulder. Where's the ball? I got to keep an eye on all this and know exactly where your feet are.
But I got one job, Willard.
Yeah. That spatial awareness is, but it happens all the time.
But that was one of those punts that bounced straight up.
This
wasn't one of those diagonal.
Right.
I got to panic and I got to hurry and I got to make sure.
He had time, yeah.
He'd been better off letting it bounce again. And let's just see. It might have bounced in the end zone, but it might have bounced the other way. So
you're saying the Lions choked more than the Niners came back?
No, I'm not.
Nice.
But any 17-point deficit, that's if you're going to overcome that, then there's a little of both, and you're going to need the ball to start rolling downhill, which it did for the 49ers. But there's another side to it, and this conversation we're having for me is part of it. Like if I went out in the streets of San Francisco right now.
Great TV show.
And I bring up to every 49er fan out there, and I say, do you believe that the 49ers should be favored in this game? What kind of answers do you think I would get?
I love where you're going. If I'm giving the fans the benefit of the doubt, I would say no.
Okay.
If they're not being a homer dibs, I would think I would be like, you know what? Kansas City should be favored.
So why are the 49ers favored?
They're also 0-2 against the spread in the postseason.
Okay, that's the spread.
And your boy knows that. Yeah.
But we're not talking even about covering. We're talking about who's supposed to win the game.
I'm going Kyle?
With a question mark. That was Kyle?
Andy Reid's on the other side.
I think
Patrick Mahomes on the other side.
But I think people are looking at the Chiefs and they're saying, when are they going to be the team from the regular season? Like, when are they going to be the team that plays like they lost 6 games this year and got beat by Russell Wilson? They lost to Green Bay, I think. And what was the other bad
one? The Raider coach.
Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, Aiden O'Connell.
Oh, God.
Remember that.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
Their last loss.
Back-to-back defensive touchdowns.
Yeah.
On back-to-back plays. Yeah. Was that Christmas?
They also lost to Philly.
They played on Christmas, right?
They also lost to Philly. So and that's
but that was respectable. Philly hadn't fell off.
Yeah. I'm not giving you a definitive answer yet. If you want dibs, we text my guy during the game and ask him to explain it.
Yeah.
My odds maker buddy. But I look at this and what I think is baked into our perception is that our expectation of the 49ers this year was so high. Not even saying that that's wrong. But it's so high that we are not even fully willing to accept these victories unless they are demoralizing the other best teams in the NFL. Say that again. The other best teams in the NFL. We are. We absolutely are. The 49ers are underappreciated.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're underappreciated. You are told.
But if you do that,
I don't buy that.
I
but
do.
Willard, let me just say this to that. Isn't that a compliment if you're looking at the Niners from that prism? If your style point in the wins, the compliment is you're Billy Badass, you're loaded. We see that. And the expectations or standards are just higher.
If they would have executed the wins the way that we thought they should have executed the wins, they'd be favored by 4 or 5 points. But they didn't. They had to survive Green Bay, and they had to, oh my God, Detroit. So that's why the expectations are different now in terms of the national scene.
Brock Purdy has played every single NFC playoff team, and he won them all. Now, the style can be whatever you want it to be. And I'm not.
But where's the underappreciation at?
The underappreciation is for the fact that we sit here today. First of all, we are asking the 49ers to not just win, but you have to win a certain way. That is, in my opinion, in professional sports, asking too much. That's a little bit ridiculous to say that you are so much better than the competition that we don't just want you to win, we want you to win a certain way. It's almost as if, go back to Kevin Durant's Warriors, they lose one playoff game. If we got to the end of the playoffs and went, now why'd you lose the one game?
That's all they lost. They were 16.
But why'd you do that? Yeah. Why didn't you go 16-0?
They were 15-0.
Right.
So
and then they lost.
Right.
And
I don't think anyone was like, oh my God.
No, but that's what this feels like to me.
But this is different because you faced a quarterback who had never played in this stage in Jordan Love, and he had you by the short hairs, and you had to dig deep and get a Brock Purdy drive to win, and then you let Detroit go up 24-7 at home. So
Brock Purdy now has been in all situations?
No, but he's been in these situations more than Jordan Love has.
More than Jordan Love. Jared Goff's been in them more than Brock Purdy has.
Right, and it took the defense to figure things out in the second half to give Brock Purdy a chance to even win this game.
There's more than one way to eat the Reese's.
I think they're being appreciated at the level they should be because they're going up against Patrick Mahomes. This is not like you're going up against
Detroit or Green Bay.
But most 49er fans do not think they're going to win.
See, I disagree with that. And we can open up the phones.
God.
And I don't know where
everybody I'm talking to.
Yeah.
Everybody I'm talking to. I just asked you guys. You don't think they should be favored?
But let me just run this by you. So you're talking about a team not with an upstart Jordan Love that's won 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls. I just don't think it's the end of the world if I'm a Niner fan to go into this game with our new rookie. I don't think that's a bad thing, or it's almost giving Kansas City what you're saying we're not giving San Francisco. And I believe when you're a 9-point favorite in Vegas and then you follow that up with a 7-point favorite at home, that's a compliment to me. That is people telling you we think highly of your team.
Well, you're sort of putting 2 different groups together. Like, first of all, I'm not even saying that there aren't compliments tucked into this. I'm more focused on the confidence of the fan base in this team, which I think is shaky. I think that
even though it's Andy Reid and Mahomes.
Yes, no matter who it is, they're in the Super Bowl. They're in the Super Bowl, and I can't compare it to any of the other trips to the Super Bowl in terms of the confidence that the fan base feels on the way in. It's as if a lot of the fans are going, this is amazing, we're here, but I'm not sure we're supposed to be.
Were you more confident last time against Kansas City with Jimmy G?
Hard to remember. That one was by the way, it was a similar spread.
Yeah.
It was a similar spread.
3, right?
But remember,
Niners by 3?
Yeah, I think it was pretty even by the time we got to kickoff. We can look it up
by kickoff, but they open at 2.5.
The Niners against Baltimore, I feel you were more confident than you were against Pat Mahomes the first time. And
remember, that team was not supposed to even be a winning team, though. Preseason,
sure, with Kaepernick.
That's part of what I'm getting at. Part of what I'm getting at is that this whole season, for many people, did not feel like it started until Sunday. It's like even Kyle spoke to it.
If
they had to get back to the same game, and that felt like the starting block. And they won, but they didn't win in a way that makes people feel comfortable about their defense. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. But I'm saying that the San Francisco 49ers have now been dancing at this level 4 times in 5 years. And they are in the Super Bowl for the 2nd time. And that's an unbelievable achievement. And I hear a lot of people still think this is a shaky group. And I don't think you get to these points as a shaky group. You have to be willing for this to look a bunch of different ways.
Well, I think
is my point.
If they were underappreciated, and I think they're probably close to properly appreciated, it would be because they were overrated coming into the postseason. And maybe that's how people are feeling like, oh, well, actually, they shouldn't have been 10-point favorites against Green Bay. They shouldn't have been a touchdown favorite against Detroit. Duh, obviously, because you won by 1 point or you won by 3 points in both. I think that this is also a 49ers team that I look at the totality of both them and the Chiefs. The Chiefs were 4-4 after the bye. The 2 games the Niners lost were true. The 1 seed in the AFC and a team that they didn't give a crap about in Week 18. So they've been the better team the entire year, and it comes out to a 2-point favorite. I don't think that's out of bounds. I don't know.
But I'm not talking about the spread. I'm talking about what we think of the spread.
But I think it's pretty 50-50.
I don't think 49er fans think that they should be favored.
Well, I think we're 12 days away, and I think as you get closer, you might feel differently than you do right now, because right now you're thinking about all the things that went wrong on Sunday, and you're thinking about how, if you're a negative Niner fan, you're thinking about how you got lucky against Detroit, and you're thinking that, man, you should have taken care of Green Bay and you should have polished off Detroit, and you didn't, so you're feeling some kind of way. We're 12 days away. I think as we get closer, I do think that the Niner fan confidence level will go up.
Maybe.
And it'll match, where it should be, because, this Mahomes offense is not what it was in 19.
No.
And this defense is far better than it was in 19. And we talked about it yesterday. Yeah. It's kind of an inverse of the last matchup where,
they're such different teams.
The X factor is the Niner defense. If the Niner defense plays as well as we think that it should, and they didn't against Detroit, but if they do play that well, then they're going to win this game by 10 points.
The interesting thing, I think, is that Vegas's quote-unquote, and whatever word you want to use, their sort of admiration, their respect for the 49ers has been above what I think the fan bases has been all year long. We spent a week talking about why are they favored in Philadelphia. We didn't understand that. And then the perception leading up to what was a thought about the Super Bowl, 49ers and Ravens.
Because I assume the Super Bowl for the Niners. Of
course. But I talked to a lot of people. We did this with Ephraim on the Fox show last week, prior to us knowing who was going to be in the Super Bowl, knowing that the Ravens had done what they did to the 49ers on Christmas. I said, and the Niners had that shaky performance against Green Bay. The Ravens had blown out Houston. I said, what do you think the number will be if they play? Ephraim's like, Ravens 4.5. Wow. I go, you're off by a touchdown. So this perception out there that the 49ers are wobbly, I think is based on our own preseason expectation.
Okay, I appreciate
rather
you saying
than what's actually happening with the football season, which is that Vegas will still tell you to this moment that the 49ers are the best team.
And they're
might
be right.
Telling you that.
They're telling you they're better than the Chiefs.
And they're taking
They're telling you they're better than the Chiefs.
Right. And they were going to be favored against the Ravens too.
Well,
they were.
I'll tell you this. This is why I love X. I know we're about to get out of here, but this is why I love X, because you don't get much to say, but when you do write something, it hits you. And I think of 2 tweets. Shasky's halftime tweet of what if that would have stayed the same, the streets we would be talking about. You could disagree or agree, but I was like, that hit me. In your tweet after the Green Bay game where I told you, but that's prime example to you. I'm going to use it against you. You were like, I didn't like any of this. I couldn't enjoy it.
Oh, but that wasn't based on disappointment. That was stress.
Yeah, can't enjoy wins.
But stress, I think you didn't think like a lot of people thought the Niners were going to experience playing Green Bay as 9-point favorites.
Listen, did I think it was going to be that close? Maybe not. But again, anybody who read that tweet as even a tiny bit of disappointment is reading it completely wrong.
How I took
I'm just saying it was stressful.
Yeah, right.
I told everybody at that party.
Okay.
You and we watch these games, I do, as 2 different people. There's the 49er fan, but I'm an adult. I can get over it if my team loses. But from a professional standpoint, that would have been an unbelievable disaster. That would have been an absolute disaster. So it was stressful. It was stressful because it looked like they might lose. No doubt. That's all.
Well, a stress-free 4 hours, right? That's what's coming up next on 95.7?
For sure.
Will and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, do you think the Niners should be favored?
Of course.
You do?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I mean, they had a better season, and on balance, and forget last weekend, they're the better team. They had the better regular season. They've got an offense that's better than the Chiefs' offense, and the defense is probably on par with the Chiefs' defense if they play well. And that, to me, is the big X factor. If the Niners' defense plays the way that they should play, and I know that's a big should, considering the way it went against Green Bay, where they had a hard time stopping the run, and against Detroit, they had a hard time stopping the run, and the defense does not look the way that it looked way back earlier in the year when they were game-wrecking, and then they added Chase Young, and we thought, oh boy, Super Bowl or bust with this defense. You got Hargrave, Armstead, Young, Bosa, Furl, who's hurt. You got Greg. They picked up Randy Gregory, the best linebackers, and a good secondary.
I know, but you know,
my God,
but
this
those are
defense
names.
is so good.
But those are names.
No, but they're names, but they also, at times, played well. And I know Randy Gregory's not what he was, and Chase Young turns out is not what he was. And then, in totality, the defense, whether it's by scheme or by effort, and I know Kyle Shanahan was not happy with the effort on some runs early on Sunday in the game. If the defense plays well like they should, like they could, this game's not close.
I guess that's just what fascinates me. How many times even in that opening statement did you use the word should?
Well, it's football. We don't know.
No, I know. But I guess that, like, the 49ers over the last, 8 weeks of the season, by a lot of the metrics, were not a great defense. They were not a great defense. But we're still but they should this, they should that, based on a lot of these names that are out there. Well, they collectively haven't been great, if you want to dive into those numbers. I guess the other side of what I'm saying, though, is I don't know that necessarily matters. The 49ers have a little bit of an it factor going on, which maybe is more interesting, the sum of the parts, than what we've spent so much time talking about, which is the parts. All year long, when we talk about how good the 49ers are, we start doing exactly what you just did, which is reading the roster. And that's a roster. That's fine. That doesn't always equal the collective. What the 49ers now have, who these guys are, they are, in fact, who we've been asking them to be for 6 years, which is a team that doesn't wilt. It can handle a deficit. It can handle a lead. It can do things multiple ways. If the defense is doing it, great. If the defense is not, the offense is doing it. The bottom line is I don't think you get to a Super Bowl if you're not playing well. But the perception out there right now is that the 49ers aren't playing well. But either by luck or just by happenstance, key plays, key times, they're still here. I mean, maybe that's another way I could ask it. You feel like the 49ers are playing well right now?
Yeah, they're playing well.
You do?
Yes, they're one of two teams remaining.
Yep.
So are they playing perfect football? No. And you look at how the offense played when they needed to play well, and the defense when they needed to play well, they played great. And the offense, I think, came out and had a good opening drive, and the kicker missed a field goal, and so you got no points. And then you look at the next drive, they scored a touchdown. And, you're down, and you're down 21-7. You get the ball back, and you don't score, and Brock throws an interception, which was, a play where he held onto the ball too long, and his arm was hit, and that's just what happens when you have a quarterback who's trying to make plays, and then you come out in the second half, and you dominated the game. So, yeah, they're playing well. You're not going to get 4 perfect quarters, and that's where maybe this is what you're tapping into with Niner fans, and I haven't seen this in terms of the people who I talk to or the fans that I follow on X or IG. I'm not sensing the same level of, like, we don't belong here or we're not playing well, and I'm not sensing that negativity.
Grandy texted us an hour ago. The 49ers are lucky to be here. Are they?
No, they're not lucky to be here. Like, what does lucky to be here mean?
Well, I mean, you and I started this conversation yesterday, and you didn't really buy a lot of what I was putting out there. I think others may have, which is the idea that some of the things that have happened to the 49ers in these playoffs are highlighted in people's heads as lucky breaks. Lucky breaks. Packers missed a field goal. Packers dropped a pick six. Lions went for it on fourth down, started dropping passes. Lions fumbled. I could come up with more, as you know.
To me, that's not luck. To me, the only thing that is lucky is the Brandon Ayuk catch. To me, that's lucky. Lucky that the ball bounced off his face mask and went straight up.
Mm-hmm.
That, to me, is luck. Field goals get missed. The Niners missed one. And fumbles happen. And picks happen. Picks get dropped. Picks get caught. To me, that's not luck. That's football. And when you have a young player drop a pass on 4th and 2, that's what happens to young players. And you know what? He dropped another one later in the game because he dropped the first one. And you have a rookie running back who went the wrong way on a run play and fumbled. He's a rookie. That's not luck. That is relying on young people to make plays, and that's just the way it goes in football.
I don't disagree with your premise, but I think what maybe there's a different word in the English language that'll fulfill what I think people are trying to say, which is there are certain things that happen in your favor that you had nothing to do with. So if Jahmyr Gibbs goes the wrong way,
right,
you didn't do that. You didn't do that.
But what you did do is you hit the football.
You took advantage of your opportunity.
Well,
yes.
you hit the football. It's not like you ran away from him and he fumbled it on his own. You came in and you hit him and he fumbled. So to me, to call that luck is nonsense. And I'll say it right to Grandy if that's what he's talking about.
Say it to him.
It's nonsense.
Grandy, you think the Niners are lucky to be here?
Yeah, absolutely. But every Super Bowl champion is lucky.
Okay.
Right.
That's what it takes sometimes.
No doubt. Listen.
That's
yes,
dismissive. That's dismissive, in my opinion.
Dismissive?
Dismissive.
Got it.
Thank you. Correction. It's fine.
Yep.
No,
I want to know what you were trying to say.
You can call it lucky all you want. If you're a football player and you go in there and you hit a guy with the football and he fumbles it, you're not thinking, boy, I sure was lucky to cause that fumble.
Here's another way to put it, because I do, what Grandy's saying, I will buy. Like, I never forgot when Tiger Woods said this one time. He was going into the Masters, and this was like the height of the Tigerness, right? Remember right? He's got a red shirt on, and oh my God, you can't beat him. He's going to beat the field by 10 strokes. And he was heading into the Masters, and they said, what's he going to take this week to win? And the first word out of his mouth was, he goes, I'm going to need luck. Because every championship takes breaks. And so I absolutely buy that. There's no question. You make your own breaks. You take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to you, all of that stuff. But yes, you need some fortune. Now, the other, maybe the comeback to that is, well, but they're in that game 4 times in 5 years.
That's lucky.
That's not an accident.
No, it's lucky.
That's not an accident.
It's pure luck.
And I bet everyone who's ever watched sports will agree with this take. The hardest thing to do is not to be like the Lions and break through and get into the game one time. The hardest thing to do is to get back. It's when everybody knows. The Niners started this year as the damn deal. So everybody knew. Everybody knew. The Niners weren't going to sneak up on anyone. Oh, that favorite thing that people would say about the Warriors for you. Oh, they get everybody's best shot. Okay, so the 49ers have this incredible disappointment in the NFC title game last year, and they become singularly focused on getting back to that game. And as fans, we look at it and go, well, you should. You have the best roster. I'd argue that's the hardest thing to do in sports, which is go ahead then. Everybody's expecting you to be right back there, and then you do it. You do it. Like when expectation is met by performance. That's the best stuff in sports. It's the hardest thing to do. Get drafted in the first round and be a first rounder. Look like one. That's the hardest thing to do. So if the 49ers do that, that's what I'm getting at. You have, in my opinion, too many people that have watched that happen and then go, yeah, but luck, and defense not right, not quite the right way. Doesn't
to call
look
it luck to me is disrespectful.
Yeah, I
based
agree.
on what you're talking about.
I agree with you completely.
Which is why I say it's not luck. And, the hardest thing to do is what Mahomes is doing, and that's to be in the Super Bowl almost every single year. That's the hardest thing to do. And so now for the Niners, the hardest thing to do is to actually beat Mahomes and do something that your franchise hasn't done in 30 years, and that's win the Lombardi. So if, a couple of things went your way, if a ball bounced off a defender and your guy happened to be there and he caught it and you got down to the 5-yard line and you want to call that luck, sure. But when you force a fumble, that's not luck. And when a guy drops a pick, that's football. And when a young receiver drops 2 passes, that's what you do when you're 23 or 24 years old and you've never been there. That's not luck. That's football.
I like your answers. I wonder how everybody would answer those questions, though. 2 questions. Have the Niners been lucky? And are the Niners playing well? There's just simple yes or no questions. But I would be fascinated to hear people's honest answers. I honestly think if you head into a big room right now and go, Niners are playing well, I think you get accused of being a homer.
Sure.
I agree with you. Because I don't think you get to do stuff like this if you're not playing well. I think the Detroit Lions are a good football team.
And I think that we, in general, look at, a game and we highlight the things that went wrong. You don't look at 4 quarters of football and look at the second half. And you tell me if the Niners played well or didn't play well. And all the plays they made, all the things they did in the second half that were unbelievable. Yeah, the first half was a bummer. They didn't play well. But the second half, they played amazing. So how do they play?
You struck me by reminding me yesterday that the NFC title game, the catch game against Dallas in 1982, the 49ers turned it over 6 times.
Right.
And I was only 7 years old.
Me too.
Turned 7 on the Super Bowl, actually, when they beat the Bengals, awesome. 26-21, 7th birthday. So I was not big into debate at that point in my life.
Nice.
But I wonder if people were like, Super Bowl, but they're not playing very well. Got pretty lucky there.
I went to the first game that year. They won 45-14 at the Stick. They played well.
It's how you finish, right?
Right.
888-957-9570. We'd love to take your calls on that. Niners got lucky? Are the Niners playing well? And then there's this treat. Did anybody see the video looking up into the suites at Levi's Stadium? Who was the most ravenous nut job fan in the entire stadium? Did anyone see it? You know who the biggest nut job? Like George Kittle looks at this guy and goes, dude, chill. His name is Hunter Pence, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
That catch by Ayuk was incredible.
Call it anytime. Get excited. Go crazy.
About Lexi Pence, who I think is a complete delight. Hunter is going to come on, or is expected to, here momentarily. It's been a hell of a run, and maybe this is normal, but it feels like we're on a hell of a run right now for the athlete's significant other. We're on a hell of a run right now.
Sure.
Kristen Juszczyk just signed a licensing deal with the NFL with all of these clothing articles that she's making for celebs and everything like that. You know, Taylor Swift, Claire Kittle,
right,
is out there in the limelight. McCaffrey's girl's starting to get a whole
Olivia
lot of
Culpo.
run. Yeah,
well, she's had her run.
Well, sure.
Before she even got with Christian, she was a big deal.
Yeah.
So I mean, Kristen Juszczyk and Claire Kittle, I don't know if they had the same career that Olivia Culpo had.
Oh, maybe not. I mean, I'm not like, these aren't rankings.
No. But
It's just like, it's good. It's good. And I mean, like, Kyle Juszczyk has been incredibly supportive. Like, I mean, he's doing on-field celebrations that are nods to what she's doing. You look at Ayesha Curry and the career that's been built there. And Lexi Pence and Hunter have got their coffee thing. I don't know how that's going, but, we could probably find out. Is he ready? Is Hunter on? All right, Boxer and Gersten guest line, here it is. America's number one 49er fan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hunter Pence. Do you have your voice back yet?
I mean, they say it sounds good, but it doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah, that's okay, man. It's for a good cause. You know what I mean? Like, listen, we've gotten to know you over the years. We know that the energy is never far for you to find. We get it. But I like, you've adopted the city at such a level. Where does the 49er fandom at that level come from, though, Hunter?
Man, it's literally. It's easy. It's like I live here now. I've been here. I've been breathing it. But I also know the people. I know, George Kittle. I know what he's going through mentally, the work they're putting in. I've been following the team, listening to the story. I've been watching them for years. I was at the game when we lost to the Rams, following the Super Bowl that we lost, the heartbreak of Purdy getting beat. And I'm in it. And I care about these guys. And I've witnessed this team be great and be, kind of robbed of that and heartbreaking year after year, and I kind of had enough, And I know I believe in these guys, and I know it's their time, and I'm going to find a way to send energy. And you know what? If you know me, I don't care what you want to call it. Call it woo-woo. I believe in energy. I believe in momentum, and I know I've been on the field and felt it when fans go crazy and back you up. And I wasn't about to let the doubt of that first half stop me from going crazy. And I wanted to get some of the fans riled up. Just give me one thing to go crazy about. And the Niners started off with that. And I just knew that they would feel us getting wild. And I knew that the Lions would feel it too. And you saw the pressure start to tighten. You saw the fans going crazy. And it was really fun to watch. I'm just going to ramble here because I'm in the zone. And
ramble on.
Do it.
It was like one of the coolest experiences ever. So, we're watching the first half and we're shifting around in our seats. We're trying to find the energy. We're trying to find the spot. And we just keep, the Lions did what they did in that first half. And everyone's like, man, Jared Goff is so good. And the Lions are just running us over. We can't stop the run game. We can't do. I was like, enough. I'm going to the bathroom at the half, and I'm looking through my phone, and I see Eminem is flicking us off. And I was like, hell no. We're in the freaking Bay. You ain't flicking us off and running us over and us believing how good the Lions are. I know they're good, but we are ready for this. And I just started chanting in the freaking seats. I just started chanting, touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. I don't think we got a touchdown, but we scored. Well, they got the ball. I just started saying it out loud. I didn't care. Turnover, turnover, turnover. And we stopped them at 4. And then boom, I just kept saying it every time we had the ball, just touchdown, touchdown. And it was so fun to watch. And then as soon as one thing happened, I just wanted to yell at every single fan and start high-fiving and start waking them up. And we just started having just the best time, and you could just feel the energy shift in the stadium. Everyone felt our little pocket, and then everyone else started going crazy, and the players started going crazy, and it was a chain reaction. And I think if you saw George Kittle's comment on momentum, and he asked us for it before the game, and when the fans brought it, this Bay Area stayed lit through some tough times. They just gave us one little thing, and we went with it.
Were you getting some 3Com vibes, some AT&T, some Oracle Park vibes when it started to turn that in that second half back to 2012 and 2014, where those crowds would lift you guys to those wins?
100%. You got like the pandemonium vibes of the Ishikawa homer. It was really witnessing greatness and witnessing something that has never been done before. And this team has already made history on many levels, and they did it once again. No team had ever come back in a championship series, NFC championship game from down 17 at the half. And you knew they were capable. We know the talent that this team has. And you felt the team's greatness. They've been through it, but you also felt the fandom that has that belief, that has that faith, that will go crazy at the spark of a dime. And I'll even say this, something that was really cool when Journey was doing the halftime show, and it was, I know this is weird, but I just remember, like, I was feeling the pinch of how bad it was looking, right? It kind of cripples you a little bit when you're just getting run over and you're watching these guys that you love so much taking it. And you know that they have it in them. And the cheerleaders, and I know that this is their job, but I thought it was awesome. They were literally going ham to Journey, and they were just having the best time. And it was like, all right, like, there's some movement here. We're not – because I watch sports. I love sport. I get inspired by it. And you watch teams, when they hit some adversity like that, stiffen up. You watch fan bases, like, the air gets sucked out of the stadium. And, like, I felt that as a Giant on the road against Kansas City, where this loud, obnoxious crowd went completely silent when Bumgarner came out of the mound in Game 7. You could hear a pin drop. And, like, when that stiffness happens, it leaks into everything. So, like, the players created that movement. They created that spark. I don't know what they did at the half. But I do credit, it takes all of us. And it takes, my goal is just to send the energy. I don't know if anyone believes in it or not. It matters to me. And that was something I asked in 2014 for the fans, to do whatever it is that makes you feel like you're sending the energy to the greater cause. And a lot of people have told me stories of what they did. They said they were driving around when we started on the rally and they wouldn't go back into the house. I've heard these stories. I heard one fan I was talking to the other day, he locked his wife out when the Warriors were in the finals because they got the lead with 2 minutes left. And she had just gone outside, and he was like, you got to stay out there for 2 minutes. She agreed to it. She was like, all right, I guess I'll do it. And 2 minutes in basketball is like 15 minutes. So that's the kind of fans we have in the Bay Area. Bay Area Unite. And I know, E40 is number one. This is the dude. And, I mean, being around his presence, what he means to the sports here, having him in our celebrations, watching him show up and show out, obviously getting turned to a lot of his songs, Tell Me When to Go, it just hits different. And so it was a special moment to be a part of all that and to really, learn the culture here and live it, breathe it.
He is the biggest 49er fan who's ever lived. Hunter Pence is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Hunter, you said you believe in changing the energy. We were taking calls all day yesterday, having fun with people going, what'd you do? What'd you do to change the energy? I shared the story of I went and picked my daughter up, brought her to the party. Everything changed. I gave her credit throughout the second half. What did you do? What did you specifically do to change your energy at halftime? I
literally told you, I stood up and just started chanting like a crazy person. Touchdown Niners, touchdown Niners. Just like I wouldn't stop saying it. And then if we didn't make the play or whatever or move the ball, so what? Touchdown Niners, touchdown Niners, touchdown Niners. The whole second half, that's all I did. And, like, everyone in the booth was telling me, don't move, don't move. Everyone was staying where they were. We were definitely dialed in. I went to see my barista the next day, getting my coffee. And he was like, man, I didn't get to see the game until the second half. And once I got there, I was like, dang, I'm glad I'm watching it. And I was like, you brought it. Like, so there were so many people everywhere just doing what they could. We are back in this team, and they are showing up and showing out. But I'm glad to hear that y'all did a little something too. It's not just us; it's the radio. Y'all are bringing it for us.
Yeah, it's everybody, Hunter. We got a ton of calls yesterday and texts, and everybody did something to try to change that energy. And so now we got 12 days to figure out how to get the energy right heading into Super Bowl Sunday. What's your plan? I have a feeling that you're going to be heading down there and trying to bring that Hunter Pence vibe down to Vegas.
I don't have a plan yet for that, but we'll see what happens. I got a pretty busy schedule so far, but I mean, obviously it's the Super Bowl, it's the Niners. I'm going to be watching it and sending the vibe. But I definitely was envisioning that red and gold confetti, because we knew that the confetti was coming if the Niners won. They told me this, and it wasn't coming if the Lions won. And so I was just sitting there trying to visualize it for them, trying to see that confetti coming down. I'll be there in heart. We'll see if I can get there. I've never been to a Super Bowl. So if there was one to go to, this would definitely be it.
Right.
Especially after that performance and being a part of witnessing that. And, man, like E40 said when they said, how do you feel about the Niners' chances against the Chiefs? He goes, we are going to demolish them. That's all you think about. We don't even listen to the question of anything. We don't know who they are. Come and see the Niners. The Niners are coming. We are the best. And I will not think or say anything other than how great this team is. Nothing else enters our minds, Bay Area. We are going to demolish them. Thank you, E40.
Hunter Pence is with us. And Hunter, I want to ask you about the characteristics needed by this team in this game. But let me start with this. Have you gotten close to some of the guys? Are you tight with George, or who are you close with?
Yeah, I would say George is the one I'm the tightest with. I've met in passing a couple of the others, Fred Warner and Juice and McCaffrey. But, I have George's number. I send him congratulations in the big moments. And, man, I just the whole team, and you can see it. It's authentic. You can't fake that these guys care, that they're bought in, that they're playing for a higher purpose. And, it's special. And they've been doing it for a long time at a very, very high level. And I feel like we've had enough. It's their time. It's their time to create history once again, the greatest history that never gets erased.
Well, we always say in a cliched way, maybe, that team has the heart of a champion. And you've won championships. These guys you're talking about, as accomplished as they are, they have not. So if you're sharing with them, or even just hoping for them, a specific characteristic that they're going to need in this game, what is it?
That's a great question. And if I'm going to say a specific characteristic, is that there is no other option. There is no wavering. It is to become a champion, you have to come from not being a champion first. You can't just be a champion before you've ever done it. So no one is ever a champion out of you come from out of nowhere, and it is your time. And you have to literally there's no taking no for an answer. It doesn't matter what the score is. It doesn't matter. Literally fall in love with the same thing you've been doing, and you've seen them coming back and finding ways to win games no matter what. But literally uncompromisable, locked in, and playing with that same flow that they did. They find a way to make the clutch play. They're doing absolutely insane things. If you witnessing that IU catch, it's happening for them because there is a determination. There's a collective will that is. There is no other way. There is no opponent. It doesn't matter who's out there. Fall in love with playing the game. Don't even worry about winning the game. Fall in love with playing the game and going out and earning your greatness that you already are. There is no compromise to that unwavering certainty of you being the Niners, who are the best team already right now. Go and be it. Go be who you are.
Hunter, I tell you what, I find this to be so interesting because, what we're literally talking about here is you've almost become one of the individual logos of this city, a spokesperson for the city in many ways, even though you're not from here. So that means to me that this city is extra special to you. Therefore, I got to know what you think about and what you say to people who get involved in this conversation about MLB free agency and how the city itself is becoming a detractor to people joining the Giants. What are your thoughts on that? What do you want to tell prospective free agents?
I mean, come and win in this city and get a part of this culture and the subcultures, the history, the support, the passion, the creativity, the greatest minds live here. There's been so much creativity and world-changing, world-breaking people, thinkers, doers. There's some of the greatest food, some of the greatest, there's wine country, there's Napa, there's Hillsburg, there's Sonoma, there's movie creators, the biggest business, the tech world. There is movements that come from this city. There is championships. Look at the Warriors. Look at the Niners. Look at the Giants. These are championship cities. And if you want to move the world, it starts here. This is a spectacular land, a spectacular people. It is the most beautiful, breathtaking countryside in all of the world. So there is no doubt. They need to hear that, feel that, and they will know that. We just got to continue to be ourselves. I think we have great people in charge that are going to take the helm, and they're not going to, excellence is what's expected here. So I know that we're going to get there. Are we always there? Did I win the championship every year I was with the Giants? No. We constantly are striving and reaching for that, and that does exist and belong here. And I'm reaping the benefits of that work and of that passion, of that drive in this great city. I'm treated absolutely incredibly in some of the most wonderful, amazing places that are honestly planet Earth and the world has to offer. So there's no doubt. I'll go pitch to these players and let them know.
Nice.
Just let me know, and I'm out there.
Well,
the area, it's awesome.
We need it, and part of it is that you're giving back too. Can you share with everybody about the Healthy Planet Project and the work that you're doing there?
Yeah, it's just it's a passion project. It's created from the ground up, and really, the goal is to just get out and do my part to clean up the city, taking out trash, planting trees, planting. I got to think of the right words here, but like the locally grown, the things that are meant to heal the biocultures around here. I'm not once again a scientist in this regard, so we hired the ones that know the right things to do and just try to give back to the environment and create a space that's healthy and wonderful. And really, I think one of the best mottos that I ever read was from Legacy, which is about the New Zealand All Blacks rugby team, the most successful professional franchise of all time. And one of their mantras one of their principles was plant trees that you'll never see grow. And it's not necessarily physically, even though we're physically looking to do that, it's do good for its own sake. And this is where I live. This is my home now. And I want to do as much as I can to make it better for myself and everyone else around here.
Hunter, you're an absolute gem. I only have one other question, which is this video that's popping around on the internet of you going absolutely bananas in this suite. Did you know any of those people, or were you just hugging strangers everywhere?
I don't know if I feel right about saying this, but I'm going to tell the truth. We got kicked out of our seats in the one spot, but it was a weird situation where I guess Fox had Journey. And we were in the booth, and they gave you a seat number, but then they said just sit wherever. And so all the seats were kind of empty. And we were sitting in where the guy who's sang the national anthem seat. So obviously I get it. Like they have the cameras on Journey, and they have to have their seat. But I was not about to kick someone out of their seat. So the booth next to us saw that happen. He was like, hey, come over to our booth. And, I have a saying in life, if it works out, great. If not, even better. Because things are always working out for my greatest good. I jumped over to the other booth, and I had a wonderful time. And the Niners were like, "We'll get you your seat." And I was like, "I'm not kicking anyone out of their seat. I want them to enjoy the game. I care about that. I can watch it from the TV or whatever." So we go over to that booth. They give us the seat. We meet this great guy, this great gentleman, and we have the time of our lives. And everyone went bananas and berserk. And so I made a new friend. And I've been invited back to come back next year,
Nice.
So I'm excited for that as well.
Perfect.
I think we need you in Vegas.
Yeah,
I think you should be there, Hunter.
I mean, I guess I got to try to figure out a way to get there.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
I think the energy in the building would be a good thing. That's just my opinion.
Listen, I will lose my mind yet again. I will give everything I have. Take my energy, Niners. You deserve it.
Hunter, thanks, man. Great to hear you.
All right, y'all. Take care. Thanks for having me.
There he goes. That is Hunter flippin' Pence.
Wow.
And if he and George Kittle ever are in a room together, the wallpaper's going to come off.
Right?
Like, oh my God.
It makes sense that those two are the two that
Totally.
gravitated together.
You come from the same cloth just a wee bit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so funny that he's in a suite and he gets bounced and he goes next door and they're like, come on over. And he immediately, makes a million friends and becomes a part of that fabric for the Niners. But he does need to get there. And I know he's busy. He and his wife, Lexi, they have a lot going on in his various projects. But find your way to Vegas and be there for the game.
Yeah, it's Super Bowl Sunday. Nothing else is going on.
Right.
And I was like, well, we got to figure out a way. I know a way. Buy tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can probably afford them.
Probably. Although
they are pricey.
Jesus.
Saw that. It's a couple grand, right? Just to get in?
I think more. Like, I don't know what the average price is. And that building, for anybody who's thinking about it, if you're all like Richie Rich running around out here thinking about this, the building's great. I can speak to that. I've been there once, and it's one of those, like, the sight lines are just good. It's okay wherever you're sitting. You're inside, and obviously the energy of Vegas the whole weekend is going to be off the charts. Yeah. They turned the Luxor into a bag of Doritos.
Pretty funny.
That's a ton of fun.
That yesterday.
I'm like, I don't even know what the Sphere is going to look like that weekend. It's going to be crazy. I think Hunter Pence should be the Sphere. I think it should be his face.
That's a lot of Hunter Pence.
What about that?
That's a lot of Hunter Pence for sure. For sure. I think that he'll eventually wind his way down there. And maybe he's the guy who carries out the boombox. And, or he's next to the guy carrying the boombox.
Really quick, guys, before we hit a quick break. According to TickPick, this is the most expensive Super Bowl on record. Average purchase price of $9,815, 70% more expensive than last year.
10 G's is the average.
The average.
The average. According to TickPick.
So that's just like, Did
you say TickPick?
Correct.
Okay.
TickPick.
Tick.
Thank you.
Pick.
Yeah.
Take it easy. I
had never heard of that. I've heard of.
I know Hunter
Vivid Seats.
He brought a lot of energy.
I've heard of a lot of things. I've never heard of that before.
The brakes, Brett Favre.
I've never heard of it.
Relax.
I'm just asking.
RELAX. Relax.
I'm going to Google that on the work computer.
And presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll introduce our new co-host for the show coming up next and take your phone calls on Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
In order for small...
First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Let me read from Bay City Tony on Twitter, on X. What's up, Bay City Tony? Thanks for the follow. He says not only does Hunter Pence need to be in Vegas, he needs to be in the Niner locker room before the game. Sign him to the practice squad. Stat. Hunter Pence is known for a good playoff locker room speech. That's for sure.
Maybe get him in the defensive huddle on the first snap, because that's where it seemed that they needed the most motivation.
Yeah, man, it's such a head scratcher, right? And I know the videos that are bouncing around out there that look like certain players, Chase Young, etc., not hustling. What was it Kyle Shanahan said? He thought it was the worst pursuit that the 49ers had all year long. How's that happen? How's that happen in this game?
Don't know. And its pursuit is attitude, and defense is effort. And you look at that play, the end around that resulted in the Lions' first touchdown, and you saw a bunch of guys in the secondary who were, kind of lollygagging, and nobody was really selling out to try to stop that run. And next thing you know, a couple of broken tackles, I guess, quote unquote, and it's 7-0.
Here are some things Shanahan said on his conference call about what you're talking about. He was asked if there are any common denominators in the outside run defense against the Packers and the Lions.
Yeah, we haven't done very well has been the common theme on them. But people are going to get the edge when they block down on the defensive end. I thought there was a couple ones. I mean, I thought we did better with the crack tosses. There was a reverse yesterday on the fourth play of the game, one that we do a lot, the one that we call dope. That's a really tough reverse to stop. They pull a guard, they block two people down, which will get the edge. You will pin the DN, which they got with Bosa. They'll block down on the next guy, and then they have a guy kick out. And then you need pursuit on the field. And that play was disappointing to me because I thought our pursuit was as bad as it's been all year. On both the two long runs, we did get the edge, not with the defensive end because they blocked down on them, but we get it with the next guy to turn it back. And when he turned it back, our pursuit wasn't there. And that was the biggest disappointing thing about both those touchdown runs.
Okay, so Kyle Shanahan is looking at the film, and he's not liking it either. And I get it. Not done with these thoughts. He was also asked on those defensive ends crashing down on outside run plays.
Yeah, it depends on which play because they're all different. But the reverse touchdown, it was a pulling guard with a fake away. And so it looks like it's a run away, and the tackle comes down. So you should be crashing down. And then you get the reverse to the wideout going the other way. So they turn back right into the pin block. The ones that immediately happen, they want to go at it, but they're still going to get pinned. I mean, the defensive ends, it's not defensive ends. When you crack down on that, you are getting outside. It's our force player. That could be a cloud. It could be a strong safety in 3 deep. There's different things you can do with that, but that's why there isn't one clean answer. It depends on the scheme, depends on offensively, and depends on the front and coverages you're playing. But for the most part, whoever is setting the edge, which it usually isn't the defensive end. Our defensive ends are setting the edge when people aren't blocking down. But it's our clouds, it's our safeties, and it's the pursuit of the backside. Because when someone does block down, that means someone's picked. And when someone's picked, everyone else can run over the top, and we just have gone creased too much, and we better figure out a way to fix it.
I mean, it is interesting. These are normally the kinds of sound bites you hear when you lose.
Right.
When you lose.
Well, they lost on that play.
You know what I mean?
And they lost on a lot of plays in the first half.
You look at it two ways, though. And I think that this is, for the next 2 weeks, what we're largely going to do. So does this all add up to the 49ers are not playing well? Or your expectations are that the 49ers were so damn good. Look at what they've overcome. So we're sitting here having lengthy conversations where Kyle's using all kinds of words and stuff.
Yeah.
That everyone's like, what the hell's he talking about?
Crack and pin and pull and cloud.
What'd you guys do? There's a cloud? Was somebody on iCloud?
Right.
Okay, fine. And all of that happened, and you won. Yeah,
that's the way I've been looking at it because you came out in the second half and your adjustment was pronounced, and you came out defensively and you played a lot tighter to the line of scrimmage. You were a lot more aggressive in your run stopping. You played a lot more man-to-man, And you mentioned it before in the crossover. You confused Jared Goff on the big 4th and 3 late in the game where they thought it was man, and it turned out you were playing a man-zone combo, and you were playing zone underneath, and you were playing man over the top, and Goff didn't know what to do, and he threw it away on 4th down, and you had nothing. So you could look at this two different ways. Yes, in the first half and the opening couple of drives, the defense was not good. And I'm looking at the play right now, that reverse play with the fake away that Kyle was talking about, and you've got the 4 down linemen, and everyone else is about 8 yards off the line of scrimmage, and you're playing too soft. And I thought that was the adjustment they made at halftime. They stopped playing so far off the line. They started to really aggressively come after the run and come after the pass as well.
So that's what led to the questions that we were asking off the top, which is A, are the 49ers lucky to be here? And B, how would you answer the question if somebody just asked you, hey, are the Niners playing well? Niners playing well right now? They're in the Super Bowl. They're in the Super Bowl. They got the 1 seed. They got home field. They finished both games fantastically. Here they are. But it doesn't feel to me like it has fostered a whole lot of confidence in a lot of the fan base. I think a lot of you are surprised and trying to figure out why the Niners are favored in this football game, albeit not by much.
Yeah.
If the Niners and Chiefs had played even 4 weeks ago, Niners are favored by 5. Niners are favored by 5.
Yeah, and if the Niners would have done what the odds makers expected them to do and win by 10 or more in the opener and win by 7 or more this last Sunday, I think they'd be favored by 4 or 5.
Yep.
Again, even though the Chiefs looked really good beating Baltimore and they kind of survived Buffalo, it was a good game. 3 quarters of back and forth, and wow, what a football game. And then Buffalo made the one mistake you can't make, or couple mistakes, and Kansas City actually made a big mistake in that one at the goal line too.
No doubt.
And then that game was a little bit up for grabs, and then they won it. So I think if the Niners win by 10 or more and by 7 or more, they're probably favored by 4 or 5, but they didn't.
Dale in Walnut Creek on this discussion. Hi, Dale. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up? We're good.
Well, the 49ers are up. You know, I got a couple of comments to maybe explain what Mark's talking about. There was this movie by David Bowie many years ago called The Man Who Fell to Earth. I think the reason that some 49er fans may be feeling a little queasy is because we started out so hot, and then we just, we had that rough patch, and then the last 2 games. So I think it's logical if some fans are feeling that way, but twist it around. How do you think the KC fans are feeling? Like you pointed it out earlier, they were 4-4 after 8 games. They're not blowing anybody out. I mean, they're not scoring 30 points a game or more. I think they're feeling similar to the way some of us do. And then, of course, there's the Patrick Mahomes factor. You can't discount this guy. So it seems pretty logical to me. What are your thoughts on that? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Dale, appreciate it. I mean, this is what I think is leading us to a lot of what we're feeling right now. If you look at the season as a whole, the 49ers were better than the Chiefs. If you just spotlight the last 3 to 4 weeks, it feels like the Chiefs are playing their best football of the year.
Right.
And it does not feel that way for the 49ers. But I don't know if closing that gap is enough. The 49ers are a more talented team, and at their best this year have been way better than what the Chiefs' best was this year.
At their best, and that's a good way to put it, because the Niners haven't been, quote, at their best since maybe the Philadelphia game. And you look at Baltimore and even Washington, which was a win. The Rams, they didn't play their guys. Then they had a bye. Then Green Bay, they had to fight to win. And then Detroit, you played one good half and one really bad half. So how far back do you go until you see them at their quote-unquote best? And then you don't have to look too far past this last Sunday to see Kansas City at its best. They played a great game on the road against Baltimore on both sides of the ball to beat the Ravens.
To beat the Dolphins, the Bills, and the Ravens in a period of 15 days.
1 home, 2 road.
That's real good.
Yeah.
That's really,
no doubt.
real good. 888-957-9570. Niners playing well? How would you answer that?
The question mark.
That's next on Willard and Dibbs.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang, not again. Done.
interesting question of Brian Baldinger earlier today on the roast. Wilks or players? Players or Wilks?
Who's to blame?
How do you think he answered that?
I think that he said that it's Wilks. And I look at the first half, and I'm going to guess because I didn't hear the Baldy today. I was dealing with a 17-month-old on the move, this girl. So I didn't catch the full Baldy, but I would guess he looked at the Niners defense and the scheme and how soft they played. They played off the line of scrimmage almost the entire first half, and they let the Lions have almost everything their way. They didn't blitz much. They didn't press much. They didn't cover tight. I'm going to say it was Wilks.
There's only one way to find out if you're right. And that is for me
Call
to
Baldy?
touch this little screen here
Do it.
to my right. Brian Baldinger, Wilks or the personnel more to blame for the way that first half went? Dibs, here it is.
I think it's more personnel than Steve.
Gotcha.
I mean, honestly, everybody runs toss crack. Everybody runs outside zone. It's been a weakness of the 49ers all year. I was talking to Rod Woodson. I was in Baltimore on Sunday. I was talking to Rod Woodson about, communication. Because if my defensive end is getting cracked back by a tight end or wide receiver, first of all, I can't get blocked by either one of those guys.
Right.
If I'm Chase, Nick, if I'm Gregory, whoever it is. Like, I can't get blocked by any of those guys. But it also helps if somebody's telling you there's a crack coming. Like, somebody's got to be yelling that out. Like, you at least have to look at the splits of these guys and go, it's a possibility. Like, they could be coming down on me. It's 1st and 10. This is an indicator that in this from this formation, like, they could run this play. I mean, there's got to be high alert here. And it didn't look like that, especially in that first half.
All right, so a weakness of this team all year. I mean, that's the other...
The toss crack.
Well, here's the other thing that I think is worth our attention, is that the 49ers defense not really being the way we want it to look is not new. That's not a new story. That's not a new story at all. Take a look at the way things have been going for, quite frankly, the majority of the year. I know they had some very good games early, but even then, even when they were 5-0, wouldn't you argue, Dibs, wouldn't you argue that there were messages? Like, you watch what Matt Stafford does week 2, and you're like, oh, that didn't feel great. And then we went to the home opener. They beat the New York Giants 30-12. And they kind of got to Daniel Jones like one time. And it's because he turned the wrong way into Nick Bosa. It was like a freebie sack. But other than that, it was just like, I mean,
he was pretty comfortable early on, as I recall.
They look fine. And then Josh Dobbs comes in, and the Cardinals run the ball a little bit. Dallas comes in, and they totally punk Dak. Okay. Then you go on your 3-game losing streak. Nobody liked that, except for Kirk himself. You like that? He liked that.
Defense played pretty well against Cleveland in bad conditions, although it was against P.J. Walker.
P.J. Walker, bad conditions, and he moved the ball enough.
He did.
In situations in the fourth quarter to win the football game.
Couple big plays for sure, and you had a chance to win that game.
I thought they looked fantastic after the bye against Jacksonville.
Yep.
And then from that moment forward, you just saw little things here and there. Seattle didn't do much. You played them twice. Obviously, Philadelphia, as it turns out, was a broken team. But the Cardinals scored 29 points. And then the Baltimore Ravens game, which we know so well. Washington is down 10-0 early, but they run the ball, and suddenly they're back in the football game. And then we see what we've seen so far in the playoffs. So, I don't know, man. It's almost like a long negative way of saying something positive. What the 49ers are doing on defense right now, this isn't brand new. This is not some new disease that they've caught. They are, collectively, this year, good. They're not great.
You're saying they're overrated.
They're not that great. But what does that mean collectively about the team that still ended up going to the Super Bowl?
Well, it tells you that they defensively do enough in big spots to where they stay in games, and Brock Purdy has bailed them out a couple of times now. And Brock Purdy bailed them out against Green Bay with the late drive to win the game, and then Brock Purdy and company bailed them out again on Sunday where they were down 24-7. The defense played better in the second half. But if you look at just the metrics, yards per attempt on the ground, they are tied for 10th. They're giving up 4.1 yards per carry, and that is tied with Carolina, Indy, the Chargers. Pretty mediocre defenses in terms of just the run defense. So I think what you're seeing and what you laid out there over the course of the year, it's pretty accurate in terms of what we thought they would be and what they have kind of turned out to be.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm taking my car here at work, driving on the 92 to my next client. You got.
Oof, yeah, Rich, call back.
Yeah.
I don't know what
a little
happened
choppy,
there.
Rich.
That was more than a little choppy. That was more than a little choppy. That felt like Niners trying to stop the run about second quarter against David Montgomery right there.
Man, 6 here, 8 there, 9 there.
Whoop,
yeah.
Yep. A little soft
A lot
start.
of creases. A lot of holes.
I don't know.